Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2180. Lu Yin had changed his mind. He could use the Broken Transaction Society, but he had to cut off this business and make them pay a price in the future. The cultivators on the other side of the battlefield were fighting against humanity's greatest enemy, and they were all heroes of the human race. Many of them had children, parents, and grandparents, but it was not worth it for them to die for something like this. He suddenly recalled that when he had exchanged for the cloud landing robe, the old woman had also told him to wait for a while. Had she been deliberately stalling for time? If he died on the battlefield, wouldn't the cloud landing robe, which Senior Clear Dust had exchanged for, belong to the Broken Transaction Society? Even commanders would covet the cloud landing robe. Lu Yin grew even angrier at this thought. He raised his hand and sent the Grim Reaper's seal into Zhuoshan's body. Zhuoshan was terrified and looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Lu Yin was indifferent. "I'll give you some time to find a way to give me a list of the Broken Transaction Society members involved in the trade. I can let you live and help you climb higher in the Broken Transaction Society, even surpassing your uncle. Of course, if you don't give it to me, I'll make your life a living hell. You can ask your uncle to help you remove the power I left in your body. Let's see who can do it." With that, Lu Yin kept the method of contacting his cloud connection stone. The stone was similar to the Fifth Mainland's gadget, and they could communicate face to face. However, it did not have the wireless goo's ability to ignore distance or even communicate across universes. It had both good and bad points. Lu Yin left, leaving Zhuoshan behind. Zhuoshan looked around at the empty surroundings, then at Jade City. He gritted his teeth and hurried away. Those people shouldn't have anything to do with Xia Zhidong, but he couldn't be sure. For such experts to appear out of nowhere, the first person he thought of was the Xia clan. Xia Zhidong couldn't have told the Xia clan about the Broken Trade Society, right? No, she wasn't that stupid. No matter how much she contributed to the Xia family, they wouldn't look at her in the eye. Who were those people? Half a day later, Xia Zhidong left Jade Manor in disguise, her eyes filled with apprehension and lingering fear. She had tried to avoid contact with the opposite sex. She had touched a guard, and the feeling of being bitten by countless ants had driven her mad. She had wanted to tear herself apart. Although it had only been an instant, the feeling had been unforgettable. Yu Hao was right. She had poisoned herself so that she could experience the greatest torture in the world. To her, not having a man was the greatest torture. She went all the way to the Rainbow Bridge, near the end of the top realm, and found the Xia family members who were guarding the Rainbow Bridge. The Rainbow Bridge belonged to the Divine Martial Heaven, so the Xia family naturally sent masters to guard it. Xia Feng was one such expert. He was a fourth origin tribulation cultivator and was only one step away from reaching the fifth. Seeing Xia Zhidong's arrival, Xia Feng was disgusted. This woman was ruining the Xia family's reputation. Even though they were both on the Rainbow Bridge, he had never seen this woman before. Let her go. Xia Feng waved his hand and asked someone to chase Xia Zhidong away. He didn't want to see her at all. Soon, someone else reported, "She's making a ruckus outside. It's really inconvenient to chase her away." Xia Feng frowned impatiently. Let her in. Xia Zhidong was quickly brought before Xia Feng. Xia Feng looked at her with disgust. What is it? Xia Zhidong respectfully replied, "Seventh Grandpa." Xia Feng raised his hand. We're not from the same faction. Just tell me what it is. Xia Zhidong Feng replied, I'm poisoned. Xia Feng was surprised. Poisoned? Then you can just cure the poison. Why are you looking for me? Xia Zhidong was helpless. I know Seventh Grandpa doesn't like me, but I really have no choice. This poison can't be cured with medicine. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you. Reporting to the clan, don't you have a good relationship with Xia Yuan? Let him help you. Xia Feng dismissed her. Xia Zhitong looked at Xia Feng. Seventh Grandpa, the family isn't just targeting Yuqing because of Yuqing. You should know the importance of this matter. If something happens to me, the family will suffer a great loss. Outsiders will think that it was the Liu family who attacked me. Not only will that not deter the Liu family, but it will also fuel their arrogance. Please reconsider. Xia Feng sneered. It has nothing to do with me. The family allowed you to marry into Yuqing. I'm not responsible for your life or death. I can't go back to the family, Xia Zhidong said gloomily. Xia Feng was stunned and then shook his head. Although Xia Zhidong's plan had succeeded, she had made the Yu family the laughingstock of the entire starry sky of trees. Many people were afraid that they would betray the Liu family and end up like the Yu family. However, she had also sacrificed herself. She had lost her reputation and dignity. Although this was her own choice, her family would not let her go. She had embarrassed the Xia family too much. Maybe I'm not even in the family records anymore, Xia Zhidong said self-deprecatingly. Xia Feng's eyes flashed. Who poisoned you? Xia Zhidong replied, Yu Hao. Yu Hao. That young master Yu. Xia Feng was shocked. Isn't he dead? Xia Zhidong shook her head. He's back, and he's a completely different person. He poisoned me and made me suffer the greatest torture in the world. He's taking revenge on me. He doesn't want me to die so easily. He wants to take revenge on the Xia family. Xia Feng snorted. Amir Jr. wants to deal with the Xia family. How laughable. He then pressed a hand on Xia Zhidong's shoulder to check the poison in her body. Suddenly, Xia Zhidong screamed and retreated, her face pale. Xia Feng was confused. What's going on? Xia Zhidong told Xia Feng about the poison's characteristics. Xia Feng narrowed his eyes. This method was not cruel, as long as one did not touch the opposite sex. However, it was the greatest torture for Xia Zhidong. A woman's greatest joy was doing that kind of thing. If she could not do it, then what was the point of living? In order to deal with the Yu family, she had sacrificed her reputation and everything else, all for the sake of immersing herself in pleasure. However, Yu Hao had taken away this joy, leaving Xia Zhidong with endless torture and humiliation. Without that joy, she became clear-headed and thought of many things. If it had been before, how could she have been so depressed that she could not return to the Xia family? How could she have cared about being removed from the family records? She did not care at all, but things were different now. The torture had only just begun. Xia Feng did not touch Xia Zhidong and tried to use his astral source to expel the poison in her body, but he could not find where it was. No matter what he did, he could not find it, and no medicine was effective. Xia Feng's face turned serious. What's going on with Yu Hao? He can't have such methods. It's only been a few decades. Even the junior ancestor can't do this to me. Xia Zhidong despaired. Even you can't cure the poison. Xia Feng was helpless. It's not that I can't cure it, it's that I can't find it. Are you really poisoned? He was somewhat suspicious. Xia Zhidong immediately swore an oath, spitting out all of her vile oaths. Nothing could torment her more than this poison. Xia Feng sighed. I can't. Perhaps the family can. Go find Xia Yuan. With that, he allowed Xia Zhidong to leave. Xia Zhidong walked out in a daze and looked up at the top realm. Find Xia Yuan. She could not find him, and she could not return to her family. Perhaps she could not even return to the top realm. No, she had to get rid of the poison. Her life had already become like this, and she could not return to the past. If she did not get rid of the poison, she might as well die. Elsewhere, Lu Yin had found a place to begin his seclusion. Kuei Luo was puzzled. "Kid, you haven't been in seclusion for long, but you've been in seclusion for a long time. What's going on?" Lu Yin pursed his lips. "It's normal for me to go into seclusion and cultivate when I have sudden epiphanies." Kuei Luo sneered. "Normal my ass. You must be hiding something. Tong Yu, stand guard for me." Lu Yin chased Kuei Luo away and had Tong Yu stand guard. He set up a sourcebox array and began to roll his die. He would not place his hopes on Xiaojidong. Now that he had come to this region of space, there was a high chance that enhance would be absorbed into the bodies of the experts here. If he did not try it now, when would he? At the very least, he would be able to obtain some information. He did not know whether his luck was good or bad this time. He had rolled enhance twice in a row, but not once had he rolled enhance. After resting for 10 days, Lu Yin continued to roll his die. On his third try, he finally rolled enhance. His consciousness entered the dark space, and he discovered that there were more bright orbs than when he had been in the fifth mainland. All of the orbs were brighter than when he had been in the fifth mainland, which meant that the overall strength of the cosmic tree realm far surpassed that of the fifth mainland. However, he still could not find any orbs that were as bright as his own. He shifted his consciousness and looked around, but he still could not find any. Even in the cosmic tree realm, there were not many powerhouses with power levels over 1,000,000. Lu Yin was worried that he would consume too much star essence, so he had no choice but to find the brightest one to merge with. After merging with it, Lu Yin opened his eyes and saw a blade descending. He was startled and hurriedly dodged. The blade streaked through the void and slashed into the ground. Zhang Dingtian looked at him with a confused expression. Zhang Dingtian. Zhang Dingtian looked at him blankly. "Teacher." Lu Yin was stunned. "Teacher." At that moment, his memories flooded in, and he was left speechless when he realized that he had merged with Lu Yi's body. Lu Yi was the first person from the Lu family that Lu Yin had seen a sword steal, and Zhang Dingtian was his disciple. At that moment, Zhang Dingtian had asked Lu Yi for guidance because he had just comprehended a sword steal. He had not expected to merge with Lu Yi's body as soon as the blade landed. If he had not reacted quickly enough, Lu Yi would have been killed. Lu Yin thought to himself. "Your attack was very weak," Lu Yin spoke up. His voice was hoarse, but it was clearly Lu Yi's voice. Zhang Dingtian was puzzled. "Of course it's weak compared to teacher. Does teacher see anything that needs to be compensated for?" Lu Yin looked at the blade in Zhang Dingtian's hand as memories continued to flood in. He tried to search for any memories related to the Star Alliance, but there were very few. Lu Yi was from the Lu family, not the four cardinal scales. His understanding of the Star Alliance was similar to Lu Yin's, and even if he was from the four cardinal scales, a fourth tribulation cultivator would not have been enough to know the Star Alliance's secrets. Merging with Lu Yin's body was useless. "Teacher." Zhang Dingtian was even more confused. Lu Yin looked up. "Repeat that attack. Remember, it has to be exactly the same. Thank you for your support, brothers." "Thank you." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2181. Although Zhang Dingtian was in a strange state, he still did as he was told. "This is what I comprehended from the sword steal. It's one of the 9 forms, the body-severing technique." He then slashed out with his blade. It was clearly a blade slash, but his entire body felt like a blade. This feeling was similar to Ling Qing's, where one's body had turned into a blade. Lu Yin instantly withdrew from the fusion, and the blade happened to be right where he had fused. Lu Yi's consciousness returned, and he did not suspect anything. With a bang, the blade bounced off. You've already comprehended 6 of the 9 forms. Although they are simple, they contain the essence of the blade. Only when you master all 9 will you truly touch the way of the blade. Zhang Dingtian seemed to be deep in thought. Although he was curious about Lu Yi's state, he did not say anything. Again. Lu Yi shouted. Zhang Dingtian raised his blade high and slashed down. On the other side, Lu Yin exhaled. Lu Yi's memories were very complicated. He had lived for a very long time, even though his cultivation was not very high. Most of his memories were related to the way of the sword, and Lu Yin felt that his own understanding of the way of the sword had deepened. He also learned that the Lu family placed a lot of importance on Yixian Academy. Not only the Lu family, but even the School of Agriculture and the 4 cardinal scales also placed a lot of importance on Yixian Academy. However, Lu Yi did not know the exact reason. The last time he had come to the astral tree, the 4 cardinal scales' attitude towards Yixian Academy had been very strange. Xia Taili had wanted to go there, and when Shizhong had promised to help her, she had been very happy, but why did everyone else want to go there? He immediately asked Elder Green Apricot, but she did not know. He then asked Long Shi. Yixian Academy has many secret techniques, and that's what attracted us. However, that's definitely not what attracted the 4 cardinal scales and the other families. I don't know the exact reason, Long Shi answered. Lu Yin nodded. It seems like Yixian Academy still has some secrets. Long Shi said, I've heard rumors that Yixian Academy's hidden mountain sea. I don't know if that's what attracted them. Lu Yin was shocked. Hidden mountain sea. 9 mountains and 8 seas. Long Shi shook her head. I don't know, but Yixian Academy has never had a lack of ancestors. Although they don't have any progenitors, they still have as many ancestors as the cardinal scales. If that was the case, then he really did have to go to Yixian Academy. However, what did the mountains and seas have to do with half-ancestors? In theory, it was impossible for a half-martial ancestor to inherit the mountains and seas. This was one of the reasons why the fog ancestor was so proud. We're back in the starry sky of trees. Long Shi asked. Lu Yin nodded. Are you going out? Long Shi shook his head. No need. Lu Yin replied, I might go to Yixian Academy. Now that the academy has changed, many people from the 4-way scales will go there. Perhaps I'll be able to meet some of the younger generations of your White Dragon clan there. Long Shi thought for a moment before replying, it's not very likely. It's very difficult for the White Dragon race to have children. There are only a few people in this generation, and the next generation won't appear in a few decades. Unlike other clans, elites are born every 10 or 20 years. Lu Yin didn't chat with Long Shi for too long, as he wanted to continue rolling his die and try to uncover the secrets of the 4-way scales. That's right, let's see how much it costs. Right now, Lu Yin had too many cosmic rings, and he had no other choice. A single cosmic ring could not hold that many star essence. 7 billion star essence had been fused into Lu Yi's body, which had consumed a total of 7 billion star essence. Lu Yin relaxed, as it was still acceptable. When he had fused with the 6th mainland's Manor Master Dream, he had consumed 3 billion star essence. Lu Yi's cultivation was close to Manor Master Dream's, and there wasn't much of a difference. Furthermore, they weren't that far apart, so it was normal for him to consume 7 billion star essence. With Lu Yin's wealth, this expenditure wasn't considered much, so he continued. At the same time, Xia Zhidong successfully contacted Xia Yuan. On the cloud pass stone, Xia Yuan looked at Xia Zhidong's image and angrily scolded, I told you that I wouldn't contact you, and you definitely couldn't contact me. You're too bold. You actually contacted me through someone else. Xia Zhidong calmly replied, I wouldn't have contacted you if I wasn't in a desperate situation. Xia Yuan frowned. What desperate situation? Aren't you living a carefree life in Jade City? Xia Zhidong could hear the mockery in his voice. This was probably the mockery of the entire Xia family towards her. Even Xia Yuan, who had a fling, was no exception. No one looked up to her. How was she any different from the Yu family? I've been poisoned, and I can't cure it. I can only come to you for help, Xia Zhidong said. Xia Yuan raised his brows. Go find Xia Feng. He can help you. Xia Zhidong sneered. I did, but he couldn't help me. He told me to look for you. His cultivation is higher than mine, and he's lived longer than me. Why can't he help you? Xia Yuan said gloomily. Xia Zhidong looked at Xia Yuan's reluctant expression and slowly said, If you won't help me, then I'll have to look for the patriarch. You know I have a way. What are you trying to do? Xia Yuan roared. Xia Zhidong calmly replied, I'm being tortured, and no one will have a good time. I'll die from the poison, and I'll have someone die with me. Are you threatening me? If I wasn't in a desperate situation, I'd rather enjoy life in Jade City. Who would have the time to threaten you? Xia Yuan's eyes flashed as he stared at Xia Zhidong. What poison? Who did it? An old acquaintance of yours, Yu Hao, Xia Zhidong said word by word. Xia Yuan's expression changed. Yu Hao. Isn't he dead? Xia Zhidong took a deep breath. It's best if you come to Jade City. Yu Hao has changed. He wants to take revenge not only on me, but also on the entire Xia family. Xia Zhidong looked at Xia Yuan's disdainful gaze and continued, I know you don't think much of him, and you don't think that anyone can harm the Xia family, but he's already done it. If he does something that angers the patriarch, you won't be able to escape responsibility. You were the one who suggested the Yu family's plan, and you've received many benefits over the years. If anything happens, the family won't let you off. Xia Yuan thought about it. Wait for me, and don't go anywhere. I want to see what this Yu Hao has up his sleeves. He then ended the call. Lu Yin had expected that with his current cultivation, he would be able to merge with some important people in the astral tree domain. However, he had not expected that the second person to merge with would be a super important person, Long Ku, the current patriarch of the White Dragon clan. The White Dragon clan's main bloodline had been cut off, and Long Ku's side bloodline had taken over. Because of this, when Long Tian had been trapped in the sovereign realm and Long Shi had gone missing, Long Ku's position had been extremely unstable. Lu Yin's alias, Draconic 7, had suddenly risen to prominence. Not only had he displayed great lock-breaking talent, but he had also been recognized by Mu Xia, the governor of the humble school, and had been accepted as a disciple. Once the news had spread, Long Ku had been abandoned by the White Dragon clan. Ni Huang had personally acted as a matchmaker for Lu Yin, allowing him to marry the Xia family's princess, Xia Taili. His status as the son-in-law of the White Dragon clan had also been revoked. Once his cultivation increased, he could directly replace Long Ku and become the new patriarch. It seemed like this method of ascension was very open-minded, but it actually exposed the White Dragon clan's shallow foundation. Aside from Long Tian and Long Shi, there was no one else in the main bloodline who could take over. This had allowed a remote side bloodline to take over. Long Ku was a scheming person, and Lu Yin knew a lot about him. This person had tried to use Lu Yin to deal with the Long Quan side bloodline and secure his position as patriarch. He was also very strong and had a cultivation at 5 tribulation origin stage. He had threatened Lu Yin and wanted to eliminate Lu Yin, but he had not succeeded in the end. Lu Yin had not expected that the second person he would merge with would be Long Ku. The White Dragon clan really had an affinity with him. First, it was Long Quan, and now it was Long Ku. Long Ku could not be compared to Long Quan. Even if his position was unstable, as the patriarch of the White Dragon clan, he knew everything that he needed to know. Lu Yin continued to search through his memories, and many of the White Dragon clan's secrets were revealed to him without reservation. This included the White Dragon clan's battle techniques, secret techniques, and even the Star Alliance's restrictions. Long Ku's memories kept surging into Lu Yin's mind. Other than the secrets that only the half-ancestors and the dragon ancestor knew, he knew everything else. This included how to activate and break the sourcebox array on Dragon Mountain, where the White Dragon clan stored their resources, and where Long Ku stored his own resources. There were also some secrets shared by the four cardinal scales. He also saw the Lu family from back then, and he saw himself. Although Long Ku was from a side bloodline of the White Dragon clan, because the dragon ancestor had been born, the White Dragon clan's status was second only to the Lu family. When the Lu family was still around, the White Dragon clan was on par with the Frigid Immortal sect. With Long Ku's status, he had visited the Lu family several times and met Lu Shaoxian. Lu Yin had never thought that he would see his past self in someone else's memories. His past self had been just as Long she had described, cheerful, passionate, and gifted. He had been the object of envy and worship for countless people in the cosmic tree realm. In that generation, the 7 heroes had been magnificent, and everyone had believed that they would be able to recreate the glory of the Daosaurus sect's era. The White Dragon clan had also had one of the 7 heroes, and it had been the main bloodline's daughter, Long Xing. She was also Lu Xiaoxuan's 4th sister. Lu Yin had never looked at someone's memories so calmly before. It was as if he was looking at an image. He saw himself in Long Ku's memories, as well as the Lu family in his memories. He could also feel Long Ku's emotions. When Long Ku had first met Lu Shaoxian, he had been passionate, but his heart had been filled with jealousy and hatred for Long Xing, the main bloodline's daughter. He had long wanted to replace the main bloodline, but with his status back then, he could only dream about it. The most exciting day of his life had been when the Lu family had been exiled. The main bloodline of the White Dragon clan had disappeared, and he had become the clan leader. That day had been deeply engraved in his memory, and it had also left an indescribable impression on Lu Yin. The more excited Long Ku had been, the more furious Lu Yin had been. In Long Ku's memories, he saw the sky filled with red flowers, and he saw Long Shi crying as she cried. He saw the entire top realm disappear, and he saw a giant ancestral mandala's tail that stretched across the sky. Most people had lost their memories of that day, and only a few of them remembered it. Lu Yin did not see that day in Long Quan's memories, nor did he see that day in Lu Yi's memories. This was because only a small number of people had witnessed that day and that scene, and they were qualified to retain that memory. Long Ku's memories were too complex, and even though Lu Yin had spent a long time looking at them, he had only seen the tip of the iceberg. He could only search for the important memories. After some time, someone requested to see Long Ku, and Lu Yin withdrew from the fusion. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2182. Lu Yin had never fused with a single person for such a long time, not even White Sage. He had seen too many of Long Ke's memories and seen too many things that ordinary people wouldn't know. He also knew too much about Long Ke. However, none of this was as important as the Star Alliance. He knew how to break the restrictions, but unfortunately, the caged realm's restrictions required the four heavens to work together to break them. Long Ke only knew a quarter of it. This was a rule set by the four heavens to prevent a single family from controlling the Star Alliance. Regardless of the reason, everyone in the Star Alliance was still an emissary. 1 or 2 emissaries wasn't scary, but 10 or 20 emissaries was. Even the four heavens didn't have that many emissaries. Whoever controlled the Star Alliance alone would be able to crush all the other powers in terms of emissary-level power. This was something that the four heavens didn't want to see. Since they couldn't control the Star Alliance alone, they had to split it into 4 parts. This way, they could prevent the Star Alliance from being controlled alone and also prevent someone from rescuing everyone. The four heavens didn't underestimate the Lu family's remaining members. The White Dragon clan only had a quarter of the Star Alliance, so he had to go to the other 3 families. The Xinwu plane was possible since Xia Zhidong could get close to Xia Yuan, but what about the Frigid Immortal sect and the Wang family? He thought of Wang Su. That woman had been locked up in the Above Heaven sect, but she hadn't been locked up in Mount Supreme. Wang Yu was the same, so it would be difficult to get close to the Wang family. This was just the Star Alliance. Lu Yin had looked into the Red Garden through Long Ke's memories. The Red Garden seemed simple and could be taken away by force. However, it wasn't just the Red Garden where the Lu family was locked up, it was also Bai Xianer's backyard. If anything happened to the Red Garden, Bai Xianer would be the first to know. No one knew how terrifying Bai Xianer was. Even though she was from the same generation as the 7 heroes and was Long Ke's junior, who would dare to treat her as a junior in the current astral tree realm? Her cultivation was unfathomable, and it was said that she was already a half-step ancestor. Long Ke had even heard from Elder Ni Huang that Bai Xianer was unfathomable. He would rather fight with Wan Ji than Bai Xianer. Since Great Elder Ni Huang had said so, Long Ke believed her without a doubt. Lu Yin also believed that it wasn't because of Long Ke's memories, but rather because he had seen Bai Xianer's eyes when he had met the astral tree after becoming an envoy. Those eyes had looked down upon the world, and the destruction of the 3 upper gates had been related to her. She had even caused Elder Chan to fear her with a single finger. Bai Xianer was definitely a great enemy of the Lu family, but he didn't have the confidence to face her head-on right now. He didn't even know what role she'd played in the Lu family's banishment. Even the Lu family, which had been at its peak, had been exiled, let alone him. If they wanted to save the Star Alliance, they had to save them together. Otherwise, if they saved the Star Alliance, the Red Garden would definitely be prepared. This was the most troublesome thing. The square balance was not a fool. If he had known earlier, he would have brought along Wang Wen and Wei Rong, as these 2 were experts at scheming. Do you still want to roll the dice? Lu Yin thought about it, but he still decided to roll the dice. The second time, he would merge into Long Ke's body, and perhaps after a few more times, he would be able to find Xia Xing, Wang Jing, and Bai Teng. That way, he would know how to break through the restrictions placed on the Star Alliance's bodies, and he would also know more about the Red Garden. Hold on. Lu Yin suddenly checked his cosmic ring. He had merged into Long Ke's body for too long, and he didn't know how much he had consumed. His face twitched when he saw that it was 90 billion star essence coins. It was a total of 90 billion star essence, which made Lu Yin's heart bleed. How many times more had he consumed than Lu Yi? Lu Yin gulped and tossed away the empty cosmic ring. Although it pained him, it was worth it. He had merged into Long Ke's body for too long, so long that he could take a stroll around Dragon Mountain. Merging with Lu Yi was not something he could compare to, so it was understandable that he had consumed so much. Furthermore, Long Ko was in the top realm. Although that was what he consoled himself, Lu Yin still felt rather uncomfortable that he had used up so much. He would definitely find Long Ko to repay this debt. In any case, he knew the location of Long Ko's collection of resources. As the leader of the White Dragon clan, even if he had only recently taken the position, he should still have some savings. While thinking about this, Lu Yin continued to roll his die. He hadn't noticed that the last time he had rolled Long Ko was the 4th time, and this was the 5th time. Intense pain assaulted him, and he felt as if his head was being torn apart. No matter how much his cultivation had increased, he could only roll the die 4 times. He would definitely not be able to endure the 5th time, but the consequences were not as severe as the first time. At the very least, he had not fainted. It took Lu Yin a long time to recover. At that moment, he sensed Kuei Luo approaching and walked out. Xia Yuan has arrived at Yuqing. He's already met up with Xia Zhidong, Kuei Luo said. Lu Yin nodded and looked in the direction of Yuqing. Let's see how many times Xia Zhidong can endure the pain of failure. In Yuqing, Xia Zhidong had finally waited for Xia Yuan to arrive. During this time, she had been burning with anxiety, and her face had become much more haggard. There were more and more rumors about her in the outside world, all because she had not found a gigolo. Not only that, but she had also chased away all of the gigolos in her jade mansion. Many people said that she was sick, and that it was an incurable disease. Some said that she had gone crazy, and others said that someone had attacked her. Yuqing was now in a state of panic. Xia Zhidong was not only in this state because of the way in her body, but also because she had aged slightly. She had asked Xia Feng to help her detoxify the poison, but he had failed. After returning to Yuqing, she had discovered that her skin was wrinkling, and even her cultivation was useless. Her eyes were no longer as bright as before, and her hair had also withered and yellowed. This discovery caused her to collapse, and she did not dare to meet anyone. She suddenly remembered Yu Hao's words. He wanted her to endure the greatest torture in the world. Not only was she unable to touch the opposite sex, but every time she failed to detoxify the poison, she would also age slightly. The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. Amidst her despair, Xia Yuan finally arrived. When Xia Yuan saw Xia Zhidong, he frowned. How did you change? Xia Zhidong's expression turned ugly, and she lowered her head. Her voice was hoarse as she said, Xia Feng can't save me, and it's useless even if you come. I need you to find a way to get me back to Shenwu Plain. I want to participate in the ancestral worship. Xia Yuan frowned. I said I would help you. What can a mere Yu Hao do? Even Xia Feng can't save me. Xia Zhidong screamed, her eyes red. She was going crazy. She had not touched a man for more than half a month, and her body was still aging. Xia Yuan's gaze turned cold. Xia Feng just doesn't want to help you. Do you think Yu Hao has the power to fight against me? Even Shen Fei can't do that. I want to go and pay respects to the ancestors. Xia Zhidong glared at Xia Yuan as if she wanted to eat him. You're crazy. I'm helping you. Xia Yuan was unhappy. Xia Zhidong kept backing away. Don't touch me, and I don't need you to help me. I want to see half-ancestor Zihuan. Me. Xia Yuan angrily rebuked, nonsense. You think you're worthy of seeing a half-ancestor? Let me see what kind of poison you've been poisoned with. Xia Yuan then grabbed Xia Zhidong. The difference in strength between them was too great, and Xia Zhidong could not break free. The result was the same as Xia Feng's. Xia Yuan was helpless and let go. Xia Zhidong screamed like a madwoman, I said it's useless. You're harming me. You want me to die, you want me to age, you want me to become ugly, and I'll become the biggest joke in the starry sky tree. Don't think you'll have an easy time either. Xia Yuan's eyes flickered. Where did Yu Hao get such a technique from? Even he was helpless against it. Did he have to ask a senior with 6 tribulation origin stage to help? Xia Zhidong's clothes were in a mess, and she no longer looked as beautiful as before. She glared at Xia Yuan like a crazy woman. I want to see a half-ancestor. Only a half-ancestor can save me. If I die, people will think that it was done by the Liu family. Your plan will fail. Not only that, but you'll also be blamed by the family and become the joke of the 4 cardinal scales. Xia Yuan's voice was cold. You think you can threaten me with just dying of illness? Xia Zhidong sneered. I knew you were heartless. Dear uncle, do you think I'm stupid enough to trust you? Do you think I don't know what the family thinks of me? I've already made preparations. Once I die, everyone will know that it was done by the Liu family's surviving members. I guarantee it. Xia Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he stared at Xia Zhidong murderously. You're the one who spread the rumors. Xia Zhidong laughed hoarsely. This is just the beginning. I'll spread the news about the Yu family to help you intimidate the starry sky of trees. At the same time, I've also prepared a backup plan. The faster the news about the Yu family spreads in the starry sky of trees, the faster the list of people who were killed by the Liu family's retainers, as well as the list of people who were involved with me, will spread throughout the starry sky of trees. If my reputation is ruined, you won't have an easy time either. The Xia family's reputation won't improve either. Xia Yuan was furious, and he raised his hand to slap Xia Zhidong to death. Xia Zhidong laughed maniacally. Come on, kill me. I'm already in this state. If I die, the Xia family's reputation will be ruined, and you won't be able to find Yu Hao. If he can do this to me, he can do the same to you. Xia Yuan's heart sank. If Yu Hao had a poison that he couldn't deal with, then he might have other methods as well. The Xia family's reputation was important, and this woman's death was not worth mentioning. However, destroying the 4-way balance and boosting the Liu family's prestige was not something he could do. Otherwise, his life would be over. He did not want to die with this crazy woman. I think you're crazy. You're actually threatening your own family. Xia Yuan lowered his hand and calmed down. Xia Zhidong mocked, What, you're not going to kill me? Xia Yuan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. I'll let you pay respects to your ancestors and meet half-ancestor Zihuan, but you should know what to say and what not to say. Also, you have to find Yu Hao. This person must be eliminated. Xia Zhidong's gaze was sinister, and she gritted her teeth. Don't worry, I'll get rid of him. I'll let him taste the greatest torture in the world and return it to him 1,000 times over. Outside the Jade Manor, Luin watched everything unfold as if he was watching a show. Kuei Luo laughed. What do you think? I didn't call you out in vain. This was a good show, wasn't it? Lu Yin's lips curled up. It was. It's a pity that I didn't appear, or it would have been even better. Kuei Luo laughed strangely. What do you think of the Xia family paying respects to their ancestors? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2183. Lu Yin looked up at the pinnacle realm. Xia Zhidong had been invited to the Xia family's ancestral worship, so as her husband in name, he should go as well. However, he was afraid that he would run into the Xia family's ancestor and be exposed. He had to think of something. Now that the show is over, it's your turn to watch the show with me, Kuei Luo said. Lu Yin was confused. Watch what show with you? Kuei Luo's strange laughter was filled with indignation. That old coot, the food god, actually mocked me for being immoral. Fine, I'll show him that. Let's go to Yi Xian Academy. Teaching and educating people has always been my dream. Lu Yin was puzzled and sized up Kuei Luo. Educating people? It didn't seem like it. Kid, what's with that look? Let me tell you, I'm the best at teaching students. Kuei Luo was displeased. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Fine, I'll go with you. In fact, even if Kuei Luo hadn't mentioned it, he would have gone to Yi Xian Academy anyway. Bringing students out for training was one of the few ways to enter the four-way scales openly. Moreover, Yi Xian Academy had the cultivation method of the domain void god realm that he wanted. It could touch space, and perhaps it would allow him to improve his understanding of the plan, secret art. Also, he was very interested in the four-way scales. It was time to become a teacher, but he didn't know if he was qualified. There were a total of 9 large districts in the Middle Plain world. Each district had its own unique origin. For example, the Yin Mountain District. Although it was large, it was desolate. People would unconsciously feel cold when they walked in. It was even difficult for normal people to walk outside the Yin Mountain District. The Blue Moon District got its name because it was the only place where one could see the Green Mountains outside the central realm. From below, it looked like a full moon, so it was called the Blue Moon District. The region that Lu Yin and the others were currently in was called the Memory District. This was because Memory Academy was located here, which was why it was called the Memory District. This Yi Xian District is different from the Bifrost Bridge, the Yin Mountain District, and the Huayuan District. Lu Yin sighed as he looked at the vast landscape. After leaving Bifrost Bridge Jade City, Lu Yin had been led by Kuei Luo to Yi Xian Academy, which had taken him half a day. The central realm was too vast, and even a single mountain range could nurture an astral civilization. The distance from one zone to another was not as close as the distance between the outerverse and the cosmic sea from the fifth mainland. It might even be farther. The central realm was much larger than the fifth mainland, but the top realm was much smaller. The lower realm was the largest, as it was the root of the mother tree. However, Lu Yin had never seen exactly how large it was. He had yet to truly look down at the starry sky tree from the starry sky above his head and see the land clearly. Yi Xian Academy has been famous since ancient times. Even the four heavens would think of ways to send their own children to study here, let alone the other clans. All the powers in the Middle Realm have their eyes on Yi Xian Academy. Countless young elites have rushed over from all directions, thinking of ways to enter Yi Xian Academy. This has caused Yi Xian District to flourish and be filled with vitality, said Elder Qing Xing. He had been released. Kuei Luo sighed. Back in the day, this old man also came to Yi Xian Academy to study, but this lousy place was too rigid and boring, so I left. You couldn't get in, right? Lu Yin glanced at him. Kuei Luo grinned. To this old man, Yi Xian Academy is nothing. That old man Luo Zhe and I were invincible in this region, and countless beauties threw themselves at us. Sigh, I was too young back then and didn't know how to cherish them. Otherwise, I would have had so many children and grandchildren by now. At this moment, the mist ancestor appeared and looked into the distance with a strange expression. I like this place. This place is young and full of vitality. Look, there are duels everywhere. Lu Yin followed the mist ancestor's gaze and saw quite a few youths fighting in groups. They were using all sorts of battle techniques and even boasting. Quite a few people had stopped to watch, and there was a city in the distance that was bustling with activity. It had a cultural atmosphere that was different from Baytown. Right, Lu Yin looked at those people and then back at his own group. No wonder he had felt that something was off when he had first arrived in the Yixian district. The clothes that the people there wore were similar to the clothes of ancient scholars and swordsmen, while his own group wore all sorts of clothes. They even had modern technology on their feet, which made them look out of place. Above his head, many figures were chatting and laughing as they walked into the distance. They were all youths, and there were also some elders accompanying them further away. Is it the enrollment season for Yixian Academy? Why is it so lively? Lu Yin was curious and asked as he walked. The number of people around him gradually increased, and the place was bustling with noise. Elder Green Apricot said, Yixian Academy doesn't have a fixed enrollment season. Anyone under the age of 40 can join at any time as long as they pass the exam. Lu Yin was puzzled. How are they going to teach this way? Elder Green Apricot replied, I'm not too sure about that. I've never been here before, but I'll know once I enter. Yixian Academy was located in the center of the Yixian district, and the city that they were currently in was only at the edge of the district. They were still quite a distance away from Yixian Academy, but even so, the competition here was fierce. Many people were selling items from Yixian Academy's past examinations, while others were working together to gain experience and discuss how to enter the academy. There were also quite a few who used the name of training as an excuse to attract business. Yixian Academy had very few students, but it was very profitable. The young master of the Huayuan Fenghua clan is here. Someone exclaimed, and many people looked towards the city gates. A strand of flames transformed into something that resembled a crimson dragon and roared as it entered the city. There was a youth on its back, and the youth had a resolute expression. His eyes were especially sharp, and anyone who was seen by him would feel flustered and unconsciously look away. Behind the youth, at least 100 cultivators rushed over in an orderly fashion. They were all dressed in the same uniform, and they surrounded the strand of flames. Elder Green Apricot promptly explained, the Fenghua clan is a large clan in the Huayuan district, and their leader has always been an emissary. This clan specializes in fire attacks, and they nurture military talents. There are members of the Fenghua clan serving as commanders on the battlefield at the back of the city. They are considered a rather powerful clan. Lu Yin did not mind and quickly left the city. He had only been looking around out of curiosity. On the way to Yixian Academy, they passed by many more cities. Some stayed behind to take a look, while others directly passed by. They saw quite a few famous clans and sects in the central realm. These clans and sects could only be considered famous in their own districts, and they were far from being comparable to the famed farmers or the Lu family in the Tree Galaxy. Lu Yin had never met Long Seven before, so he was still unfamiliar with these clans. However, these clans had more or less produced some talents. The development of the Tree Galaxy could not be completely dependent on these colossi. On the contrary, these small and medium-sized clans and sects made up the majority of the population. Kid, I'm leaving. That old coot, the food god, really thinks that Yixian Academy is full of righteousness. I'm going to take a look around and see if this rundown place is hiding filth. Kuei Luo excitedly left. He could not go to Yixian Academy, as there were at least 2 half-progenitors there, which made him feel apprehensive. He could only wander around the area and see if there were any secrets that he could uncover. Lu Yin could not stop him, as Kuei Luo wanted him to go to Yixian Academy so that he could have a spy. Elder Green Apricot was taken back to Mount Supreme, and Tong Yu was left in the vicinity like Kuei Luo. She would not enter Yixian Academy with Lu Yin, so he could only enter by himself. Of course, the Fog Ancestor was also with him. Lu Yin had originally planned to head directly to Yi Xian Academy, but he had been attracted by the origin tribulation in the distance. He had rushed over, but he had not expected to run into someone undergoing their tribulation. This origin tribulation was very short, which meant that the person undergoing the tribulation did not have a very high cultivation base. It was far from being comparable to Lu Yin's cultivation base. It was just an ordinary cultivator, and such a cultivator's chances of success were not high. However, this person had succeeded, and Lu Yin even knew the person who had undergone the tribulation. Lan Gui was the person undergoing the tribulation. Back when Qing Chen had brought Lu Yin to Dragon Mountain in the topmost realm, the Eternals had attacked the array bases at the back of the battlefield and activated the limitless power source box array. Qing Chen and the others had to pour astral source into the array bases, but the Eternals had sent spies to destroy them. Both Lu Yin and Lan Gui had exchanged blows with these spies. This person was arrogant, conceited, and vicious. He had attacked many people from the four cardinal scales, but he had not killed them and had only severely injured them. In the end, he had become a training target for the younger disciples of the four cardinal scales. Even though this person's mouth was vicious, Lu Yin still admired him for risking his life to protect the sourcebox array. He was much better than some people who did not mean what they said. As he watched Lan Gui absorb the astral source, the tribulation dispersed. Lu Yin looked around and saw that there were many more people around, and some of them seemed to be harboring evil intentions. Just as he was thinking about this, someone suddenly attacked and targeted Lan Gui. Lan Gui, you're dead today. Enlighters can be training targets for the younger generation, but now that you've become an emissary, we can kill you with our own hands. Lan Gui's face was haggard, and his clothes were tattered. He looked miserable, but there was no fear in his eyes. A bunch of shameless old fools. You've been watching me all this time, waiting for me to break through. I'll break through today. Let's see if you can kill me. He then pulled out two short spears and stabbed them forward. The spears vanished as they entered the astral source universe and then reappeared in another direction to attack the attacker. Lan Gui's innate gift was the blue fish, and he had been able to roam the astral source universe when he was an enlighter. He was no stranger to the astral source universe, and now that he had become an emissary, his strength in all aspects had transformed. His star energy had transformed into astral source, and he was no longer suppressed by the emissaries. It was as if he had become a completely different person. However, his opponent had also advanced from an enlighter to an emissary, and this was an emissary who had been watching him for a long time. The attacker was an old man, and his gaze moved from one side to the other as he stared in the direction that Lan Gui had attacked. As the short spears stabbed out, purplish gold flames surged from Lan Gui's body. The high temperature scorched the void and caused the astral source universe to distort. The short spears melted the moment they touched the flames, and Lan Gui immediately let go of them and retreated. The old man reached into the astral source universe to grab Lan Gui. Lu Yin raised a brow. This person's usage of the astral source was very good. He could deal with Lan Gui without suffering any backlash from the astral source universe. This was a very experienced emissary powerhouse. Furthermore, these purplish gold flames clearly belonged to the undying bird bloodline, which meant that he was from the Zijin family. Lu Yin's only impression of the Zijin family was Jin Feiyuan, who had been defeated at the ancestral gazing pavilion. After Lu Yin's identity had been exposed, he had been ordered by the Xia family to take back the armed puppet, but Lu Yin had slapped him unconscious. That person's fate in the Zijin family would not be too good. Thank you. Zhang Daming, thanks for your support. I'll be updating at 2 p.m. It's been 3 days in a row, and I'm too tired. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2184. The elder was from the Zijin family, and although he was only at the first tribulation, it was clear that he had been there for a long time. He had been keeping an eye on Lan Gui for a long time, and although he did not know the reason, Lan Gui would not be able to escape. Lan Gui was burned by the purple-gold flames and was forced to flee from astral source universe. The elders sneered in front of him. Obediently help the Zijin family make a name for itself, and will grant you a quick death. Boundless flames converged into a palm that slammed down on Lan Gui. Lan Gui's face paled, but he gritted his teeth and transformed into a blue fish. He dodged the attack at an unbelievable angle and fled into the distance. 2 more people attacked in the direction that Lan Gui had fled. They were only in lighters, but they had power vessels, and they attacked together in an attempt to seal off the area. They could not attack Lan Gui, who was in astral source universe, but they could still influence him with their power vessels. The elder's eyes trembled. You still dare to resist? Flames spread wildly and covered the sky. A purple-gold undying bird's cry could be heard as an endless sea of flames descended. It did not burn astral source universe but only the void. However, the high temperature was unbearable for Lan Gui, and he had no choice but to appear. He coughed up blood as his blood was burned by the flames. The onlookers retreated. The Zijin family has been keeping an eye on this guy for a long time. He crippled many disciples from other families, including some from the Zijin family. The frigid immortal sect wants to get rid of him the most. He's heavily injured quite a few of their disciples. The frigid immortal sect can't bring themselves to send an emissary, but the Zijin family is different. This senior is a powerhouse from the older generation, and he's been keeping an eye on Lan Gui. He was the one who forced Lan Gui to break through, and he won't give Lan Gui a chance to escape. As long as Lan Gui doesn't break through, he'll follow him. Lu Yin frowned as he listened to the discussions around him. The Zijin family was being a bully. Although Lan Gui had his flaws, they had fought together, and Lu Yin wanted to help him out. At that moment, someone shouted, "Third uncle, have mercy. Leave him to me." Everyone looked over and saw the undying bird flying in the distance, transforming into a young man who quickly approached Lan Gui. The purple-gold flames around him transformed into a long sword that slashed down at Lan Gui. Lan Gui gritted his teeth. Despicable. That emissary had not removed the flames and was still suppressing him, but this junior from the Zijin family. They had not joined forces, but rather, they had treated him as a trophy. Lan Gui had been injured by the senior, and the juniors help him. This was a junior's reputation. No one in the same generation in the 4-way balance could kill him, Lan Gui. In the end, he was killed by a junior of the Zijin clan. This was extremely important to his reputation. Moreover, he had broken through to become an emissary, which was equivalent to killing someone of a higher level. This was also the reason why the Zijin clan had spent so much effort to keep an eye on him. It was not only because of the grudge between him and the Zijin clan. Lan Gui gritted his teeth as fresh blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. He retreated with all his might. The young man from the Zijin clan's attack missed, so he raised his sword and slashed horizontally. The burning flames on the tip of his sword tore open Lan Gui's abdomen, causing a searing pain to spread from his abdomen. Lan Gui grabbed the purplish-gold flaming longsword with one hand. His astral source disintegrated the star energy, and his other hand reached out from his astral source universe. Lan, to be in, to burn, time. Half of Blue Ghost's body was burned, and the sword pierced through his body. Blood could not even drip out because it was burned by the flames. Despicable. Lan Gui howled. The youth from the Zijin family sneered. Remember, the person who killed you is called Jin Zhongshan. He then slashed out with his sword, intending to cut Lan Gui in half. However, they had underestimated Lan Gui. He had been able to escape from the elite disciples of the 4-way scales so many times, and even the 4th young ancestor had not been able to capture him. This was also why Lu Yin had not acted. Lan Gui had long since used a power vessel. No one knew how that power vessel worked, but everyone had misjudged it. For example, that elder from the Zijin family had seemed to have burned half of Lan Gui's body, severely injuring him, but in reality, it had only burned his left arm. Jin Zhongshan was even more laughable, as his sword had only pierced through the skin of Lan Gui's arm, but it had not caused any substantial damage. Lan Gui had seemed to be on the verge of death, but when the elder and Jin Zhongshan had been careless, he had transformed into a blue fish and escaped. His speed had doubled, and he had even left behind a sourcebox array before escaping. No one knew where he had gotten it from. The sourcebox array activated, and the surrounding void exploded. An irresistible force pushed the elder and Jin Zhongshan away. Lu Yin watched as Lan Gui escaped. He did have some tricks up his sleeve, but his luck was too bad. He could have escaped anywhere, but he had chosen that direction. Lan Gui transformed into a blue fish and continued to travel through the astral source universe, fleeing in a single direction. He passed by one person after another, but suddenly, a chill surged through him. He saw a pair of eyes coldly staring at him. The chill was not only from the eyes, but also from the faintly discernible sharpness that was like a blade or a sword. 1,000 meters in front of him, a youth with a sword on his back was looking at him. This youth was clearly not an enlighter, but he could see through the astral source universe and see Lan Gui in his blue fish form. Lan Gui felt a bone-chilling chill. He had walked the line between life and death far too many times, and he had been surrounded and hunted down. He was very certain that this youth had the strength to kill him, even if he was not an emissary. The words, "junior ancestor," immediately appeared in Lan Gui's mind. He hurriedly turned and fled in a different direction while keeping a close eye on the youth, afraid that the youth would suddenly attack. The youth did not attack, and he simply watched as Lan Gui escaped. However, because Lan Gui had changed directions, he had been delayed for a moment, and that moment was very long for an emissary. The purplish gold flames burned the sky once again, and an indescribably high temperature distorted the void as it shot towards Lan Gui. This temperature was more terrifying than any of the previous ones, and it almost reached the destructive power of 2 origin tribulations. Lan Gui had just become an emissary and had been injured by his tribulation. Coupled with the previous battle, there was no way he could block this attack. He could only watch helplessly as the heat surged towards him. Behind the heat was a sharp sword that came from Jin Zhongshan. Lan Gui had to die at his hands. This clown had provoked the various great families, and if not for the 4 cardinal scales providing training for their disciples, he would have died long ago. Now was the time. Lan Gui's eyes narrowed as he stared at the sword and the heat. He felt as if his entire body was melting as death approached. Everyone thought that Lan Gui was definitely going to die, but the heat and the sword approached him, almost piercing his forehead. However, they gradually disappeared, and in the end, Lan Gui saw Jin Zhongshan's confused expression. What was going on? What was going on? It wasn't just Jin Zhongshan. The elder from the Zijin family, as well as everyone else, were also confused. What was going on? Lu Yin took action, and the tiny candle person stood on his shoulder. He used the Ian Evolution True Scripture to wipe out the undying bird's flames and the sword. This was the Unbounded Realm's Ian Evolution True Scripture, and no one could tell that it was him who had taken action, not even the emissary. Lan Gui and Jin Zhongshan were less than a meter apart, and they both stared at each other blankly. Jin Zhongshan stared at Lan Gui. What did you do? Lan Gui's eyes narrowed, but he did not speak. He turned around and left. Jin Zhongshan reflexively attacked, but his phoenix's flames could no longer rise, as they had been extinguished by some mysterious force. This caused him to panic, and he looked at the elder from the Zijin family. "Third uncle, what's going on?" The elder raised a hand to stop Jin Zhongshan from speaking. He looked around with a solemn and respectful expression. I'm Jin Wan from the Zijin family, and I'm here to seek revenge against Lan Gui. If I've disturbed Senior, please forgive me. If Senior wishes to protect Lan Gui, then please speak clearly. My Zijin family will naturally give Senior face, but we still need to know Senior's name. Nobody spoke. The old man scanned his surroundings and saw that there were over 100 people around him. There were explorers, hunters, and enlighters among them, but the old man could see through all of them at a glance. Suddenly, his gaze froze on a single face. There was nothing else, as that face was too handsome and stood out from the crowd. Jin Wan stared at Lu Yin, and the youth who had blocked Lan Gui's path also stared at Lu Yin. It wasn't that they could see through Lu Yin's actions, but that he was simply too outstanding and good-looking. They could see through him with a single glance, and naturally, they would check his cultivation. However, they couldn't see through him at first glance, which was strange. Lu Yin hadn't actually thought about hiding his cultivation. After arriving at Xian Academy, he would have to wait and see what he could do next. However, there was no need for him to pretend to be an ordinary cultivator. Since he had saved Lan Gui, he wasn't afraid of being found. However, he hadn't expected to be found in such a manner. Being too handsome had its disadvantages. Dare I ask for your Excellency's name? Jin Wan stared at Lu Yin. Although his tone was polite, there was a lack of respect in it. He couldn't see through this youth. Was he the one who had taken action? Although one's appearance could be changed, Jin Wan had lived for many years and could tell that this person was definitely a youth, not some old monster who had lived for a long time. Lu Yin blinked. How you? Did your Excellency save Lan Gui? Jin Wan asked. Not too far away, Jin Zhongshan stared at Lu Yin and couldn't help but ask, "Third uncle, it can't be him, right?" Shut up. Lu Yin smiled. If you say so, then so be it. Jin Wan didn't understand. What do you mean? If it's not, then it's not. Lu Yin replied, it can be yes or no. It depends on whether you believe me or not. Jin Wan frowned, this person was speaking incoherently. Was he intentionally provoking them, or did he not care about them at all? He couldn't be sure. If this person had really taken action, then how had he done it? What kind of cultivation did he have? Where does your Excellency come from? Perhaps you're an old acquaintance of my Zijin family. We can catch up on old times together, Jin Wan said politely. Lu Yin waved a hand. I don't have any master. I'm just a wandering cultivator, and I'm definitely not related to your family. Alright, I'm leaving now. We can talk about this later. Jin Wan's finger twitched, and he wanted to stop Lu Yin, but he was also worried that this person's cultivation was much higher than his own. However, the Zijin family had been planning this for a long time. They had wanted to use the reputation of killing Lan Gui to help Jin Zhongshan establish his prestige and enter Xian Academy. Now that this person had ruined everything, it would be difficult for Jin Zhongshan to explain himself when he returned, and the Zijin family would become a laughingstock. Jin Wan hesitated. Jin Wan didn't try to stop Lu Yin from leaving, but the young man with the long sword who had frightened Lan Gui blocked his path. Lu Kei, please enlighten me. I'll be updating for 3 days straight. Thanks for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2185. Lu Kei. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Jin Wan also looked over in shock. Lu Kei. It's actually him. Jin Zhongshan was stunned. It's actually Lu Kei. Lu Kei was one of the top geniuses of the Sword Steel's Lu family, and he sat outside the steel all year round. He was one of the few who could comprehend the steel as he pleased, and he had lived through the era of the fourth young ancestor. At that time, Liu Ke had still been a child, and the leader of that generation had been Liu Hao. However, everyone in the Liu family knew that Liu Hao was only a genius who could compete with the fourth young ancestor. Liu Ke, on the other hand, was an absolute genius who had been placed in high hopes of surpassing the fourth young ancestor. Liu Ke had never appeared in public, but there were more and more rumors about him. The most famous one was when he had defeated Lu Lu with a single sword strike. Lu Lu was from the same generation as Liu Hao, and even if his cultivation was far inferior to Liu Hao's, he was still not someone who could be easily defeated by a junior. It was said that as long as Liu Ke wanted to, he didn't even need to use his sword. Many people guessed that he might have already reached the level of the fourth young ancestor. What kind of guidance? Liu Yin didn't understand. Liu Ke looked at Liu Yin calmly. "I'm going to use my sword. Please enlighten me." The sword on his back pierced through the scabbard and floated in front of Liu Quebec. The sword looked ordinary, but there was an obvious gap at the tip. Liu Yin considered himself proficient in swordsmanship, and he had learned the 13 swords after fusing with Liu Qianjue's body. He had also comprehended the sword's steel and learned the method to break through the 10,000 weapons. He had even fused with Liu Yi's body and experienced the Liu family swordsmanship, but he had never seen anyone who could use a sword with a gap. When he had fused with Liu Yi's body, he hadn't had any memories of this person. Liu Yi's memories were too chaotic, and Liu Yin had only seen a portion. "Why is there a gap in your sword?" Liu Yin was curious. Liu Ke replied indifferently, "My name is Liu Quebec." Liu Yin raised his brows. This was an explanation. In the distance, Jin Zhongshan clenched his fists. Liu Ke's name was unknown, but his reputation had long since surpassed countless people in this generation. Only the freaks from the four cardinal scales could compare to him. Everyone wanted to see Liu Ke's swordsmanship. Liu Yin was also curious as to how a sword without a blade would perform a move. "Excuse me." Liu Ke tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and slashed out, tearing through the void to arrive right in front of Liu Yin. Liu Yin was surprised. It was a decent attack, but this was only a test. Liu Ke hadn't actually attacked, and he had only wanted to see Liu Yin's reaction. The sword wasn't sharp, and it carried a hint of hesitation. Liu Ke wasn't sure if Liu Yin was the one who had helped Lan Gui, and he didn't want to hurt the innocent. Liu Yin shook his head. "The slightest hesitation will cause the sword to change." Hearing this, Liu Ke's eyes lit up. It was indeed him. Thinking about it, he changed the direction of his sword. In an instant, all of his hesitation disappeared. It was clearly the same sword, but it gave off a completely different feeling. Not everyone could change their sword intent after attacking. Liu Yin nodded to himself. This person's swordsmanship was extraordinary. At the very least, when Liu Xiaoqiu had been Liu Yin's age, he hadn't been able to reach this level of swordsmanship. He had relied on the 13 swords, which Liu Tianmu could compare to, but that might not be his true swordsmanship. Unfortunately, Liu Yin didn't plan on playing around. No matter how good this person's swordsmanship was, it wasn't very attractive to him. Liu Ke's sword pierced through Liu Yin's figure, but it missed. When it stopped, Liu Yin actually said, "Not bad swordsmanship." After that, he vanished. "So fast," someone exclaimed. Yeah, that person actually dodged in advance and left an afterimage in the void. Even Liu Ke didn't see it. He didn't notice it. Maybe he entered the astral source universe. Liu Ke's expression grew solemn as he listened to the discussions around him. It wasn't a matter of speed that had been affected, but rather the void itself. This person had affected space itself. How had he done it? Jin Wan's expression turned ugly, but it was fortunate that he hadn't attacked. Affecting the void and speed were two completely different concepts. He would rather have that person be so fast that he couldn't even see him, rather than that person being able to affect the void. If that person could do so, then that person was far from someone he could deal with. This was the memory district, where all the capable people in the starry sky of trees gathered. The Zijin family was the most obsessed with the memory district, as Memory Academy had imprisoned the undying bird and the dark phoenix, creating a special time zone that only targeted Memory Academy. The Zijin family had tried for countless years to enter the upper echelons of Memory Academy and rescue the undying bird, but they had never succeeded. There were too many strange people in the starry sky of trees. Liu Kai sheathed his sword and looked in a certain direction. Although he did not know where that person had gone, in the memory district, the most likely place that person had gone to was Memory Academy. He had originally planned to directly challenge those fellows in Memory Academy, but now it seemed that there was no need for that. That place was worth entering. Third uncle, where did that person go? Jin Zhongshan asked. The crowd gradually dispersed, and only a few people remained in the area where Lan Gui had undergone his tribulation. They wanted to find tribulation crystals, as they would strike it rich if they could find even a little bit. Jin Wan replied, I don't know, but in the memory district, you either have to leave Memory Academy or go to Memory Academy. You might run into him. Jin Zhongshan wasn't stupid. Even you can't see through him, third uncle. This person's cultivation is very high. Jin Wan looked at Jin Zhongshan and said, you came here to enter Yi Xian Academy. With your abilities, it'll be easy. Remember, if you see this person in Yi Xian Academy, don't offend him. Although Jin Zhongshan was unwilling, as his plan to kill Lan Gui had been ruined, he still nodded. I know, third uncle. I can't offend that person. It's good that you know. You're much stronger than Fei Yuan. He's too arrogant and doesn't know how to restrain himself. He's narrow-minded. Back then, he lost to someone in front of Ancestral Gazing Tower and was even defeated by Lu Shaoxian. You have to fight for the glory of the Zijin family again. There are too many strong cultivators in the starry sky, and our family can only survive in the cracks, Jin Wan sighed. Jin Zhongshan's gaze sank. Jin Fei Yuan was his elder brother. When he was young, this elder brother had been high-spirited and had entered and left Xinwu Plain with the most powerful geniuses. However, ever since he had gone to Wangyu, his entire person had changed. He had been defeated by a Lu bastard several decades ago, and he had been unable to recover after returning to his family. Jin Zhongshan had worked hard not only for himself, but also for Jin Fei Yuan. This elder brother of his had treated him well, but unfortunately, Jin Zhongshan had only been a child at the time and had been unable to console him. Now, Jin Zhongshan wanted to use practical actions to cheer Jin Fei Yuan up. News of what had happened here quickly spread throughout the memory district, and many people talked about it after meals. There were many guesses about Lu Yin's identity, as his appearance was just too outstanding. Lu Yin wandered around Memory Academy for the next few days, and 3 days later, he officially entered the unique space that Memory Academy was located in. The space where Memory Academy was located was enveloped by a giant sourcebox array. It was similar to the Fifth Mainland's major world, but it also didn't seem like a separate space. In any case, even ordinary people could enter. Any cultivator had started as an ordinary person, and Memory Academy's students weren't necessarily cultivators. There were ordinary people as well. Enter. Memory Academy was located within the range of the sourcebox array. Above Lu Yin's head was a purplish gold flame that seemed to have come from an undying bird. In the distance, there were a few young students who seemed to be explaining something to the people who had just entered this space. Just as Elder Green Apricot had said, Memory Academy did not have a fixed enrollment season. Students could apply at any time and graduate at any time. As long as they had the ability, there was no restriction on their cultivation level. Even envoys could apply. Lu Yin looked around as he walked over to the students. There was a group of people in front of him, and his appearance caused quite a stir. What a handsome guy, a petite and cute girl said as she looked at Luine with sparkling eyes. Many people were also looking at Luine. It had to be said that Yuhao's appearance was indeed outstanding, and even the men had to admit that he was handsome. He was fatally attractive to many women. This was not a belittling of women, as it was just like how beautiful women were attractive to men. Opposites attracted to each other, but Yuhao's appearance was a little too attractive. The students from Memory Academy stared at him in a daze, and one of the girls muttered to herself, "This is great. With him joining the academy, we won't have to worry about being bored anymore." The male student beside her gritted his teeth, "We can't let him join us. Otherwise, how are we going to survive? Don't you dare." The girl shouted, glaring at him. The male student snorted and glared at Luine, "You're just an embroidered pillow." It wasn't long before it was Lu Yin's turn. "What's your name? This must be your first time at Memory Academy, right? Let me introduce you to our academy." The girl immediately gushed when she saw Luine. The male student beside her was annoyed and interrupted, "It's not even certain if he can get into the academy. What's the point of introducing him?" He then looked at Luine provocatively, "Kid, what's your cultivation level? Let's hear it. If you can't handle it, then hurry up and leave. Don't waste other people's time. Are you looking for trouble, Chin? This guy has been reserved by us sisters. Don't even think about chasing him away." The girl rebuked. The male student rolled his eyes, "Let's talk about it after you pass the exam. Nice to look at, but useless. Rude, no wonder little Feng doesn't like you." "Nonsense, we're in love with each other. You're the one who's talking nonsense. Just wait until the end of time, little Feng won't like you." "You." Luine pursed his lips, "I'm sorry, but I'm not here to take the exam." They both looked at Luine. The girl was disappointed, but the boy's eyes lit up, thinking that Luine was scared. He pretended to be fierce, "Not here to take the exam. Then what are you doing here? Looking for trouble?" Luine smiled, "I'm here to apply for a mentor position." There was a courtyard atop a towering stone pillar. It was very simple, but it was also very beautiful. This was the office of the Dean of Memory Academy. At this moment, Luine was sitting quietly in the courtyard, drinking tea. Sitting across from him was an old man with white hair and a youthful face. This was Dean Wen of Memory Academy, a half-ancestor powerhouse. Dean Wen looked at the invitation and then sized up Luine, as if trying to see through him. Luine coughed. Dean Wen put down the invitation embarrassedly, "Sorry, I'm used to it." Luine smiled, "Senior Culinary God has invited me to try being a mentor. I wonder if I'm qualified enough." Dean Wen smiled, "Since it's an invitation from the Culinary God, then of course you're qualified. Mr. Haoyu, you're young and promising. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2186. Lu Yin could not hide his cultivation from a half-ancestor. Fortunately, his death mask was not something that a half-ancestor could see through, or else it would have been very troublesome. He would not claim that he had gone through 3 origin tribulations, as that would be too exaggerated. Yi Xian Academy had 2 half-ancestors and an unfathomable culinary god who could break through at any time. There was no point in hiding his cultivation in front of them, and if they wanted to attack him, Kuei Luo and the Fog Ancestor might not be able to let him escape unscathed. In that case, Junior Haoyu officially joins Yi Xian Academy, Lu Yin said respectfully as he stood up. President Wen waved his hand. There's no need for so many rules. You'll know that us teachers and students get along very casually and harmoniously. Is that so? Lu Yin's expression turned strange, and he could not help but look outside. The stone pillar that housed the president's office towered into the heavens, and the higher one went, the greater the pressure. Normal cultivators would not be able to reach the top at all, and this was done to prevent students from disturbing them. Yi Xian Academy was an academy, and since it was an academy, it could not refuse a student's request for guidance. What kind of person did a student want to consult the most? Naturally, it was a powerhouse, and the president was a half-ancestor. In order to not be disturbed by the many students, he had to construct this stone pillar to prevent normal students from reaching it. Was this the casual and harmonious relationship that President Wen had mentioned? President Wen coughed dryly and called someone over through the Cloud Connect stone. He then said to Lu Yin, I'll have Mr. Xing introduce you to the academy and the class schedule. He'll be here shortly. Lu Yin replied, sorry to trouble you. President Wen laughed. Mr. Haoyu came all the way from the Azure district to become a teacher at Yi Xian Academy. I should be the one thanking you. Lu Yin and President Wen exchanged a few more pleasantries. President Wen did not probe Lu Yin's identity, but Lu Yin did ask about Mr. Tang. Are you talking about Tang Yao? Why, are you interested in his domain? President Wen asked. Lu Yin nodded. My domain has reached the spiritual transformation realm, and I've come to the academy to ask Mr. Tang for guidance. President Wen smiled. Mr. Haoyu is a straightforward person. Don't worry, regardless of whether it's a student or a teacher in Yi Xian Academy, the one who has reached the top is the most important. If you want to ask Mr. Tang for guidance, he will not refuse you. Even I've asked him about the Void Divine Realm. Senior, you also cultivate a domain. Lu Yin was astonished. Dean Wen replied, you could say that. My Wen family dabbles in everything, and an essay can become an ancestor. This so-called essay isn't just about writing an essay. A person's life experiences can also be considered an essay. A domain is also a type of experience. Lu Yin had heard this sentence before, it had come from Wen Shizhi. Now that he thought about it, Wen Shizhi was still in Lu Yin's cosmic ring. If Dean Wen knew about this, who knew what kind of expression he would make? If Wen Yazi knew that he had come to Yi Xian Academy, he wondered what kind of expression he would have. As he spoke, a middle-aged man with a solemn expression walked in. Lu Yin looked over, and the middle-aged man saw Lu Yin as well. He was astonished at how handsome this young man was. The first thing that came to his mind was that the academy was bustling with activity. Everyone was young, so the arrival of such a handsome young man would definitely cause a commotion. He didn't know which family was trying to insert someone into the family. He frowned slightly. He hated this kind of backdoor business. Dean, the man said respectfully. Dean Wen nodded. This is how you. From today onwards, he'll be a teacher of the academy. Show him around and explain the academy's classes and living quarters to him. Right, arrange for him to sit between Mr. Tang and Mr. Wen. Mr. Zheng was surprised. Mentor. So young. He took a deep look at Lu Yin. He couldn't see through his cultivation, so he hadn't gotten in through the back door. Arranged between Mr. Tang and Mr. Wen. That's not good. The teacher's living quarters are arranged according to order, and there's an empty space next to Mr. Wen. If you arrange for him to sit between Mr. Tang and Mr. Wen, then Mr. Wen will have to move a little. Dean Wen replied, "It's fine. Just let Mr. Wen move a little. He'll be happy to see such a handsome young man, ah." Lu Yin blinked. What did he mean? Mr. Zheng was speechless. "All right, I'll talk to Mr. Wen." He then gestured for Lu Yin to follow him. "Mr. Hao Yu, I'll show you around the academy. Please." Lu Yin politely replied, "Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Zheng." "You're welcome." Mr. Zheng didn't smile as he led Lu Yin away from the pillar. Dean Wen fell into deep thought as he watched the two leave. This young man was related to Kuei Luo, and he was indeed very young, but he already had such a high cultivation. Not even the fourth young ancestor had been able to do so. Hopefully, there wouldn't be any trouble when it came to Kuei Luo. However, this person was a perfect match for Xiao Zhao in terms of appearance and cultivation. That girl had high standards and didn't like anyone else, so Dean Wen didn't know if she would be interested in Hao Yu. Elsewhere, Lu Yin followed Mr. Zheng away from the pillar. "Mr. Hao Yu looks very young," Mr. Zheng praised as he led Lu Yin away from the pillar and onto Yi Xian Academy's path. Lu Yin smiled. "I just look young and old. I can't compare to these students." Mr. Zheng glanced at him. "Who's comparing you to students?" The oldest of these students was in their 30s, and some were even in their teens. If Lu Yin could really compare to these students, then he would be a freak, and even Mr. Zheng couldn't see through his cultivation. Mr. Zheng took Lu Yin on a tour of quite a few places in Memory Academy. The academy was very large, and it occupied the center of the Memory District. Its surface area was equivalent to a third of the district, and most of it was covered in dense forests that were rarely inhabited. Students could choose to live in these forests or near the mentor's stone pillars. That's right, it wasn't just the dean, even the mentors lived on the pillars. After all, Yi Xian Academy didn't have a set time for enrollment, and new students could join at any time. These new students all had their hopes for the future and their respect for the mentors, so they could ask questions at any time or try to curry favor with the mentors. Even the mentors couldn't stand it. However, each mentor had a different arrangement for their own pillars. Dean Wen's pillar could only be used by envoys and above. Some mentors' pillars could restrict explorers and cruisers, but they couldn't restrict hunters or enlighters. Some mentors' pillars didn't restrict anyone at all. In such situations, either the mentors didn't find it troublesome and were willing to spend all their time teaching the students, or they were too weak and couldn't stop too many students. Mr. Zheng had previously asked Dean Wen to move Mr. Little Wen away, but this was the reason why he was troubled. There were only so many pillars in Yi Xian Academy, and they were all made of special materials. Only then could the mentors have a chance to display their abilities. If he moved away, then the arrangement would be given to the mentors who took over, which would be unfair to Mr. Little Wen. Lu Yin wasn't clear about this yet, but he would find out soon enough. He would be staying at Yi Xian Academy for the day. The academy alternates between a fire phoenix and a dark phoenix to form a special hour. The fire phoenix represents day, and the dark phoenix represents night. The two never meet, and the alternation of black and white is the academy's daily schedule. As for the class hours, the fire phoenix and dark phoenix form 12 periods, with 3 classes per day. Now, there are 13 actual mentors in the academy. If you include Mr. Hao Yu, that makes 14. Everyone has 1 class hour per week, and I'll give it to Mr. Hao Yu later. Mr. Hao Yu can choose any class hour that he hasn't been selected for. As for the remaining 4 classes, you can have a mentor teach you, or you can study on your own. The academy doesn't force you to choose which mentor's class hour, and it's all up to you, Mr. Xing explained a lot to Lu Yin, and Lu Yin listened without interrupting. His impression of Xian Academy had already formed in his mind: freedom. Mentors teach, students learn, and gain experience. According to the Academy's requirements, you can obtain credits, and with these credits, you can do many things. For example, you can request to learn the Academy's battle techniques, cultivation methods, secret techniques, or exchange them for power vessels. You can also use your credits to request a mentor to teach you on your own. As long as it's within the scope of the rules, you can do anything with these credits. Lu Yin was astonished. You can even request a mentor to teach you on your own. Mr. Zheng nodded. These are the rules of Xian Academy, and the mentors can't refuse. Of course, the benefits are also great. Students can request the mentors for credits, and the mentors. He paused and looked at Lu Yin seriously. You can request the dean to do something for you. Lu Yin's eyes widened with anticipation. This was interesting. The dean was a half-step ancestor, and he was considered one of the top figures in the cosmic tree realm. Requesting the dean to do something. What couldn't he do? The sound of the wind could be heard nearby, and Mr. Zhang and Lu Yin looked over to see a few figures flitting past, as if they were chasing something. At the very front was a creature that looked like a monkey, and it was making faces at the people behind it as it ran. Catch it! You'll be rewarded if you catch it. A girl shouted, and a few youths rushed out from behind her to chase after the monkey. The group quickly passed by. Mr. Zhang looked at Lu Yin. Mr. Haoyu, do you have any questions about the rules regarding credits? Lu Yin smiled. Of course not. Since I've joined the academy, I'll follow the rules. Mr. Zhang was satisfied. He actually didn't like Lu Yin, as this person was too young and too good-looking. He wasn't suitable to teach in the academy, but since this was the dean's arrangement, he could only follow it. Xian Academy was an academy, and it had the most students. Mr. Zhang was showing Lu Yin around, so it was normal for him to run into students. But then, the situation changed. Ever since they saw Lu Yin, a group of female students had followed behind him with shining eyes. Mr. Zhang scolded them many times, but it was useless. Lu Yin found this funny. Mr. Zhang reminded him, Mr. Haoyu, as a mentor, you must pay attention to your ethics. Xian Academy has been running for many years, and there has never been any scandals. I hope that Mr. Haoyu can strictly manage himself. Lu Yin wasn't angry. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. I'm a mentor, and I have my own ethics. Mr. Zhang felt that he had spoken too harshly, as Lu Yin hadn't done anything wrong. He thought about it and apologized. My apologies, Mr. Haoyu. I was too harsh. Lu Yin smiled. Mr. Zhang is strict with himself, and you're a good mentor. You've also shown this junior the reason why Xian Academy can continue and develop. There's nothing too harsh about it. Mr. Zhang nodded and reminisced. Our ancestors passed down the torch, and the academy nurtured talents. Countless graduates died on the front lines against the Eternals. Xian Academy doesn't have many goals other than to nurture more talents for the human race. That's all. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2187. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Mr. Zhang, I heard that the relationship between the academy and the four cardinal scales has improved. Mr. Zhang frowned. Mr. Haoyu, I'll take you to see the 18 horizontal arrays. That's a specialty of Xian Academy. Anyone who comes to the academy, regardless of whether they're a student or a mentor, will challenge them. The 18 horizontal arrays are famous throughout the astral tree realm, and once you pass through them, your name will resound greatly. Many students will also want to attend your classes in the future. Lu Yin watched the man leave. Was he unwilling to speak further? It seemed that things had changed. The 4 cardinal scales must be putting a lot of pressure on ECN Academy. Mr. Haoyu, what are you good at? Mr. Zheng asked as they made their way to the 18 horizontal arrays. Lu Yin was stunned. Good at? Mr. Zheng replied, of course. As a mentor, I naturally have to teach my students what I'm good at. For example, Mr. Tang is good at domains, and he's even cultivated to the void god realm. Mr. Wen is good at literary prison, and many students come to my academy to learn ancient characters and cultivate literary prison. It's a very good offensive and defensive technique. Mr. Wei is also good at history, so he can teach you. Lu Yin thought about it. Mr. Zheng, what are you good at? I'm good at physical battle force. Lu Yin's brows rose. Warring states. That's right, warring states. Lu Yin was shocked. This tiny ECN Academy was filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Mr. Tang's domain was at the void god realm, and Mr. Zheng's warring states was at the pinnacle of these 2 powers. They were only 2 mentors, and there was still a half-ancestor above them. The academy itself also had secret techniques, sourcebox arrays, lock-breaking, and so on. ECN Academy was indeed the largest academy in the astral tree realm. It was no wonder that even the 4 cardinal scales wanted to send their disciples here. Lu Yin thought about it. I'm good at giving pointers. I can see the flaws in other people's battle techniques more clearly. Mr. Zheng was astonished. Good at giving pointers. This was not a casual remark. Could he see through other people's battle techniques? This was ECN Academy. Many of the students who came here to study were disciples of great clans and sections. Now, there were even geniuses from the 4 cardinal scales here. They were all learning the combat skills and cultivation methods of their own clans, which were among the best in the starry sky of trees. Even the dean did not dare to boast. However, Mr. Zheng did not say much. His responsibility was to tell this person about the situation at ECN Academy. As for how this person would behave in the future, that was his own business. It was not as if ECN Academy had never fired a teacher. As they spoke, the 2 of them used their star emissary cultivation to tear through the void and move. After half a day, they arrived at a place surrounded by several mountain peaks. The peaks were tall, but the center was empty. At the bottom was a lake, which was quite a distance away from the peak. And in front of him, there was a golden line lying in the void. Mr. Zheng brought Lu Yin to one of the mountain peaks. Look, this is the 18 horizontal array. It's one of the ways that ECN Academy evaluates whether or not one can graduate. Anyone who can pass through 5 horizontal arrays can graduate. Generally speaking, only peak explorers or even cruisers can pass through 5 horizontal arrays. Lu Yin nodded. As expected of ECN Academy. Only peak explorers can graduate. Other academies can't compare to this. He still remembered that the Astral Combat Academy required explorers to graduate. There was a huge difference between an explorer and a peak explorer, and the difference between the 2 was like 5 times that of a normal cultivator. Mr. Zheng proudly replied, those who come to ECN Academy to study are all elites, and there's almost no problem for them to graduate. What matters is how they graduate. Some people could have graduated long ago, but they choose to stay behind to receive more guidance. They want to graduate through more horizontal arrays and become famous in the astral tree domain. I heard that a few decades ago, there was someone called Wen Shizi. How many horizontal arrays did he break through? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Mr. Zheng was stunned and looked at Lu Yin. You know about Wen Shizi? Lu Yin nodded. I've heard of him. Back then, I wanted to go to Wangyu as well, but I was limited by my age and didn't have the qualifications to enter. However, I saw Wen Shizi at Zhongping Sea, and his style was astonishing. He had to say that he was limited by his age, or else he would have been part of the younger generation at the time, which meant that he was in the same generation as the four young ancestors. Long Tian and Xiaoshan Fei of the four young ancestors were both in this region of space, and if they hadn't reached 3 origin tribulations yet, then it would be too strange. As for whether or not Yu Hao's identity would be exposed because of this, it didn't matter. He had no intention of hiding his alias, Hao Yu. Even if his identity was exposed, others would think that he was spouting nonsense and wouldn't suspect that Yu Hao's identity was fake. After all, not even a half-ancestor could see through his disguise. Mr. Zheng looked at the 18 horizontal arrays with a complicated expression. Wen Shizi is the most talented student that Xian Academy has produced in the past few thousand years. Back then, he broke through the 17 horizontal arrays. Lu Yin's brows rose. That's pretty amazing. It seemed that the 18 horizontal arrays had been specially set up for those below the level of an emissary. Wen Shizi had been an enlighter back then, but his true power level had not been comparable to the fourth young ancestors. However, the fourth young ancestor had been able to rival an emissary, which meant that the fourth young ancestor had the cultivation to break through the 18 horizontal arrays. Lu Yin looked at the golden lines, which meant that once an enlighter broke through the 18 horizontal arrays, they would possess the power level of a peak enlighter, which would allow them to rival the fourth young ancestor. How about it, Mr. Hao Yu? Why don't you give it a try? Mr. Zheng asked with great interest. He knew that Lu Yin's cultivation was very high, and that he was at least an emissary because he couldn't see through the array. However, even if Lu Yin's cultivation was very high, he would still be able to see through the 18 horizontal arrays. Lu Yin waved a hand. If this array was set up for enlighters, then I can break through it. After all, I'm an emissary. Mr. Zheng asked, Mr. Hao Yu, don't you want to try? Lu Yin shook his head. At this moment, quite a few students caught up to them. Most of them were girls, and they had followed Lu Yin here. Mr. Zheng frowned when he saw them. Go back and cultivate. What are you doing? One of the girls boldly asked, Mr. Zheng, is the person beside you a new student? Introduce him. That's right, Mr. Zheng. We want to get to know a new student. Mr. Zheng, please introduce him. Mr. Zheng glared at them. Don't be impudent. This is the new mentor, Mr. Hao Yu. Mentor? The students were shocked. He's so young. So handsome. So good-looking. A few of the male students felt uncomfortable. Mr. Hao Yu, there are 18 horizontal arrays in front of us. Give it a try and see what you can teach us. That's right, Mr. Hao Yu, give it a try. Someone shouted, which attracted even more students. At this moment, there were still quite a few students in Xian Academy. The main reason was that the cosmic tree realm was too large, and there were many large sects and clans in each district. These large sects and clans put in all of their efforts to nurture 1 or 2 outstanding disciples, so it wasn't difficult for them to get into Xian Academy. In the middle realm alone, there were more than 100 people who could get in, and there were more than 1,000 people in all 9 districts. Including the top realm, Bifrost Bridge, and the other cities, adventurers from the mortal realm, as well as those from the outer realm and the outer realm, there were almost 2,000 students in total. However, Xian Academy had not been able to recruit so many students in the past, and there had only been a few mentors. Back then, it had not been easy for the disciples of the 4 cardinal scales to get in, as passing the exam was not enough. Wen Shizi had even used joining Xian Academy as a condition to obtain Xia Taili's power vessel. However, the current Xian Academy had truly changed, and the number of students and mentors was constantly increasing. Mr. Zheng scolded, stop messing around. Mr. Hao Yu is free to do whatever he wants, and it has nothing to do with you. If you want to try it yourself. These words calmed some people down, but there were still some students who continued to jeer. These students had powerful backgrounds, so they were naturally bold. Most people would not be able to hold themselves back from being jeered at like this, especially when there were so many female students watching with gleaming eyes. However, Luin had long since passed the age of hot-bloodedness, so he just treated the jeering as a show. It was actually quite interesting, and those who jeered even seemed to be jealous of each other. Gradually, the jeering quieted down, as Luin was not provoked at all. Mr. Zheng glanced at him. As a mentor, if he could not establish his authority in front of his students, then it would be difficult for anyone to attend his classes. It seems like Mr. Haoyu doesn't plan on showing off his skills. Fine, let me, Bainan, demonstrate for you so that you can be mentally prepared. The youth who had been the best at jeering stepped forward and walked towards the 18 horizontal arrays with his head held high. Bainan. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as he should be a disciple of the frigid immortal sex by family. However, he was not a direct descendant and was only from a side branch. Even so, his status was still extremely high, and his cultivation was not bad. He was a peak hunter, and he could be considered a tyrant in Yixian Academy. At his age, even the Fifth Mainland's 10 arbiters were only hunters, and they might not have reached the enlightened realm. Bainan took a step out of the mountain and headed towards the golden line. When he got close to it, one end of the golden line twisted, as if an invisible force was pulling it. Then, it suddenly opened up, and the other end smashed towards Bainan. Wind and clouds surged around Bainan, and he suddenly waved his hand to unleash Wind God Slash. The golden line was torn apart, and Bainan quickly crossed it and headed into the distance. Soon after, another golden line appeared, and the first one quickly recovered. The two golden lines seemed to have a mind of their own as they attacked Bainan. Luin watched this scene and was rather surprised. The golden lines seemed to have battle force, just like a person's. The 18 horizontal lines come from Yixian Academy's sourcebox array. Rumor has it that it was created by progenitor Wen. Each golden line is a stroke of an ancient character, and they can use all sorts of strange methods to simulate a person's battle, Mr. Zheng explained. Luin was astonished. It comes from a sourcebox array. Doesn't that mean that the sourcebox array that protects the academy has been activated, and that countless golden lines will appear? Mr. Zhang looked at Luin in astonishment. Mr. Haoyu knows about sourcebox arrays as well. Luin humbly replied, I know a thing or two. Mr. Zheng did not elaborate. Above the valley, the number of golden lines had increased to 5. At this point, Bainan was starting to feel strained. Once he broke through all 5 lines, he would graduate. Brother Bai, take it easy. Give Mr. Haoyu a chance to perform, someone shouted, reminding Bainan not to be in the limelight and to directly graduate. Bainan snapped out of his daze and hurriedly retreated. He landed firmly on the mountain peak and exhaled, his forehead beaded with sweat. Bainan, why aren't you continuing? Mr. Zheng looked at him sternly. Bainan's lips twitched. This student knows that he's no match for you, so he wants to learn more. He then looked at Luin with a provocative gaze. I've updated for the 4th day in a row. Thank you. Moss Honey Leech brother, thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2188. Luin was amused. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he could pass through 5 horizontal lines and graduate, but he just didn't want to graduate. There were probably many people like him in Yixian Academy. Mr. Zheng did not say anything else. Forget it, just treat it as an attempt. You may leave. Bainan looked at Luin. Mr. Haoyu, shouldn't you broaden our horizons? Not every mentor can pass through the 18 horizontal lines. Of the enlightened mentors in the academy, only Mr. Wu can do it. We hope that Mr. Haoyu can do it as well and add another outstanding mentor to our academy. Lu Yin smiled. I can't do it. Bai Nan was stunned. So direct. Mr. Zheng was stunned as well, but he did not say anything else. He waved his hand impatiently. All right, you may leave. If you want to pass through the 18 horizontal lines, do it yourself. He then looked at Lu Yin. Mr. Haoyu, let's go. Lu Yin nodded and left with Mr. Zheng. Some of the male students were disdainful. He's just an embroiderer. He doesn't even dare to try. Even Mr. Wei, who teaches history, tried. Although he couldn't pass through the 18 horizontal lines, his courage is commendable. This Mr. Haoyu doesn't have any masculinity at all. Yeah, he probably got in through the back door. If the students can get in through the back door, why can't the mentors? Some of the girls were unhappy. What nonsense are you talking about? Mr. Haoyu is humble and elegant, unlike you guys. You're all muscleheads and have no temperament at all. You guys are so petty. You must be jealous that Mr. Haoyu is more handsome than you. Bai Nan was unhappy. If we're talking about handsomeness, then Mr. Wei is even more handsome. Some of the girls were unhappy. Mr. Wei is clearly a woman dressed as a man. You guys saw through it a long time ago, and you're all so attentive. Mr. Haoyu is still the most handsome. You guys are shallow. You guys are ignorant. You guys, Lu Yin and Mr. Zheng, who had long since left, heard the argument. Mr. Zheng was unhappy, as this person had caused a conflict among the students as soon as he had arrived. Although it was a small conflict, it was still not a good sign. Mr. Haoyu, why didn't you try? That wouldn't be good for establishing prestige among the students, Mr. Zheng asked. Lu Yin smiled. Dean Wen said that teachers and students should be casual and harmonious relationships. Why do we have to establish prestige? Mr. Zheng shook his head. That's just the way we interact with each other. This is an academy, after all. The responsibility of the instructors is to teach. If the students don't think that the instructors have the ability to teach them, why would they come to Yi Xian Academy? Lu Yin nodded. Mr. Zheng is right. I've learned a lot. Mr. Zheng didn't say anything more. Today's scene would soon spread throughout Yi Xian Academy. He really wanted to see how many people listened to Mr. Haoyu's first class. Could it be the lowest in the history of Yi Xian Academy? That shouldn't be the case. This person was enough to attract a large number of female students. However, that would be even more embarrassing. As a teacher, if he used such a method to attract students, he would be laughed at. He wasn't targeting Lu Yin, but rather, he didn't wish for such an unconventional mentor to appear in the academy. Yi Xian Academy was currently in a precarious situation, and the slightest mistake could cause it to capsize. In order to prevent being seen along the way, Mr. Zheng deliberately brought Lu Yin through the astral source universe to a stone pillar. He did not introduce the place to Lu Yin along the way, and he did not even attend the lecture that he had originally planned to give Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the stone pillar that towered into the heavens. It was similar to Dean Wen's. This is the stone pillar that Mr. Wen lives in. Wait a moment, I'll go inform Mr. Wen. Mr. Zheng then disappeared. Lu Yin stood under the stone pillar and looked around. It was only then that he realized that the stone pillar was slanted in the direction that they had come from. He stared into the distance and saw another stone pillar that was slanted in a different direction. Could these stone pillars be slanted like the center of Yi Xian Academy? If that was the case, then from the height of the stone pillars, it might look like the edges of a birdcage that encompassed Yi Xian Academy. Did the teachers live outside to protect the students? In that case, Dean Wen's stone pillar might be the centermost and also the tallest. While waiting, a girl arrived and gave Lu Yin a strange look before heading towards the stone pillar. Lu Yin looked at her and felt that she looked familiar. Where had he seen her before? He carefully tried to recall, but he couldn't remember. The girl looked back at Lu Yin before climbing up the stone pillar. Are you new? Lu Yin nodded and smiled. Yes. The girl looked at Lu Yin's face and blushed. She gently said, My name is Ho Qing. You can contact me if you need any help. She then gave Lu Yin the method to contact the cloud vision stone and climbed up the stone pillar. Lu Yin felt strange, as Yu Hao's appearance really took advantage of him. Hold on, Ho Qing. He suddenly remembered. Wasn't she Lu Yefei's disciple? Back at the ancestral gazing tower, Lu Yefei had brought Ho Qing along to meet Lu Yin and Long Kuei. At that time, Ho Qing had even bowed to Long Kuei. Yes, it was her. She was also in Yi Xian Academy, and she was an enlighter. Her appearance hadn't changed much, but her temperament had matured. She no longer had the vigor that she had when they had first met, and she seemed more like an elder. She was of the same generation as Lu Yin and the fourth young ancestor, so she could indeed be considered an elder in Yi Xian Academy. Lu Yin suddenly looked up and felt someone's gaze on him. Was it that Mr. Wen? He saw a pair of cold eyes and a rather beautiful face. She was Mr. Wen Xiao. A woman. Not long after, Mr. Zheng landed. Mr. Wen is confirming with the dean. He'll be done soon. Just wait. Lu Yin was curious. You call her Mr. Wen. Who is she? Mr. Zheng replied, She's the dean's great-granddaughter, Wen Zhao. We usually call her Mr. Wen. Lu Yin nodded in understanding. Mr. Wen has a cold personality, and the dean asked her to give this place to you. She might have some opinions about you, but don't worry, she doesn't like to cause trouble for others. It's best if you don't disturb her, Mr. Zheng reminded Lu Yin. He shouldn't be the one saying this, but Mr. Wen had asked him to. Mr. Zheng didn't understand Dean Wen, but how could Mr. Wen not? When she heard Mr. Zheng mention Lu Yin's information, especially his appearance, she immediately guessed Dean Wen's intentions. Thus, she had asked Mr. Zheng to remind Lu Yin so that both sides wouldn't be embarrassed. Lu Yin nodded. I understand. Don't worry, I won't disturb Mr. Wen. Mr. Zheng simply passed on a message and didn't say anything else. I've brought you the place, and I'll send you the class times through the Cloudstone. Pick a class, and I'll take my leave. Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Zheng. Lu Yin smiled. Mr. Zheng politely replied, I hope that Mr. Haoyu can bring more talents to the Astral Tree Academy and pass down the legacy of human civilization. Goodbye. Goodbye, Lu Yin replied as he watched Mr. Zheng leave. Half a day after Mr. Zheng left, two figures came down from the stone pillar. One was Ho Qing, and the other was Mr. Wen. She was the woman Lu Yin had seen when he looked at the stone pillar. Mr. Wen looked at Lu Yin. I've already taken what should be taken away. If you have any questions, just look for the dean. Lu Yin nodded. I understand. Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Wen. She left coldly and took Ho Qing with her. Ho Qing was very curious about Lu Yin. She had heard that this person was a mentor, and he was so young and handsome. After they left, Lu Yin stepped forward and climbed up the stone pillar. According to Mr. Zheng, almost every mentor had their own arrangements on their stone pillars to minimize the number of times they were disturbed by students. It wasn't that they didn't want to teach, but rather that the mentors needed to rest, cultivate, and have their own secrets. Furthermore, there were more and more students in the academy, and some of them weren't any weaker than the mentors. Mr. Wen Jr.'s stone pillar had been set up so that the wind would blow from the top down, and it would only cover a radius of 2 meters around the stone pillar. Within this radius, the wind from the top down would be enough to make it difficult for a cruiser to advance, and only hunters and enlighters would be able to ascend it. Lu Yin climbed to the top of the pillar and looked around. Sure enough, this was the case. The stone pillars were slanted towards the center of Xian Academy. Although the angle wasn't too great, they were too high up, so they gradually drew closer to each other. From the top of the pillar, Lu Yin could easily see the two adjacent pillars, as well as the central pillar whose top couldn't be seen. That was the dean's office that he had visited before. There wasn't a courtyard at the top of the pillar, just a simple stone house with a lake, flowers, and small animals. Lu Yin liked this kind of environment. Of the two stone pillars next to this one belonged to Mr. Tang, who had grasped the domain of the empty god realm, and the other belonged to Mr. Wen. Originally, Mr. Wen had only needed to arrange for Lu Yin to sit on the adjacent pillar since no one lived there. However, in order to fulfill Lu Yin's desire to learn about domains, Mr. Wen had specifically asked Mr. Wen to move it so that Lu Yin could sit next to both Mr. Tang and Mr. Wen. This showed that Mr. Wen was very important to Lu Yin. Not long after, Lu Yin saw Mr. Wen and Ho Qing climbing up the adjacent pillar. Although the pillars were adjacent, they were still quite far apart. At the very least, a cruiser wouldn't be able to see them, but Ho Qing was an enlighter, so she could see them. She smiled when she saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. Mr. Wen, what's Mr. Hao Yu's cultivation? Ho Qing asked. Not too far away, Mr. Wen began to arrange the stone pillars. I don't know. I can't see through it. Ho Qing looked in Lu Yin's direction. Maybe he's an envoy, but it's rare to see such young ones. If he's around our age, then his innate gift would be comparable to the 4 young ancestors. Mr. Wen replied, don't worry about him. Is there anything you don't understand about the literary prison? Ho Qing reacted and quickly asked for guidance. The fire phoenix descended, and the dark phoenix replaced the sky. Xian Academy was shrouded in darkness as a day passed. Lu Yin reclined comfortably on his chair and enjoyed the cool breeze at the top of the pillar. It was a little cool, but it was also quite comfortable. Mr. Zheng had sent Lu Yin his class schedule 2 hours ago, and since both days were full, Lu Yin decided to schedule his class for the afternoon 3 days from now. Thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2189. The class he had chosen was probably the last class of the week, and no tutor had chosen it before. After all, it was the last class of the week, and most of the students had already made plans for the next day. It was unlikely that they would attend the class, and he had his own goals for coming to Yi Academy. He didn't really want to be a tutor for the rest of his life, so it didn't matter. He would stay in Yi Academy for a while and investigate what had attracted the 4 cardinal scales. Then, he would think of a way to bring the students to train and interact with the scales. During this time, he could also roll his die. Where had Senior Qingping gone? Had he gone to find Senior Muxie? Did Senior Muxie know about his junior? Where had Kue Luo gone? On a neighboring pillar, Mr. Youngwen seemed calm, but he was also observing Lu Yin. She knew what her great-grandfather was thinking, and although he didn't want to interact with this person, he was also curious about him. If her great-grandfather had allowed this person to approach her, it meant that he wasn't very old and might even be around her own age. It was a bit mysterious for someone this young to be an envoy. Mr. Youngwen found it strange that this person hadn't set up any traps yet. The stone pillars were not only the residence of the instructors, but also a form of identification. Every instructor would set up something on the stone pillars, unless they wanted to devote all of their time and effort into teaching students. They would not set up anything on the stone pillars. However, there had never been anyone who used the method set up by their predecessors. Lu Yin still hadn't set up any traps and had instead used her own, which she couldn't figure out. She had also heard that this person had been heckled by the students, but he still hadn't challenged the 18 horizontal arrays. Was there any point in being so young? A middle-aged man walked out from another pillar. He had a scholarly temperament and looked like a tutor. Lu Yin smiled politely when he saw the man appear. The man was stunned when he saw Lu Yin. He looked further into the distance and saw Mr. Youngwen. Strange, did someone else change? He slowly asked, "Are you the new Mr. Hao Yu?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed. His domain and the void god realm allowed him to feel the void tremble. This was the power of space, which he had experienced during his battle with Hen Xan. He had also sensed Skyblue's 8-star innate gift, which was a spatial memory. Lu Yin also knew the strategy esoteric reversal, which was related to space, so he could clearly sense the changes in space. That's me. Please take care of me in the future, Lu Yin smiled. Mr. Tang couldn't help but laugh. Let's take care of each other. After he finished speaking, he looked at Mr. Wen, who was further away, and guessed what Dean Wen was thinking. This young man was indeed good-looking, and his cultivation wasn't weak either. Including him, Yi Academy had 14 teachers and 2 deans. However, there were 15 stone pillars surrounding the academy. The dean's stone pillar was in the center. There was also an honorary dean who did not live in the academy. This meant that even if he came, there would still be an empty stone pillar. Now that a day had passed, many instructors had returned to the stone pillars to rest. Lu Yin did not look at the other pillars, as the adjacent pillars were visible to the naked eye. If he were to look at the other pillars, he would have to use some methods, which would be impolite. In any case, there were only so many instructors. He could always get to know them. The night passed in silence, and the next day, Lu Yin went to the Virtuous Memory Library. There were many ancient books here, and he was looking forward to reading them. Unfortunately, he was restricted. Sir, you need credits to read the books in the library, the old man smiled as he stopped Lu Yin. Lu Yin blinked, I'm a mentor. Yes, the new Mr. Hao Yu, the old man said with a smile. Mentor, Lu Yin said gloomily. You need credits to read books. The old man smiled, didn't anyone tell you? Students can use credits to do certain things within the scope of the academy's rules, and mentors need to do the same. For example, in this library, students can only read up to 2 levels, and mentors can go up to 5. However, if you want to go any further, you need credits. By the way, there are secret techniques on the top level that anyone can learn as long as they have enough credits. Lu Yin was shocked. Secret techniques were just casually thrown here. Then how do I earn credits? Lu Yin asked. The old man pointed downwards, the 9th book in the 5th row on the 3rd level. It records the experiences of a mentor who once earned credits. You can take a look. Lu Yin nodded and went downstairs. According to the old man's instructions, he really did find the book. He flipped through it and quickly finished reading it. Some mentors earned credits in the same way as students, such as participating in the backside battlefield to gain merit, catching human traitors, or gaining the respect of the students. According to the book, this mentor wasn't very strong and was probably afraid of death, so he didn't dare to go to the backside battlefield. His method of earning credits was a little strange. He was a babysitter. He was the babysitter of every promising student and would immediately appear whenever a student had even the slightest doubt. He would prepare whatever the student needed, and over time, he was loved and respected by many students. Some simple-minded students even called him mentor, which allowed him to earn a huge amount of credits. After all, this was an academy, and being a mentor was definitely the greatest achievement. As for what these credits were used for, it wasn't written in the book. Lu Yin was disgusted by this method, and he suddenly thought of Ku Wei. Wasn't this just flattering the students? It was a little tiring, but if this book could be published and placed in this library, then it must be very effective. If any student is willing to call you mentor, the old man guarding the library said as he swept the floor. He then reminded Lu Yin, by the way, don't threaten or tempt him. The dean can tell who's sincere and who's not. Lu Yin put down the book. This method is too tiring. The old man laughed and continued sweeping the floor without saying anything else. After a while, Lu Yin looked at the time and saw that it was almost time for the next class to begin. The instructor was Mr. Huai, a Pekin lighter who had been at Yi Academy for more than 10 years. His biggest headache right now was not knowing what to teach. Every instructor in Yi Academy had a different place to teach. After all, the academy was too big, and even if there were 10 times more instructors, each instructor would still be able to teach in their own area. Lu Yin hurried over to where Mr. Huai was teaching, which was a dense forest. Mr. Huai liked the feeling of winding paths leading to seclusion, but Lu Yin felt that it might have been because there were too few students and he was afraid of embarrassing himself by choosing such a place. No matter how few people there were, it wouldn't be obvious. There were only about 50 students in Mr. Huai's class, and they were scattered throughout the forest. They listened with great interest, but Mr. Huai's main topic was how to break through to the Lamita realm. The Lamita realm was a term that had disappeared from Lu Yin's life for a very long time. His current cultivation was too far away from the Lamita realm, and he had not expected to hear it here. Breaking through to the Lamita realm requires. Mr. Huai's brows danced as he lectured excitedly on a very large tree in the forest. It was as if many people were listening to his lecture, and even Lu Yin felt some admiration for him. 4 hours later, the students dispersed. Mr. Huai saw Lu Yin and enthusiastically approached him. You must be Mr. Haoyu, right? I didn't expect you to come and watch my lecture. Lu Yin smiled. I'm new here and didn't know what to teach, so I came to take a look. Mr. Huai smiled wryly. Mr. Haoyu saw it. There were very few students, so I've embarrassed myself. Lu Yin replied, Mr. Huai's lecture was very good. Why are there so few students? Mr. Huai was helpless, and he brought Lu Yin to the side and poured him a cup of tea. Many of the students in Yi Academy have extraordinary backgrounds. I'm only an enlighter and a wandering cultivator, so I can't teach them anything. In the beginning, I couldn't even count the number of students I could teach with one hand. I had no choice, as I could only teach Lemeters. After all, not all of the students who come to Yi Academy are from large families, and there are wandering cultivators as well. There are also many students who have yet to reach the Lemeter realm. Otherwise, I would have been expelled. Mr. Huai did not continue, but Lu Yin could guess that Yi Academy would not allow anyone to stay here for free. But Mr. Haoyu definitely isn't worried about that. You must be an envoy, right? Mr. Huai probed carefully. Lu Yin did not hide anything. I just broke through not too long ago. Mr. Huai was envious. There aren't many envoy instructors in Yi Academy. Once word gets out, all of the students will gather here. They're not on the same level as us. Lu Yin replied, Mr. Huai, there's no need to be so modest. I can see that you're about to break through. Mr. Huai shook his head. It's just a short distance. Breaking through isn't that easy. Over the next 2 days, Lu Yin attended a few more instructors' classes, and all of them were enlighters. These instructors all took a different approach, either talking about very basic knowledge or talking about the key points of cultivation. They were always able to attract some students. It wasn't until the morning of the 3rd day that Lu Yin saw Mr. Tang teach a class. The number of students was far greater than the enlighters. Lu Yin wondered if all of the academy's students had come. It was during Mr. Tang's class that he saw the majority of the academy's students. Some of them were truly gifted, and although they were very young, their cultivations were very high. There were even a few who had reached the hunter realm at such a young age, and they were very close to the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin did not show himself, as his appearance would have easily caused a commotion and disrupted Mr. Tang's class. Hey, did you hear? There's a very, very handsome instructor in our academy. His name is Haoyu, and he has a very nice name. The girl next to her hurried over. I heard about it too. Mr. Haoyu has a very nice name, and I want to attend his class. I checked, and Mr. Haoyu's class will be held this afternoon. It's not far from here. That's great, the academy should find more instructors like him. Look at Mr. Huai's instructors, what can they do? They're just there to make up the numbers. That's right, I broke through to the Lemeter realm a long time ago. I don't need him to lecture me. Lu Yin heard this and was left speechless. If Mr. Huai heard this, he would definitely be angered to death. You can't talk about Huai like that. Not far away, an honest-looking fatty anxiously tried to say something. Quite a few people around him laughed. Mr. Huai, I'm dying of anxiety. Can't you just say it all in one breath? A girl teased. The fatty's face turned red. Why? Mr. Huai, a male student interrupted with a laugh. The fatty felt wronged. Mr. Huai is very, very serious. I like to listen to his classes. If you like it, then go. What are you doing here? Someone teased. The fatty's face turned red, and he wanted to argue, but he could not say anything. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2190. Suddenly, a cry came from afar, and everyone looked over. It's Qing Feng. Brother Qing Feng is here. The moment this was said, the students fell silent, and they all looked in the same direction. They saw a slender man walking over with a warm smile. His arrival attracted the attention of many students. Lu Yin looked over and raised an eyebrow. Another genius had arrived. This Qing Feng was young, but he was an enlighter who could rival the 10 arbiters. Brother Qing Feng is so handsome. He's senior Qingchen's disciple, and he's one of the few people who can rival Xia Xingguang and Wang Xiaofan. A girl crossed her arms in admiration. I wonder who's more handsome, Mr. Hao Yu or Brother Qing Feng? I want to know too. Lu Yin was astonished. Superintendent Qingchen's disciple? He looked deeply at Qing Feng. Even within the academy, there were different factions. Qing Feng naturally represented the humble school, and Wang Xiaofan immediately knew who the Xia Xingguang that the girls were talking about was. Soon after, Mr. Tang arrived and began to talk about domain cultivation. His lectures were all very basic, and since someone like Qing Feng had arrived, it was only natural for him to ask questions. Lu Yin had not expected that Qing Feng's questions would be similar to his own, which meant that Qing Feng had also reached the realm of spiritual transformation with a domain. Although it had been a few decades, Lu Yin had been blank for 20 years. Excluding those 20 years, he and Qing Feng were about the same level, so it was not strange for their domain cultivation to be similar. Not only did the students enjoy Mr. Tang's lectures, but Lu Yin also enjoyed them. One of his goals in coming to Yi Xian Academy was to learn about the domain void spirit realm. However, such lectures were not very effective, so he would have to wait until he became more familiar with Mr. Tang before consulting him in private. 4 hours later, Mr. Tang left, and his lecture ended. It was Lu Yin's turn for the next class. Lu Yin arrived early and chose to sit beside a lake. There was a huge lake in Yi Xian Academy, and although it was called a lake, it was actually large enough to contain a star. Over the past few days, aside from listening to the other instructors' lectures, Lu Yin had also been searching through the library for content that he needed to teach. Finally, he found something that the other instructors had not taught him before. Yi Xian Academy's lake was very beautiful, and it was even more dazzling under the violet flames of the phoenix. It was a place for many students to cultivate their spirits. Lu Yin's class wasn't hard to find, and his first class attracted many students. It wasn't for any other reason than his looks. Most of the girls in the academy had heard about him, and the boys naturally wanted to see just how handsome he was to attract so many girls. It wasn't just the students, Mr. Zheng was there as well, curious about what Lu Yin was going to talk about. Students were free to choose which instructor they wanted to listen to, and the instructors were free to choose what they wanted to talk about. There was no need to inform the academy in advance. The students came in 2s and 3s. Even the stuttering fatty came. He respected every teacher. The number of people who came to the class this time was not much less than Mr. Tang's class, but their mentality was completely different. Most of the girls were excited, while the boys came with the mentality of finding fault. Bai Nan came with a group of underlings. Brother Bai, this Hao Yu is clearly just an embroidered pillow. We must make him reveal his true colors, someone said. This person doesn't even dare to break through the 18 horizontal arrays. His cultivation might not even be as good as yours, Brother Bai. Picking such a place for a lesson. Isn't this just a waste of willpower? The girls' discussion was completely different. As expected of Mr. Hao Yu. Even his class location is so elegant and beautiful. Even if I don't have class, I'll still come here when I'm in a bad mood. Mr. Hao Yu really understands us. In the distance, Mr. Huai heard this and had a strange expression. Why hadn't he thought of that? These girls liked this kind of place. It was romantic and beautiful. He had only been looking for a location that would not be awkward due to the small number of students, but he had not thought of this lake. If he had a class here, a few of the girls would have come. Since they came, they would naturally bring along the boys. What a mistake, a huge mistake. Young people were much smarter. More and more students arrived amidst the discussion. Lu Yin saw that it was about time and came out. This was his first time teaching, and he was honestly a little excited. He had come to this region of space with impure motives, and he had even changed his appearance. Now that he was a teacher, he felt very conflicted. However, his conflicted feelings were quickly washed away as a group of girls shouted and looked at him excitedly. Lu Yin pursed his lips. This was his first time enjoying such treatment. If it had been Ling Ke, he would have definitely been excited. That guy had spent his own money to hire a support group. If Ling Ke had Hao Yu's looks, he would not have to spend any money and would have a support group wherever he went. The girls' excited shouts gave the boys a fright, and Bai Nan's expression turned even uglier. The stuttering fatty stared blankly. This teacher was too good-looking. In the distance, Mr. Zhang's expression darkened. The atmosphere had changed, which was not a good thing. The academy needed seriousness and caution, not Zhang Yang. Mr. Huai was speechless. When he had been young, he had not been this handsome. Atop a stone pillar in the center of East Xian Academy, President Wen laughed. It's good to be young and full of energy. Across from him, Mr. Wen Jr. was cold. He's too casual. He didn't even try the 18 horizontal arrays after being provoked by the students. He's still using my arrangements. It's not good to be too mature. President Wen was helpless. Girl, you're the one who's too mature. Isn't that youth handsome? Aren't you tempted? Mr. Wen Jr. remained cold and did not say a word. President Wen shook his head. Young people need to be full of vigor. It's not a crime to chase after looks. It's just a form of appreciation. You have to act accordingly at your age. Those kids are very good. In their eyes, Mr. Hao Yu might just be a painting. It's just a painting, Mr. Wen Jr. said and left. He raised a hand to suppress the cheers and coughed. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hao Yu, but you can call me Mr. Hao Yu. From today onwards, I will be formally teaching at the academy. I specialize in giving pointers, so if any of you have any questions, please feel free to raise them. As for what I'll be teaching. He then wrote 2 words in the air under the gazes of all the students, exploration. Teacher, a girl asked. Lu Yin smiled. Please go ahead. The girl gulped and looked at Lu Yin with sparkling eyes. Teacher, are you going to teach us about cultivation as an explorer? Lu Yin shook his head. The word exploration doesn't just represent the explorer realm. It also has its own meaning, which is exploration. Exploration. Many of the students were puzzled. Lu Yin continued, the universe is vast, and it is filled with unknown mysteries. Things as big as how our continent was formed, and things as small as the origins of certain battle techniques are all within the scope of exploration. The goal of exploration is to search for the unknown and provide a reasonable explanation for it. Many of the students were at a loss. In the distance, Mr. Zheng was also at a loss. Exploration. President Wen straightened up. Exploration was not a normal topic, as it represented the unknown. Humanity had developed for so many years, and there were too many unknowns. Countless people had not been able to find an answer, so how could this Hao Yu possibly find one? This topic was too big, so where did his confidence come from? Teacher, are you going to lead us to explore the formation of this continent? Someone could not help but ask, their tone full of doubt. Lu Yin smiled. I'm not leading you guys. We're going to explore together. Bai Nan could not help but ask, there are too many unknowns right now, and even the 4-way scales can't answer them. Teacher, can you lead us to explore? How are you going to explore? Can you tell us about the origins of the Fire Phoenix and the Dark Phoenix? The Fire Phoenix and the Dark Phoenix were present when the Academy was first established, and they originated from the Sourcebox array. However, no one knows why Progenitor Wen used the image of the Fire Phoenix and the Dark Phoenix to replace the Skytime array. Mr. Zheng shook his head. Indeed, Progenitor Wen had created the Sourcebox array, but no one knew why the image of the Fire Phoenix and the Dark Phoenix had appeared. This was one of the mysteries of Yi Xian Academy, and the Zijin family had continuously sent people to join the academy in hopes of unraveling this mystery. Lu Yin smiled. The fire phoenix and the dark phoenix originated from the sourcebox array. Since these images have appeared, then either the sourcebox array was created, or it was progenitor Wen's idea. Since we don't know, we might as well use this topic to explore. He then raised his head. The first step is to research the sourcebox array. Many of the students were stunned, and then quite a few burst out laughing. Bai Nan was disdainful. This person was just an embroidered pillow. Research the sourcebox array. This was something that progenitor Wen had set up, and one had to be at least an origin array master before they could even touch upon it. Even if they tried to research it, they would only be able to do so if they were at least a realm origin array master or even an origin heavenly array master. After all, progenitor Wen had been a progenitor, and the sourcebox array that he had set up was not something that an ordinary person could understand. Many of the girls were disappointed. Although Lu Yin was good-looking, he was brainless and boring. Compared to his looks, most people valued his intelligence more. Very few people liked an idiot like him. Lu Yin rode in the void. First, he drew the fire phoenix and the dark phoenix. Then, he used an arrow to indicate the suspicious points and their origins. One of the points was that the sourcebox array had automatically created the image of the fire phoenix and the dark phoenix, and the arrow was a question mark. The other point was that progenitor Wen had intentionally set up the image, and the arrow was also a question mark. These two question marks are the doubts that the student asked me. What we need to do is to explore. On one hand, we need to search through historical documents and investigate progenitor Wen's past experiences to see if he is related to the Zijin family. On the other hand, we need to research the sourcebox array that I just mentioned, Lu Yin said loudly. Since we're going to research the sourcebox array, it's not just a single person's job. This research topic involves unlocking sourceboxes and even progenitors, and it's not something that can be solved overnight. Thus, we need to start from the basics. That's. Lu Yin paused and then wrote another word in the void, unlocking. All of the students watched Lu Yin as he continued to write in the void. They quickly organized their thoughts and knew what they needed to do in order to find the answer. Although the process was simple, it was still an answer to a question that involved a progenitor. If they could really find the answer, then it would be very valuable. Even if progenitor Wen had passed away, it would still implicate the Zijin family. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2191. Bai Nan replied, "That's easy for you to say. Progenitor Wen's experiences are too distant, and no one can find anything about him. Sourcebox arrays are even more impossible to research, and almost all of the lock breakers are on the backside of the battlefield. Mr. Haoyu, you can't be thinking of using this topic to fool the academy, right?" Many people thought so as well. Needless to say, if he continued to research this exploration topic, the people from the Zijin clan would definitely be attracted over. Even those related to the Zijin clan would come over. This should be enough to allow Mr. Haoyu to continue staying in Yixian Academy. Everyone loved to be beautiful and liked things with good looks. For example, these girls were biased towards Lu Yin, but if he was just a brainless idiot, they would at most treat him as a pretty vase and wouldn't feel that kind of excitement. After all, it wasn't easy to get into Yixian Academy. Lu Yin smiled and raised his hand, gathering the astral sources to form the origin opening array. A sourcebox array. Someone blurted out and looked at Lu Yin in shock. All of the students were stunned, as this was actually a sourcebox array. Mr. Zhang's expression changed slightly, as Lu Yin was actually an origin array master. It was no wonder why he dared to claim that he had studied the sourcebox array that progenitor Wen had set up. Lu Yin showed off his skills, and many of the girls became excited. Mr. Hao, are you an origin array master? Mr. Hao, what level are you at? Lu Yin glanced at Bai Nan, who had an ugly expression on his face, and smiled reservedly. He should be considered a Dayuan array master. Cries of surprise rang out once more, followed by all sorts of mocking voices. Many were mocking Bai Nan and mocking Lu Yin. Mr. Vast Jade, you're a dignified Savannah array master, and you're still so young. Why can't you study sourcebox arrays? With Mr. Hao's abilities, he will definitely be able to research it and solve the mysteries of the college. Someone was unhappy. Just because he's an O'Hara array master, he can study the sourcebox array that progenitor one left behind. What a joke. A girl sneered, this is a mystery that's been around for many years. With Mr. Hao's cultivation, it wouldn't matter even if he researched this topic for hundreds or thousands of years. Furthermore, I believe that Mr. Hao will definitely be able to figure it out. Exactly. Bai Nan looked at Lu Yin. He had miscalculated, as this person was actually an provenance formation master. Even in the cosmic tree domain, lockbreakers were respected, and an provenance formation master was a rare talent. President Wen was astonished, as he had not expected Lu Yin to be a Savannah formation master. A Savannah formation master. Interesting. Lu Yin smiled as he scanned the group of students. He glanced at Mr. Zheng in the distance and saw him leave. He knew that the academy was satisfied, so he said, exploration doesn't have to be limited to just one topic. After all, these are all mysteries that have been left behind for a long time. It's too much of a waste of time to explore just one topic. Students, you can report any topics you wish to explore to me, and I'll choose. Exploration is a very profound subject. Along the way, we will encounter all sorts of difficult problems and unsolved mysteries. We might even encounter dangers. Eliminating these dangers and overcoming these difficulties is also part of the exploration topic. Next, for the Fire Phoenix and Dark Phoenix topic, what we need to do is to learn how to lock break. If some of you aren't suited for lock breaking, you can look up information on Wenzhou. In the distance, Mr. Tang and Mr. Zheng met. How is Mr. Hao? What do you intend to teach your students? Mr. Zheng told him what had happened. Mr. Tang was surprised. An exploration project. Even I'm interested. The history of mankind is too long. We've experienced many eras and countless wars, but nothing has been left behind. It wouldn't be a bad idea to have a class that specializes in exploring these mysteries. Mr. Zheng nodded. He's very smart and has firmly grasped the students' hearts. Even if they aren't interested in exploration, they will still occasionally come to listen. If it's related to Wenzhou, even a story can attract a group of students. Mr. Tang smiled. This Mr. Hao is indeed interesting. I hope he can find the answer to the Fire Phoenix and Dark Phoenix. Speaking of which, the Zijin family's disciples should be arriving soon. Soon, they're never absent, Mr. Zheng said. Lu Yin's first class ended. Although there had been some turbulence, the ending had been very exciting. Not a single student had left midway, as they all wanted to hear about how Lu Yin had researched sourcebox arrays and the legends about Wenzhou. Bai Nan had wanted to embarrass Lu Yin, but in the end, he had not succeeded. He had to go back and think about it. As the dark phoenix rose into the sky, Lu Yin returned to the stone pillar. The first class of his life was a good memory. The students were all very smart, and they constantly came up with strange ideas. Some of them even came up with love stories that were so vivid that many of the girls believed them. This class had revealed his lock-breaking abilities, which were not bad. Beneath the stone pillar, a few girls quietly crept over. Sis, are you sure we want to look for Mr. Hao now? Mr. should be resting. Why would we look for him if we're not resting? Bah, I meant that we can look for him when he's resting. No, what I meant was. Enough, sis, lower your voice. Don't let others hear you. It's embarrassing. Sis, go up. Sis, why don't you go up yourself? You must be afraid that Mr. Hao has set up something and don't dare to try. I'm not going. Sis, you've become smarter. Humph, of course. No, I've always been smart. Alright, then I'll take the honor of being the first to meet Mr. Hao. First to meet Mr. Hao. Wait, sis, let me do it. Not long after, two figures fell to the ground. Sis, isn't this still Mr. Wen's tempest? Didn't Mr. Hao rearrange it? I don't know. Logically speaking, he should have rearranged it. Sis, don't tell me that Mr. Hao is living with Mr. Wen. Look, this pillar was originally Mr. Wen's. All that talk about him moving away is fake. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? They must be living together. Humph, I'm so pissed off. Let's go. Sis, where are we going? If I'm not feeling well, those brats won't be either. Tell them. Yes, tell them. Rumors of Mr. Hao and Mr. Wen cohabiting quickly spread throughout Yi Xian Academy, but the two people involved were still unaware of it. Several days later, just as Lu Yin was preparing for his next lecture, Jin Zhongshan passed the entrance exam and officially joined Yi Xian Academy. Soon after, Lu Kai also appeared, shocking the entire academy. Many students were surprised by Lu Kai's appearance, as everyone in the same generation knew of him. His arrival attracted the attention of several geniuses who had been in seclusion all this time. One of them couldn't help but challenge Lu Kai, who defeated him with a single strike. Lu Kai's reputation in Yi Xian Academy skyrocketed. A few days later, Lu Yin welcomed his second lecture, and the number of students was less than half of what it had been during his first lecture. During his first lecture, he had attracted the interest of many students by exploring the Fire Phoenix and Dark Phoenix. After a few days of cooling down, most of the students still wanted to focus on cultivation. As for exploring, what did that have to do with them? Those who truly wanted to listen to Lu Yin's lecture were either girls or those who wanted to learn lockbreaking. The stuttering fatty came over. He wanted to ask some questions, but he couldn't find the words to speak. "Yes, sir, may I ask what battle techniques the academy has that can be used to lockbreaking?" The little fatty asked. Lu Yin shook his head. "I've only been here for a few days, so I don't know much about it. However, I can remind all of you that if you really want to learn lockbreaking, you should put in more effort into star energy control. This can be considered the first step of lockbreaking, and it would be even better if there are students who specialize in domains. Sir, if there are source boxes, can we ask you to lockbreak them?" A student asked. Lu Yin smiled. Teachers need to cultivate as well, but if you really want to lockbreak a source box, that's fine. However, students, please don't be stingy with your credits. That's great. Many of the girls were excited. Source boxes were not rare to them, and they could earn credits from them. It would be wonderful if they could find Mr. Hao alone. The lockbreaking process was very long, and the more they thought about it, the more they became lost in thought. Some of the girls immediately contacted their families and requested to use their source boxes. The class passed by quickly, and Lu Yin felt very comfortable during it. Most of the questions were related to lockbreaking, and some of the girls also raised various guesses about Wenzu. Some of the guesses even made Lu Yin feel that their thoughts were strange. He had thought that the class would end peacefully, but at the end of the class, a girl asked a question weakly that left him dumbfounded. "Teacher, are you living with Mr. Wenzu?" Her voice was very soft, but it caused the lakeside to fall silent. Lu Yin didn't know if it was just his imagination, but the noisy insects seemed to have stopped. Lu Yin stared blankly at the girl whose face was flushed red. She seemed a little timid, and he asked, "What did you say?" Everyone looked at the girl. The girl bit her lip, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Are you living with Mr. Wenzu?" As soon as he finished speaking, all the students in the class turned to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was at a loss. "No. But you're living in Mr. Wenzu's place," the girl said. Lu Yin was speechless. Mr. Wenzu moved to the side. "You should know. But you still used Mr. Wenzu's arrangement." "I already know about it," the girl said stubbornly. She was certain that this was the truth. Lu Yin smiled wryly. "You're overthinking things. I've only met Mr. Wenzu once, and that was on the day I arrived at the academy. You can't speak carelessly. I'll be fine, but Mr. Wenzu's reputation will be ruined." Someone else asked, "Why did Mr. Haoyu use Mr. Wenzu's arrangement for the stone pillars? Mr. Wenzu's moving away must be fake. You can actually live on the empty stone pillars. Why did you let Mr. Wenzu move away? It's unnecessary. There must be something strange going on." Amidst the commotion, Lu Yin left with an exhausted expression. Being good-looking wasn't always a good thing, as the girls were all too powerful. The noise gave him a headache, and he couldn't even explain himself. Could he say that not changing Mr. Wenzu's arrangement was purely because he was lazy? Who would believe that? He was a Savannah formation master, and even if he didn't set up a sourcebox array, he could still use sourceboxes to prevent many students from climbing the stone pillars. He had many tricks up his sleeve, but they were all useless. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2192. Lu Yin rubbed his temples as he returned to the pillar, only to see someone beneath it. He raised his brows. What a powerful youth. A man stood quietly beneath the stone pillar. He was at least 2 meters tall, and his entire body exuded an oppressive aura. The grass beneath his feet was bent in all directions, suppressed by an invisible force. When Lu Yin arrived, the man's sharp gaze swept over him, filled with an oppressive aura. "Mr. Haoyu." The man spoke. His gaze was ice-cold, carrying an extremely strong aggressiveness. Lu Yin stepped closer. "That's me." "And you are?" "Xia Xingguang," the man replied slowly. Lu Yin was surprised, but then he smiled. "I've heard of you. You're the most outstanding youth of the Xia family in Shenwu continent, the only expert of the Shen generation." Xia Xingguang looked at Lu Yin calmly. "I can't see through you. Your cultivation might have reached the level of an envoy, but that doesn't stop me from challenging you." Lu Yin blinked, not understanding. "Challenge me? Why?" "Wen Zhao," Xia Xingguang said coldly. Lu Yin felt helpless. "There's nothing going on between me and Mr. Little Wen." Then issue a statement and clarify in front of all the mentors and students of Xian Academy. "Apologize to Wen Zhao, and we'll let this matter rest," Xia Xingguang said condescendingly, as if this was how things should be handled. Lu Yin laughed. "I'm innocent. Besides, I've only met Mr. Little Wen once. Why should I apologize? I'm not the one who damaged her reputation." Xia Xingguang calmly replied, "Apologize, or accept my challenge. Choose one." Lu Yin looked at Xia Xingguang. They were both from the Shenwu generation, but this guy was completely different from Xia Shenfei. Xia Shenfei liked to drink, and while he usually looked drunk and didn't care about anything, he could see more clearly than anyone else at critical moments. This person, on the other hand, was filled with a sense of superiority. However, the two had one thing in common: they were both extremely domineering. Regardless of whether it was Xia Shenfei or this Xia Xingguang in front of Lu Yin, neither would allow anyone to disobey them. "Student, there's something I wanted to say. You shouldn't call Wen Zhao by her full name. You should call her Mr. Little Wen." Lu Yin's smile faded. Xia Xingguang stared at Lu Yin. "Apologize or accept the challenge?" Choose one. Do you not understand what I'm saying? This has nothing to do with me, Lu Yin repeated. Xia Shengguang said coldly, don't you understand what I'm saying? Apologize or accept the challenge. Choose one. Lu Yin shook his head and took a step forward. I'll choose neither. He then smiled at Xia Shengguang. I'm not good at fighting. He then climbed onto the stone pillar. Xia Shengguang did not stop him. This was Yi Xian Academy. Even if he was a direct descendant of the four-way balance, he could not act recklessly. It was true that students could challenge instructors, but it also depended on whether the instructors were willing or not. As long as they did not violate the instructor's ethics, students were not allowed to take the initiative to attack instructors. After all, the students here were not ordinary students. If a person like Xia Shengguang wanted to attack a tutor, half of the 14 tutors of Yi Xian Academy would not be his match. Xia Shengguang watched Lu Yin climb up the stone pillar with disdain. I already said that you can either apologize or accept my challenge. You can't avoid it. He then headed towards Mr. Wen's stone pillar. He didn't want to hear Lu Yin's explanation, he only wanted to hear Wen Zhao's explanation. Wen Zhao was the woman he had taken a liking to. When he returned to his residence, he couldn't help but look at Mr. Wen's stone pillar. He felt that he had underestimated it. This time, he was in trouble. It was clearly just a rumor that had spread from who knew where, but it had attracted someone like Xia Shengguang. Xia Shengguang was looking for trouble because of Wen Zhao, and Wen Zhao was Dean Wen's great-granddaughter. Lu Yin did not believe that there was no reason for this. Xia Shengguang was too concerned about Wen Zhao, so he either really liked her or had other motives. Lu Yin didn't know if Xia Shengguang really liked Wen Zhao. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case, but the Xia family had produced an infatuated person like Xia Shang. Nothing was impossible. However, this had nothing to do with Lu Yin. That night, Mr. Tang walked out of the courtyard and saw Lu Yin. Is Mr. Hao Yu in a bad mood? Lu Yin stood up. Not really. It's just that some rumors are giving me a headache. Haha, that's how the academy is. Otherwise, wouldn't it be less fun? Mr. Tang smiled. Lu Yin pursed his lips. These old fellows all like to hear about such things. He looked at Mr. Tang's stone pillar and saw that Qing Feng had arrived. Beneath Mr. Tang's stone pillar, Qing Feng leapt up. Mr. Tang smiled as his domain descended like a mountain, ruthlessly pressing down on Qing Feng. Qing Feng's domain appeared as well, and he climbed up against Mr. Tang's. In the end, he was drenched in sweat and bowed to Mr. Tang. Sir, this student has disturbed you again. Mr. Tang laughed. Your domain is becoming more and more stable. Your next step is to break through to the Void God realm, but this step is very difficult. I told you to take it slow and not be impatient. Qing Feng bowed again. This student wishes to experience the power of the Void God realm's domain a few more times. Rumor has it that once one comprehends the Void God realm, one can manipulate the void and forcefully strip it away. This student cannot understand such power. Mr. Tang replied, the power of space. If anyone could comprehend it, then there wouldn't only be a few void gods in the astral tree realm. You've already experienced it the last time, so you may leave. Don't come back for the next 2 months. Qing Feng was indignant and wanted to say more, but Mr. Tang ignored him and instead looked at Lu Yin. I saw what happened between Mr. Hao Yu and Xia Shengguang. You did well. Lu Yin smiled wryly. He's just an impulsive student. Do I really have to fight with him? I'm not good at fighting. Is that so? Mr. Tang looked deeply at Lu Yin. From what I can see, Mr. Hao Yu is going easy on him. However, as a mentor, you should guide your students properly and not be too aggressive. Mr. Tang is very suited for this job. Lu Yin replied, Actually, I stayed here because I wanted to be closer to Mr. Tang so that I could learn more about the cultivation of domains. I didn't think that I would cause such a misunderstanding. There might be more students coming here in the future, and they'll definitely disturb Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang laughed. That's nothing. Mr. Haoyu, are you that interested in domains? Lu Yin's expression turned serious. The dean arranged for me to be next to Mr. Tang to fulfill my wish of learning about domains from you. You're exaggerating. Both mentors and students are allowed to exchange pointers in ECN Academy, so there's no need to be too serious. If Mr. Haoyu wants to learn about domains, I can let you experience it more. However, to what extent has Mr. Haoyu cultivated his domain? Mr. Tang asked. Qing Feng was curious as well. There had been many rumors about Mr. Haoyu in the academy over the past few days. He was handsome and could mesmerize girls. His cultivation was unknown, and there were rumors that he didn't even dare to accept Bai Nan's challenge. His classes were exploration, and he was also an array master. In short, there were many rumors about him in the academy, and he was a very mysterious person. Lu Yin glanced at Qing Feng. My domain cultivation is similar to this student's. We're both in the spiritual transformation realm. If Mr. Tang doesn't mind, I would like to experience the empty divine realm with this student. Qing Feng's eyes lit up and he looked hopefully at Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang was stunned, but then he laughed. All right, since Mr. Haoyu has spoken, then let's go together. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Lu Yin smiled. Qing Feng hurriedly bowed. Thank you, Mr. Tang. He then looked at Lu Yin gratefully. Every opportunity to experience the empty God's realm's domain was a rare opportunity. Although Lu Yin was an enlighter and an outstanding member of the younger generation in the cosmic tree domain, the pressure he faced was even greater than that of the average cultivator. This was because they were competing against top-notch geniuses, and the longer they were delayed, the more they would fall behind. He was competing against the heirs of the powerful clans and sects, and he didn't want to waste any time. Mr. Tang had told him to come back in 2 months, which was equivalent to wasting 2 months. Time was the most precious thing right now. The empty divine realm allowed one to freely manipulate the void and peel it away. Lu Yin had seen it many times during Henshin's battle, and that kind of control over space made him envious. He didn't believe that Mr. Tang had the same level of control over space as Henshin, but at the very least, he could do it. There were definitely more domains above the empty divine realm, and that was Henshin's realm. Mr. Tang's domain suddenly erupted and swept across the 2 stone pillars, enveloping both Qing Feng and Lu Yin. From a distance, it looked like space had been enveloped by a transparent gas that could be removed at any time. Within Mr. Tang's domain, Lu Yin felt that space was different from normal space. How should he describe it? It felt like the fixed space had become unstable, and the so-called empty divine realm was like a key to unlocking space. Qing Feng once again felt the empty divine realm's domain, and his eyes grew hazy. Although he could feel the void being distorted and peeled away, that feeling was unfamiliar to him, and he didn't know how to learn it. Envoys could tear through the void, but the void was still fixed, and so was the space within cosmic rings. However, the space within the empty divine realm's domain wasn't fixed. It was as if space had been transformed into water. Yes, water. Qing Feng's eyes lit up as he comprehended something. Mr. Tang was flabbergasted. He had thought that Qing Feng wouldn't be able to comprehend anything in such a short amount of time, but he hadn't expected this kid to be so talented. It was no wonder why Senior Cleardust had taken him in as a disciple. As he thought about it, he looked at Lu Yin and his expression changed. Lu Yin was actually fiddling with the void. Mr. Tang was stunned. Was everyone this talented? One could comprehend something the second time he felt the empty divine realm's domain, while the other could directly fiddle with the void. Given some more time, wouldn't he be able to reach the empty divine realm? Mr. Tang stared blankly at Lu Yin. This person seemed to be hiding something. Lu Yin hadn't comprehended the concept of space being like water, like clear dust had. He only treated space as dots. He had experienced the scene of rune lines turning into red dots, and he had also comprehended the secret plan, repentance, so he wasn't unfamiliar with space. At this moment, he was only one step away from the empty divine realm's domain. It wasn't a step that was so close yet so far, it was just one step. He might break through this step soon, but even if it wasn't, it wouldn't take too long. Once he broke through the empty divine realm's domain, Lu Yin didn't know if there would be any changes to the reverse move and the secret plan. All battle techniques in the world evolved from one type of power, and that was the astral source. Everything would eventually return to one, and this was the core of the power in Lu Yin's heart. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2193. Any power system could be traced back to its source. For example, battle force and domains originated from the third mainland's master of ancient Tao, and above that was the primogenitor. Lu Yin had trained in all sorts of powers, and while they seemed very messy, it was just as Mr. Mu had said, one could cultivate each power to its peak. When he had first heard of this, Lu Yin had thought that it meant cultivating each power to its peak, but now, he understood what Mr. Mu meant. Everything returned to one, and when all powers were cultivated to their peak, they could be linked together. The secret art of plan, reverse step, and the empty God realm. It seemed like space, but it could connect to time, reverse the void, see through the river of the void, and touch the power of time. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. Human cultivation systems had spread out from a single source, and all sorts of cultivation paths had appeared. However, in the end, they still had to return to the same source. Lu Yin stepped out of the empty God realm and bowed to Mr. Tang. "Thank you, Mr. Mr. Tang sighed. Mr. Hao Yu's innate talent is not below anyone else's. It's only a matter of time before you reach the empty God realm." Lu Yin was once again grateful. Not long after, Qing Chen woke up. His gaze was dazed at first, but he soon regained his clarity. He looked at Mr. Tang excitedly, about to say something. Mr. Tang raised a hand to stop him. "Go back and comprehend it yourself. Don't say anything, and don't ask anything." Qing Feng suppressed his excitement and nodded. He gave Lu Yin another grateful look before leaving. Mr. Tang looked at Lu Yin. "Mr. Hao Yu, as mentors, we sometimes need to keep a low profile and lead by example to our students. However, there are also times when we have no choice but to reveal our talents. I look forward to the day when you do." Lu Yin humbly replied, "That's my personality. Perhaps I'll have to disappoint you." Mr. Tang smiled and returned to his room. Lu Yin exhaled as space, time, astral sources, death energy, fate, and all sorts of other powers revolved in his mind. Unknowingly, he fell asleep. The next day, a girl brought a source box to Lu Yin's doorstep to ask him to help her unlock it, but she only brought a 3 stars discerning elementary source box. The girl thought that Lu Yin would take a long time to unlock the source box, but it took him less than 2 hours to succeed. There was nothing inside the source box, it was empty. Most source boxes don't have anything inside them, so there are different opinions on how to use them. One group believes that they must be unlocked. Even if 99 out of 100 source boxes are empty, as long as one contains something, it's still worth it. After all, anything that can be unlocked from a source box is extremely precious, and it's something that even the universe would want to seal away. The other one believes that source boxes should be used to form a source box array that can be used on the battlefield, Lu Yin said. The girl looked at him curiously with her big, bright eyes. "Which one do you support, sir?" Lu Yin rubbed his chin. As a Savannah Array Master, I'm more inclined towards the second method. However, I also feel that the first method is the correct way to use source boxes, which is a bit of a dilemma. The girl sneered. Mister, you don't have a choice. I'll support the first option. I hope that someone as good-looking as Mister can be unlocked and play with me every day. Luin was amused. Work hard on your cultivation. You're very talented, and you'll become a lockbreaker one day. He wasn't spouting nonsense, as this girl had attended 2 of his classes. Of course, he had only taught 2 of them, and he had already seen the standards of the students during his second class. This girl definitely had a talent for lockbreaking, and she wasn't weak either. She was a peak hunter and was comparable to the 10 arbiters. Right, it's already been 2 classes, but I still don't know what your name is. Luin asked. Someone who was comparable to the 10 arbiters could be called a hero, and they were rare even in the cosmic tree domain. The girl was pleasantly surprised. Mister, you're asking for my name. Are you trying to remember me? That's great, I'm Nong Xinyang. Luin was stunned. Nong Xinyang. That's right. Luin was curious. How is Nong Xinyang related to you? Nong Xinyang smiled. She's my older sister. Nong Lai is your older brother. Luin asked. Nong Xinyang nodded. Does Mister know them? Luin shook his head. I've only heard of them, but I don't know them. Nong Xinyang was curious. Mister looks like you're about the same age as them, so you should be in the same generation. With Mister's cultivation, you should be very famous back then. I'll go back and ask them if they know you. Luin smiled. Do as you wish. Alright, the lockbreaking is done, so you should go back. Nong Xinyang's eyes flashed with craftiness. I have more. She then took out a 4-star discerning elementary source box. Please, Mister. Luin was speechless. You actually brought 2. Hee, thank you, Mister. I won't skimp on the credits, Nong Xinyang said happily. Luin shook his head and began to unlock the source box. Nong Xinyang heaved a sigh of relief and propped up her chin as she quietly watched Luin unlock the source box. He even explained the process to her as he unlocked it. She had no interest in lockbreaking at all, otherwise, with her status in the Nong family, she would have learned it a long time ago. She had only come because she liked this face, it was just too good-looking. After another 2 hours, Luin finished unlocking the source box, but there was still nothing. Lu Yin's expression remained calm, as the danger of this source box was completely useless against him. Mister, what else? Nong Xinyang took out another source box. This time, it was a 1-star perceptive intermediate source box. It was octagonal and looked like a starfish, but it was also very large. It was obvious that it would take a lot of time. Luin was speechless. How many source boxes did you bring? Nong Xinyang blinked. This is the last one. Luin said, I'm tired today, so I'll only help you unlock this one. Don't take out any more. Alright, thank you, Mister. Nong Xinyang was very happy and generous, giving Luin quite a few credits. She had spent 2 years at Yi Xian Academy and had earned a lot of credits, but she hadn't used them much. It wasn't just her, Xia Xingguang, Wang Xiaofan, and the others were in a similar situation. Yi Xian Academy didn't have much to teach them, so they either didn't have enough credits or didn't need to spend them. Qin Feng's credits were spent on Mr. Tang. This time, it took more than 2 hours. This octagonal sourcebox's danger was very unique, and it had a sweet smell that could kill. Luin couldn't even stand it after smelling it for a while, but it didn't cause any harm. The only reason it had taken so long was because it was large and difficult to unlock. The octagonal sourcebox was unlocked, and Lu Yin obtained a seed. Nong Xinyang's eyes lit up. Great, it's the seed of an ancient sunflower. Lu Yin was curious and tossed the seed to her. What's an ancient sunflower? Nong Xinyang took the seed and explained, it's a type of flower that grows on meteorites. It blooms wherever there's light, and it produces a very sweet smell. It's an essential ingredient to make a type of spice. Is that the sweet smell? Lu Yin was puzzled. Nong Xinyang rolled her eyes. Of course it's diluted. That sweet smell is like love, and it's a smell that many young men and women pursue. It's a pity that it went extinct a long time ago, and I've only seen it in books. This is great. With this seed, our seed garden will be able to grow sunflowers. Thank you, Mr. Hao Yu. Lu Yin was puzzled. Nong Xinyang should have a lockbreaker, right? Haven't you tried to unlock it? Nong Xinyang replied, there are too many source boxes, and no one can unlock them all. There are very few origin formation masters, and they're all gathered at the back of the battlefield. Who has the time to help us unlock source boxes? Lu Yin nodded. Alright, let's go back. Nong Xinyang thanked Lu Yin again before leaving. Before leaving, she asked if she could ask Lu Yin to continue unlocking source boxes. Lu Yin agreed, as this was a good opportunity for him to practice his skills. After merging with Master Hao Yu's body, Lu Yin's understanding of source boxes had increased by quite a bit. With his own accumulated knowledge, as long as he could unlock enough source boxes, he would become a true realm plane formation master. He still hoped that he could become an origin formation heavenly master. After Nong Xinyang left, someone else tried to climb up the stone pillar, but unfortunately, that person failed. Wen Zhao's setup made it difficult for even cruisers to climb up. Most of the students in the academy were still below the explorer realm, and not everyone was as powerful as Nong Xinyang or Qing Feng. Mr. Hao Yu, Wen Zhao called out from another stone pillar. Lu Yin turned around and was surprised. Mr. Shaowen. Wen Zhao looked at Lu Yin and said in a low voice, you should know about the recent rumors circulating around the academy. Lu Yin hurriedly apologized. I'm really sorry, Mr. Shaowen. I didn't think that the dean would be so kind as to let me get close to Mr. Tang and help me learn about domains. However, I ended up causing a misunderstanding in Mr. Shaowen's reputation. I'm really sorry. Wen Zhao replied, I don't care. It's just that Xia Xingguang's matter has made things difficult for Mr. Hao Yu. I'm here to apologize. Lu Yin waved a hand. It's not a big deal. The students are all young and hot-blooded. It's understandable. Wen Zhao was helpless. There are some things that I can't stop, but I'll do my best to explain it to Xia Xingguang. He's too impulsive. Lu Yin hurriedly said, don't. The more you explain, the worse it gets. It's better not to say anything and just let nature take its course. Let nature take its course. Wen Zhao frowned and looked at Lu Yin suspiciously. Lu Yin found it strange. Had he said something wrong? Wen Zhao retracted his gaze. Since that's the case, Mr. Hao Yu should take care of himself. As long as you ignore Xia Xingguang, he won't be able to do anything in East Xian Academy. Lu Yin nodded. I understand. Wen Zhao returned to the courtyard. Xia Xingguang represented Shenwu Plain and the Xia family, which naturally attracted many people. Wen Zhao's worries were justified, as the next person to come looking for Lu Yin was another mentor. Is Mr. Hao Yu here? I'm Wu Taibai, and I'm here to seek an audience. The voice traveled to Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin was astonished. Who? Wu Taibai. He walked out of the courtyard and looked down. He saw a familiar face. It was Wu Taibai, one of the 6th mainland's Dao Source 3 skies. He was also a supreme from Shenwu Plain and was on the same level as Xia Taili. Why was he here? Right, the academy had a Mr. Wu who had broken through the 18 horizontal arrays as an enlighter. Could that be him? Is Mr. Hao Yu here? Wu Tai-bai called out again. Lu Yin asked, Are you Mr. Wu? Feel free to come up. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2194. Wu Tai-bai stepped forward and climbed up the pillar, arriving outside Lu Yin's courtyard. He looked at Lu Yin with a strange expression. Mr. Hao Yu has been in the academy for half a month, but I've never met you before. Sorry for disturbing you today. Lu Yin smiled. You must be Mr. Wu. Please come in. Wu Tai-bai walked into the courtyard, and Lu Yin calmed himself down and poured a cup of tea for him. I've also heard of Mr. Wu's name. I heard that you're the only enlighter in the academy to break through the 18 horizontal arrays. You're truly admirable. Wu Tai-bai smiled. It's not strange for us to be able to do it at our age. Many people have already broken through to become emissaries. For example, Mr. Hao Yu, you're an emissary powerhouse. You'll definitely be able to break through the 18 horizontal arrays. Lu Yin found it strange when he saw Wu Tai-bai. With Wu Tai-bai's innate talent, he should have become an emissary already. He wasn't imprisoned in Mount Supreme, nor was he in the fifth mainland that had been devoured by the astral source universe. Lu Yin estimated that the geniuses of the astral tree domain should have all become emissaries, but Wu Tai-bai hadn't. Even as an emissary, I'm not confident that I can break through the 18 horizontal arrays. Mr. Wu thinks too highly of me and underestimates himself, Lu Yin said modestly. Wu Tai-bai smiled and sipped his tea, seemingly deep in thought. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry, as Wu Tai-bai's visit definitely had something to do with Xia Shengguang. After a while, Wu Tai-bai put down his teacup. Actually, I'm here to apologize to Mr. Hao Yu. Lu Yin was surprised. What do you mean? I've never met Mr. Wu, so why would I apologize? Wu Tai-bai replied, Mr. Hao Yu must have met Xia Shengguang. Lu Yin nodded. Wu Tai-bai said, I belong to Shenwu Heaven, and Xia Shengguang is the most outstanding descendant of this generation of Shenwu Heaven. Since Xia Shengguang was rude to you, as a senior, I must apologize. I'm truly sorry, Mr. Hao Yu. Lu Yin hurriedly said, It's not a big deal, Mr. Wu. Xia Shengguang is just a student. Why would I bother with a student? Wu Tai-bai smiled. I know that Mr. Hao Yu is magnanimous and won't bother with such a small matter. There's a second reason for my visit. Tell me about it, Lu Yin said, even though he already knew the answer. He had already guessed that it had something to do with Wen Zhao. If that was really the case, then Xia Shengguang's reaction would be related to the Shenwu Plain. The Shenwu Plain had set their sights on Dean Wen of Yi Xian Academy. Wu Tai-bai muttered to himself, It's not nice to say this out loud, but I still have to say it. He looked at Lu Yin seriously. Forgive my rudeness, but what exactly is the relationship between Mr. Hao Yu and Mr. Wen? Lu Yin frowned. Mr. Wu, you don't believe in the academy's rumors as well, do you? Wu Tai-bai chuckled, Of course not. It's just that the headmaster has arranged for Mr. Hao Yu to stay here, which puzzles me, so I would like to know what Mr. Hao Yu's intentions are. Lu Yin stared at Wu Tai-bai. What does Mr. Wu want me to do? Wu Tai-bai and Lu Yin looked at each other for a moment before retracting their gazes. Mr. Hao Yu should already know that Xia Shengguang likes Mr. Wen, so Mr. Hao Yu hopes that Mr. Hao Yu can fulfill their wish. In return, Mr. Hao Yu can ask for anything. Lu Yin thought to himself that, as expected, the Shenwu Plain had set their sights on Dean Wen. This was interesting, and Lu Yin wanted to be a part of this. The rumors are false. I have nothing to do with Mr. Wen. Even if that's the case, does Shenwu Heaven have such intentions? Lu Yin asked. Wu Tai-bai nodded. The Shinwu plane doesn't like surprises. Of course, if Mr. Haoyu is unwilling, then we'll have a fair competition. I'm here to apologize on behalf of Xiaoxingguang. Wu Taibai's attitude was very proper, and he did not threaten or coerce Lu Yin. It could only be considered a lure. However, the words Shinwu plane were a threat. Lu Yin smiled. Mr. Wu, you don't understand why the headmaster arranged for me to stay here, but I can tell you. Wu Taibai straightened his body. Lu Yin said, a learning domain. Wu Taibai was astonished. A learning domain. Lu Yin nodded. My cultivation of a domain has reached the spiritual transformation realm, and I'm only one step away from the void god realm. This step is too difficult to cross, and the headmaster kindly arranged for me to stay beside Mr. Tang so that I can frequently consult Mr. Tang. You've misunderstood. Wu Taibai laughed. If that's the case, then perhaps we really did misunderstand. However, this is also a blessing in disguise. We know that Mr. Haoyu is about to break through to the void god realm, and Shinwu plane will definitely congratulate you on the day you break through. After a few more polite exchanges, Wu Taibai said his goodbyes and left. Before he left, he looked into Lu Yin's eyes. Mr. Haoyu, have we met before? Lu Yin thought about it. I don't think so. Mr. Wu is from Shinwu plane, and I'm just an independent cultivator. Wu Taibai smiled and left. Lu Yin watched him leave. Wu Taibai was definitely not referring to himself as Lu Yin, but rather to Yu Hao. Yu Hao had married Xia Zhidong, and she was from a side branch of the Xia family. She was also from Shinwu plane, so perhaps Wu Taibai had met her before. If Wu Taibai confirmed Yu Hao's identity, then Lu Yin's place would not be so peaceful. That was fine, as this was exactly what Lu Yin had been waiting for. Shinwu plane would not let him off while he was impersonating Yu Hao, and it would depend on whether or not they could do anything to him at Yixian Academy. If Yu Hao did not reveal himself, then how would he approach Shinwu plane? Lu Yin would wait for the four-way scales plan to use the Yu family to intimidate everyone in the astral tree realm. He had come to the astral tree realm with the goal of saving someone, but he had no idea how. He could only take things one step at a time. As for now, Lu Yin looked at the stone pillars and decided that it was time to rearrange them. Using Wen Zhao's method had already caused rumors, so it was no longer appropriate. Besides, if Shinwu plane found him and wanted to do anything to him, Yixian Academy's attitude would be crucial. Lu Yin's value to Yixian Academy would determine their attitude when the time came. With that in mind, Lu Yin began to rearrange the stone pillars. The best way to rearrange the stone pillars was to use a teleportation array. It could transfer students without harming them, and it could also fully display his abilities as an origin array master. Lu Yin spent the next few days comfortably. Nong Xinyang did not come looking for him, and neither did any of the other students. Instead, he went to the library to browse through the academy's books. The meager amount of credits that Nong Xinyang had given him was not enough for him to ascend to the next level. Students often went to Mr. Yang Wen's place to ask about ancient characters. Lu Yin was also curious about the ancient characters and wanted to learn them. Wen Xingyi was the best choice, as his level would definitely surpass Mr. Yang Wen's. Right, could they be related? Both of their surnames were Wen. Lu Yin did not release Wen Xingyi in Yixian Academy, nor did he take out the mirror to summon the fog ancestor. After all, this was a place that even the four-way scales treated with caution. Lu Yin was worried. The third class began, and after the first two classes, Lu Yin was starting to get used to this kind of class. Jin Zhongshan arrived. The Zijin family had been investigating the Fire Phoenix and Dark Phoenix, which coincided with Lu Yin's class. Lu Yin was surprised to see Qingfeng here, but he was probably grateful that Qingfeng had helped him at Mr. Tang's place and had helped him comprehend something. Nong Xinyang and the other girls were naturally present as well. Although the number of students was not as high as the first class, it was still twice as high. Many people wanted to see Lu Yin, as it was rumored that he was cohabiting with Mr. Youngwen. Lu Yin saw the envy in the eyes of many of the boys. An hour later, Lu Yin was in the middle of a class when he accidentally came across some records regarding Wen Xingyi in the library. He talked about it and caused some discussion. At that moment, Bai Nan arrived, but he did not cause any trouble. Instead, he looked at Lu Yin with interest and an indescribable smugness. Lu Yin raised his brows. There was something wrong with this brat's gaze. He must have done something. Not long after Bai Nan, another person arrived, and Lu Yin finally knew what Bai Nan was so proud of. This person was Xia Shengguang, and he had probably come because of Bai Nan. Bai Nan sneered as he watched Lu Yin's endless lecture. Xia Shengguang was here. Let's see how you deal with him. Xia Shengguang's appearance caused a commotion. There were a few students in the academy who rarely attended classes, even those of Mr. Tang and Mr. Zheng. Xia Shengguang was one of them, and he was a direct descendant of the four-way scales. He had become one of the most popular candidates for the position of junior ancestor. Only Xia Xunfei's generation could truly be considered one of the four junior ancestors. However, the junior ancestor planets still existed, and even if one did not need to go to the sovereign realm to search for the origin item, the planet could still be used. However, it was still unknown when it would be used. This meant that aside from not going to the sovereign realm and losing the opportunity to obtain the origin item, Xia Shengguang was no different from Xia Xunfei's generation. However, outsiders did not know whether or not they would actually be able to obtain the origin item. In any case, Xia Shengguang was a candidate to become one of the four junior ancestors in the eyes of this generation, and there was an 80% to 90% chance that he would monopolize one of the junior ancestor planets. If Lu Yin's face under Yu Hao's disguise had excited the girls in the academy because of his looks, then Xia Shengguang had similarly excited them because of his strength. They had two completely different views. However, in the end, a pretty face was far from being able to compare to a powerful junior ancestor. Mr. Hao Yu, can you explain the rumors about you and Mr. Wen? Xia Shengguang's voice was so loud that it spread all around the lake. Lu Yin's lecture was only in one corner of the lake. The entire lake was huge, and countless students were gathered here. Some were fishing, some were resting, and some were cultivating. Xia Shengguang's words attracted everyone's attention. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2195. Nong Xinyang stood up and scolded, Xia Shengguang, don't disturb teacher's class. Are you crazy? Isn't it just a rumor? Moreover, this is between Mr. Hao Yu and Mr. Wen. What does it have to do with you? I've heard of people picking up money, but I've never heard of people picking up trouble. If you have the ability, then go ahead and scold them. Xia Shengguang coldly looked at Nong Xinyang and said, for the sake of the Nong family, I can pretend that I didn't hear what you said. Even if Nong Sanyang were here, she wouldn't dare to speak to me like that. Mind your own business. Nong Xinyang put her hands on her hips, looking like she wasn't afraid of him. What are you bragging about? My sister will kill you with a hoe. Qing Feng stood up. Xia Shengguang, please don't disturb the teacher's class. Xia Shengguang glanced at Qing Feng. I don't like talking to trash. If you have the ability to last 10 moves against me, I'll look you in the eye. Qing Feng clenched his fists. With his status, he would be highly valued wherever he went. His cultivation talent was also extremely high. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen by half-martial ancestor Qing Qin. However, compared to Xia Shengguang, he was indeed far inferior. Even though Qing Qin was a half-martial ancestor, his foundation could not be compared to the Xiao clan. When Lu Yin had first arrived at East Xian Academy, he had been in high spirits and believed that he was at the top of his generation. How many of his peers had actually reached the enlightened realm? However, after exchanging blows with Xia Xingguang and Wang Xiaofan, Lu Yin finally recognized the reality of the situation. They were both enlighters, and although they seemed to be on par with each other, their true strength was far from each other. This was also the reason why he was in a hurry to learn about domains. He didn't want to fall too far behind. Xia Xingguang looked at Lu Yin. Either apologize or accept my challenge. As an envoy, if you don't even dare to accept the challenge of an enlightened student, then what kind of mentor are you? Bai Nan sneered, Mr. Haoyu, you didn't dare to accept the challenge of the 18 horizontal formations, but now you don't even dare to accept the challenge of a student. Nong Xinyang scolded, cut the crap. Mr. Haoyu is a scholar and a lockbreaker, not a battle maniac. Why would he fight with you? Xia Xingguang stared coldly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. I'm not good at fighting. I told you before. Xia Xingguang was disdainful and turned to leave. Trash. Many students were disappointed. Even Nong Xinyang, who supported Lu Yin, felt a little disappointed at this moment. This wasn't a matter of whether one was good at it or not. If this person didn't even have the courage to fight, how could he teach his students? Previously, a student had asked, since Mr. Haoyu is a formation master of Deyuan, why doesn't he go to the battlefield on the other side? At that time, many people had said that they were afraid of death, especially by Nan's group. Now, it seemed that perhaps it was true. However, Lu Yin continued, even though I'm not good at fighting, I'm good at sourcebox arrays. Xia Xingguang turned around to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin asked, did you just say that Qing Feng couldn't even withstand 10 moves from you? Why don't we do this? I'll set up a sourcebox array for him. Don't worry, I won't use a sourcebox with too much killing intent. I'll just use a supportive sourcebox array. If he can use it to last 10 moves against you, no, 50 moves against you, then we'll consider it my win. How about that? If he can't hold on, you win. I'll do whatever you say. Xia Xingguang looked at Qing Feng in astonishment, and Qing Feng looked back at Xia Xingguang in astonishment. He wouldn't even be able to last 10 moves, let alone 50. Although he had some comprehension of his domain, that was only comprehension, not mastery. The difference between him and Xia Xingguang was too great, and he couldn't even withstand the divine martial cheese force alone. How could he possibly last 50 moves? Xia Xingguang laughed. Do you have confidence in this piece of trash or in yourself? Let me tell you, if I get serious, he won't even last 3 moves, let alone 10. That's the difference between Shenwu Plain and a wandering cultivator. The difference. So, you accept? Lu Yin countered. Xia Xingguang sneered. Fine, I accept. There's no need for 50 moves, just 10. As long as he can last 10 moves, I'll admit defeat. Lu Yin looked at Qing Feng. Fellow student, are you willing to help me? Qing Feng hesitated. Nong Xinyang grew anxious. Qing Feng, are you a man or not? Even if you don't have Mr. Haoyu's sourcebox array, you wouldn't dare to fight Xia Xingguang. Where did your spirit go? Qing Feng looked up at Lu Yin. I'm not afraid of a fight, but I don't want to implicate Mr. Lu Yin raised a hand, and star energy gathered around Qing Feng's body. He then set up a modified sourcebox array, the flow diversion diagram. He had once used the flow diversion diagram sourcebox array under the alias of Long 7, but he had been afraid of being recognized, so he had changed it slightly. Don't worry, you can definitely do it. Qing Feng took a deep breath and nodded. He then looked at Xia Xingguang. Come. The surrounding students retreated and watched in anticipation. They had not expected to see such a battle in class. Although Qing Feng was far from Xia Xingguang's level, that was only because Xia Xingguang was too freakish. Excluding those who were on the same level as Xia Xingguang, Qing Feng was definitely the strongest. There was going to be a good show. More students gathered around the lake, and they had all heard Xia Xingguang's words. All of them were especially excited. The battle was taking place above the lake. Qing Feng was confused as he looked at the flow diversion diagram that surrounded his body. This was too simple, and he felt that this sourcebox array would shatter at the slightest touch. How could it block Xia Xingguang's divine martial qi? Not only did Qing Feng think this way, but Xia Xingguang and the other students who had come to watch the show were also thinking the same thing. Xia Xingguang sneered. Lu Yin was just pretending to be mysterious. He understood Lu Yin's intentions. Lu Yin wanted to use Qing Feng as a scapegoat. No matter what, as long as Qing Feng accepted the challenge, Xia Xingguang could withdraw from the battle. Even if Qing Feng lost, it would be Qing Feng losing face, not Xia Xingguang. At most, Xia Xingguang would make Qing Feng apologize to Wen Zhao, which was something that Qing Feng should have done. This person was truly sinister. Xia Xingguang had guessed it, but he had not said anything. Bai Nan had, and many people had guessed it as well. Lu Yin's image in the hearts of many students instantly fell, including the girls. You're quite unlucky. Just treat this as a lesson, Xia Xingguang said coldly. He raised a hand, and an invisible stream of air fluttered out like a ribbon. He raised his hand and aimed it at Qing Feng. He wanted to end this as quickly as possible. The faster it ended, the more humiliated Hao Yu would be. Bai Nan had already announced Xia Xingguang's intentions, so Hao Yu would only lose even more face. Qing Feng's gaze turned cold, and he quickly dodged the divine martial qi. However, Xia Xingguang had already anticipated this, and he suddenly changed directions with his palm. The divine martial qi tore through the void and slammed into Qing Feng's body. Qing Feng raised a hand and used the profound water diagram. As soon as he spoke, the water in front of him transformed into a dreamy world of mountains and rivers that attempted to block the divine martial qi. However, Qing Feng had underestimated the divine martial qi, as it was the ultimate power of the divine martial plane. It was tyrannical and destructive, so how could a single technique block it? The divine martial qi directly shattered Qing Feng's profound water diagram. Fortunately, the profound water diagram was not completely useless, and it still managed to block a bit of the attack, allowing Qing Feng to dodge. Xia Xingguang's lips curled up, and a long blade appeared in his hand. He took a step forward, and the divine martial qi wrapped around the blade as he slashed at Qing Feng. Do you still remember this move? Qing Feng's eyes narrowed. He had challenged Xia Xingguang before, and he had been defeated by this very move. However, Xia Xingguang had been sixth when he had used this move. Xia Xingguang had used his second move, and it was clear that he wanted to end the battle quickly. Many students felt their hearts skip a beat. Many of them were biased towards Qing Feng, as he was an upright and passionate person who was willing to help others. Domain. Qing Feng stared fixedly at Xia Xingguang's blade. Suddenly, he heard Lu Yin's voice in his ear. Domain. Lightning flashed through his mind, and the experience of comprehending Mr. Tang's empty god's domain surfaced once again. He watched Xia Xingguang's blade descend, watched the divine martial qi break through everything, and saw the void being torn apart. He thought of 4 words, turning space into water. Xia Xingguang was certain that he could defeat Qing Feng, as he had done so before. In such a short amount of time, Qing Feng had not been able to bridge the gap between the two of them. However, the blade still missed, and Qing Feng dodged like a fish. Xia Xingguang was in disbelief. You! Qing Feng dodged Xia Xingguang's blade and reached out. Lightning flashed as it transformed into Lei Ren and slashed at Xia Xingguang from an unbelievable angle. His attack style had changed. Xia Xingguang watched Lei Ren pierce through the void and hurriedly dodged. However, this attack shocked him, as he had not been able to completely avoid it. The angle and arc of Lei Ren's slash were too strange, as it seemed to have cut through the water rather than the void. It was a very strange feeling, so strange that Xia Xingguang felt as if he was facing someone else instead of Qing Feng. Beside the lake, a group of students stared blankly. What were they seeing? Xia Xingguang was bleeding. He was injured. Qing Feng held Lei Ren in his hand. This was his innate gift, and he had borrowed his master's enigmatic water diagrams technique to increase his innate gift's destructive power. He had believed that he could fight against any expert of his generation, but after entering Yi Xian Academy and challenging Xia Xingguang and Wang Xiaofan, his pride had disappeared. Now, his lost pride had returned, and it was not impossible for him to surpass them. At the very least, Xia Xingguang had been injured. Lu Yin was astonished. Qing Feng's innate gift in the field of domains was not bad. Everyone had a different understanding of space, and Qing Feng's comprehension had piqued Lu Yin's curiosity. No wonder Mr. Tang had praised him that night. Xia Xingguang looked at the blood flowing from his arm, and his initial disdain and indifference disappeared. His face sank, and he looked up at Qing Feng. "You're not bad." Qing Feng gripped Lei Ren tightly, and lightning flashed. "Continue." Xia Xingguang touched his injured arm. His fingers were stained with blood. "I underestimated you, but it's over now. Be careful of your own life." He raised his long blade and slashed horizontally. His blade was wrapped in divine martial qi, and it shattered the void. Qing Feng saw through the void and hurriedly dodged. Suddenly, a similar blade appeared behind him, and he instinctively dodged. In front of him, Xia Xingguang was right in front of him, and Xia Xingguang's raised blade viciously slashed down with divine martial force. Beside the lake, many people went pale. It was over. Qing Feng looked at the blade descending from above his head, and he dodged at the critical moment. However, even though he had avoided the blade, he could not avoid the divine martial force, nor could he avoid the other blade that had mysteriously appeared out of nowhere from Xia Xingguang. The blade and the divine martial force landed on his body at the same time. Xia Xingguang was confident that this blade was over, and he had not held back. Not only was it over, but Qing Feng would also pay the price for his previous attack. Xia Xingguang was from the Xia family, and he was from the divine martial plane. He had the greatest inheritance, and no matter what Qing Feng had learned, it could not compare to Xia Xingguang's. Qing Feng was unable to dodge, and the blade and the divine martial force landed solidly on his body. The lake exploded, and a terrifying force swept out in all directions, causing the void to distort. The lake water rose into the sky and then fell back down like rain. Everyone looked at the lake, wanting to know the result. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2196. Only Xia Xingguang was left standing at the center of the lake in disbelief. Off in the distance, Qing Feng was completely unharmed. Qing Feng was stunned as well, and he looked at himself. He was fine. He looked at Lu Yin, who was beside the lake. This sourcebox array had actually been useful, and it had blocked Xia Xingguang's attack. Lu Yin's lips curled up. What a joke! How could the channeling diagram be useless? Furthermore, it had been set up by Lu Yin with his current cultivation. It looked weak, but even if Xia Xinfei had become an envoy, he might not have been able to break through it. None of the students from Yi Xian Academy had been able to break through it. Mr. Haoyu, this sourcebox array blocked Xia Xingguang's attack. Nong Xinyang asked. All of the students stared at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin smiled. His attack wasn't powerful enough. After all, it was a sourcebox array. Nong Xinyang was excited. I knew that Mr. wasn't trying to escape. Xia Xingguang couldn't have broken through Mr's sourcebox array. Many of the girls beside her agreed, and Lu Yin's shattered image in their hearts grew even stronger. The stuttering fatty was also excited. Too amazing, too amazing. Xia Xingguang stared at Lu Yin, as he was well aware of the power of that attack. The sourcebox array had actually been able to block it, which meant that it was extraordinary. If that was the case, then Xia Xingguang would have to use his full strength if he wanted to finish off Qing Feng within 10 moves. Lu Yin was looking forward to Xia Xingguang using the divine martial transformation. Xia Xinfei had used it before, and it had been quite powerful. Back then, Lu Yin had been most concerned about Xia Xinfei's innate gift, but now, Xia Xingguang's strength was far inferior to Xia Xinfei's. Xia Xingguang raised his blade and charged at Qing Feng. He had already used 3 moves, and there were still 7 left. Qing Feng was on high alert as the profound water diagram rose from the lake. This was Qing Chen's battle technique, but it was useless against Xia Xingguang. Xia Xingguang stared at Qing Feng and immediately used a secret technique, reverse. This technique could reverse an enemy's injuries, even if the enemy's strength had increased. It was a rather terrifying technique. Qing Feng's strength had indeed been reversed. He had wanted to use spatial water to avoid the attack, but he had failed. However, Xia Xingguang's attack had not been able to break through the sourcebox array, and it had only managed to send Qing Feng flying. Xia Xingguang rushed over once again. He raised his blade and slashed out. This time, a huge shadow of a blade appeared behind him. This was visualization. Nong Xinyang's eyes widened. Originally, only the Lu family knew how to visualize, but after the Lu family was exiled, the 4-way balance stole this power. As soon as Xia Xingguang's visualization came out, Qing Feng's warning bells rang in his head. Xia Xingguang's next strike was so terrifying that he had no confidence in blocking it. Lu Yin remained unperturbed. So what if it was visualization? His strength had increased, but he still couldn't break through the upper limit of the diagram's power. Bang! The lake churned. The sharp saber light swept out in all directions, heading for the side of the lake. Mr. Zheng leaped out and blocked the blade radiance. He waved his hand to disperse the lake water and looked at the center. There, Xia Xingguang's face was filled with astonishment once again. He stared at the sourcebox array around Qing Feng's body in disbelief. It looked so weak, but it had blocked Xia Xingguang's attack. It looks like you won't be able to break through. Qing Feng was shocked. He had not expected Xia Xingguang's attack to be so useless. He had thought that it would at least be able to break through the sourcebox array, and he would be able to use the array's obstruction to dodge the attack. But now, it seemed like there was no need for that. There was no need for him to do anything. He could just stand there and let Xia Xingguang attack him. Xia Xingguang turned to look at Lu Yin, his eyes filled with shock. What's this sourcebox array called? Lu Yin smiled. His smile was very humble. I forgot. Xia Xingguang's eyes went wide. Mr. Zheng frowned. Mr. Haoyu, what's going on? Lu Yin smiled. Student sparring isn't a big deal. Why are you here, Mr. Zheng? Mr. Zheng said in a low voice, that attack just now was not a simple sparring session. Lu Yin laughed. Then, Mr. Zheng, did you see anyone injured? Mr. Zheng paused, and he gave Lu Yin a deep look before looking back at Xia Xingguang. You won't be able to break through the sourcebox array. There's no need for you to continue fighting. Xia Xingguang gripped his blade tightly. Impossible. There must be a way to break through. On the other side, Wu Taibai arrived. Xinguang, Mr. Zheng is right. You won't be able to break through that sourcebox array. There's no need for you to continue fighting. Xia Xinguang and Wu Taibai looked at each other for a moment before looking back at Lu Yin. I admit defeat. Lu Yin smiled. It was just a sparring session between students, so there's no need for Mr. Xia Xinguang to take it to heart. Students, this lesson has given you a good understanding of the uses of sourcebox arrays in battle. Those who still want to listen to my lessons, go back and write your reflections, then hand them in next class. We'll strive to bring you all to the Academy's sourcebox array within a year and uncover the secrets of the Flame Phoenix and Dark Phoenix. Yes, Mr. Haoyu. Nong Xinyang was overjoyed. Such a handsome teacher was also so powerful. Yes, Mr. Haoyu. Yes, Mr. Haoyu. One by one, the young girls responded excitedly, smiling happily as they chattered away. Class ended, but Lu Yin could not leave. He was surrounded by students and could not leave at all. Even Mr. Zheng could not speak to him. Wu Taibai apologized to Lu Yin from afar, but Lu Yin smiled and did not mind. Xia Xinguang left, but the sourcebox array that had surrounded Qing Feng's body kept echoing in his mind. Xia Xinguang had seen all sorts of sourcebox arrays and had experienced the battlefield on the other side, but the sourcebox array that Lu Yin had used on Qing Feng was something he had never seen before. He had to investigate what it was, or else it would be very difficult to break through. Xia Xinguang knew that he had the strength to challenge astral envoys, and like Xia Xinfei, he had been able to break into the astral source universe as an enlighter. He was an absolute genius, and he was confident that he could fight against Lu Yin. However, this person's sourcebox array was somewhat unpredictable. Just as Xia Xinguang was thinking about this, a man with a long sword on his back walked over with a cold expression and blocked Xia Xinguang's path. Xia Xinguang stared at the man in shock and carefully sized him up. Lu Kai. It was Lu Kai who blocked Xia Xinguang's path. You're Xia Xinguang. I heard that you were planning to challenge all the students of Xian Academy. Why? Did you suddenly change your mind and join the academy? Xia Xinguang was puzzled. Lu Kai looked at him coldly. Let's have a duel. Xia Xinguang's eyes narrowed. He had heard many rumors about Lu Kai, and he was quite fearful of him. A few days ago, Lu Kai had easily defeated geniuses of the same generation as Xia Xinguang when he had first entered the academy. Although Xia Xinguang was arrogant and confident that he could rival the fourth young ancestor, Lu Kai was also considered a genius who could rival the fourth young ancestor. Now is not the time, Xia Xinguang said. Lu Kai looked at Xia Xinguang's left arm, which had been torn apart by Qing Feng's Lei Ren. There was a scarlet wound there. You're injured. Who is it? Xia Xinguang did not want to speak, but his heart skipped a beat. Have you heard of Mr. Haoyu? Beside the lake, Lu Yin finally managed to coax the students away. They all wanted to learn the sourcebox array that he had used on Qing Feng, but that was a sourcebox array, not a sourcebox. How could they learn it so easily? Sometimes, Lu Yin was very grateful to the trial master. Tutor, this channeling diagram had been created by the trial master, and it was comparable to an array from True Insight. After the surrounding students dispersed, Qing Feng approached Lu Yin and bowed deeply. Thank you, Mr. Haoyu. Lu Yin helped him up. Since you're calling me Mr., there's no need to be so polite. You performed well just now. Qing Feng was excited. If not for Mr., I wouldn't have been able to comprehend the empty God's realm's domain again. Facing Xia Xinguang today would have been a completely different situation. Lu Yin smiled. You're not bad. Senior Qingchen has taken in a good disciple. You know my master. Qing Feng was astonished. Lu Yin replied, I've heard of him. He's the humble Middle Realm's 9 Gates superintendent, and he's a very respectable senior. Qing Feng happily replied, when I see him again, I'll definitely mention Mr. Mr.'s lock-breaking skills are amazing, and I estimate that even those Savannah formation masters on the backlands might not be able to reach Mr.'s level of cultivation. Lu Yin immediately became humble, even though he also felt the same way. With his current theoretical attainments, he was comparable to a Realmuan formation master, but he still had a long way to go before he could become an Origin Heavenly Master. A Realmuan formation master and an Origin Heavenly Master seemed to be only one step apart, but the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Although Lu Yin had never seen a Heavenly Master fight before, with their abilities, it might not be impossible for them to challenge a half-ancestor. Lockbreaker's battles were full of mysteries. At that moment, Lu Yin's gaze passed by Qing Feng and saw Lu Ke walking over. Lu Ke also stared at Lu Yin, and his eyes lit up. I found you. You really are an instructor from Yi Xian Academy. Lu Yin smiled. Congratulations on entering the academy. I want to challenge you, Lu Ke said bluntly. Lu Yin was speechless. Today was full of challenges. Qing Feng frowned. Student, do you have something against Mr. Hao Yu? Lu Ke looked at Qing Feng in surprise. Enlighter. Who are you? Qing Feng. Lu Ke was indifferent. So you're Superintendent Qingchen's disciple. You're not my opponent. Move aside. Qing Feng stepped forward. And who are you? Lu Ke's expression suddenly changed, and he took a step forward. He passed by Qing Feng and looked at the empty ground. Was he gone? Qing Feng was stunned, and he quickly turned to look at Lu Quebec. How had this person passed by? How had he been so fast that Qing Feng couldn't even see him clearly? Where's Mr. Hao Yu? Lu Ke's lips curled up. Interesting. A source box array. He then turned and left. Only Qing Feng was left behind, along with the stuttering little fatty who was filled with curiosity. He had wanted to ask Mr. Hao Yu about lock breaking for a long time, but after the other students had left, Qing Feng had come, and then Lu Ke had come as well. Mr. Hao Yu had disappeared, and he stood by the lake with a blank expression. Everyone had left. Lu Yin hurried back to the stone pillar to rest, as dealing with these students had been very tiring. Not long after, Lu Ke arrived at Lu Yin's stone pillar and immediately began to climb. However, halfway up, he disappeared and reappeared at the base of the pillar. He raised his brows. A source box array. He then took another step forward, his speed more than twice as fast as before. He directly broke through the astral source universe and climbed up the stone pillar. Atop the stone pillar, within the courtyard, Lu Yin's eyes flashed when he saw Lu Ke arrive. Mr. Hao Yu, please. Before Lu Ke could finish speaking, Lu Yin appeared in front of him. Under Lu Ke's incredulous gaze, Lu Yin flicked a finger at Lu Ke's head. There was a thump, and Lu Ke was sent flying without any suspense. He didn't even have the ability to retaliate or dodge. Before he was sent flying, he only heard 5 words, look carefully before you try again. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2197. Lu Ke's body was suppressed by a huge force, and he was sent crashing into the forest. He wanted to resist, but he was powerless. That finger's power was like the suppression of heaven and earth, and even though it hadn't caused him much damage, he was still powerless. He had only ever felt this kind of powerlessness from top powerhouses. Hey, are you alright? Mr. Huai stared blankly from nearby. He couldn't help but look into the distance, as if Lu Ke had flown over from far away. Lu Ke stood up, calmly patted the dust off his clothes, and left. He hadn't even looked at Mr. Hui from start to finish. His mind was filled with thoughts of Lu Yin's attack. He hadn't seen it at all. How had he appeared? He hadn't been able to react at all, and why hadn't he been able to resist after being sent flying? Lu Kei's mind was filled with questions, but he was certain that he wouldn't look for Mr. Haoyu for the time being. The difference between them was too great. This person's cultivation was unfathomable. Lu Kei wasn't Xia Xingguang, and he didn't think too much about benefits. His mind was filled with cultivation and battle. Lu Yin had no choice but to deal with such a person directly. Otherwise, he would be annoyed to death in the future, especially since the greater teleportation array on the stone pillar couldn't trap him. Ever since he'd taught Lu Kei a lesson, he hadn't looked for Lu Yin again. Xia Xingguang hadn't made any moves either, and the rumors about him and Wen Zhao in the academy seemed to have been suppressed. On the other hand, Lu Yin was able to attend 2 classes without a hitch, and no one dared to cause trouble for him. Half a month passed just like that. One day, Lu Yin received a notice that Dean Wen had summoned all the mentors for a meeting. This was his first meeting since joining Xian Academy. The meeting was held in the courtyard atop Dean Wen's stone pillar. Rather than calling it a mentors meeting, it was more like a small gathering. Lu Yin met all the mentors on this day. He saw someone from the Bai family from the frigid immortal sect, a cultivator with 2 origin tribulations. He also saw Mr. Wei from the bishop's history. Lu Yin was rather interested in this Mr. Wei. When he'd first arrived at the academy, he'd heard the students say that this Mr. Wei was a woman disguised as a man and was especially handsome. Today, he finally saw her in person. She really was good-looking, Lu Yin praised. This Mr. Wei had a standard beauty face. No matter how she disguised herself, she couldn't hide her pure beauty. After dressing up as a man, she looked even more slender, giving off a different feeling. Mr. Wei seemed to sense Lu Yin's gaze, and he turned around with a smile. Lu Yin blinked and nodded with a smile. Mr. Haoyu is interested in Mr. Wei. Mr. Hui walked out from behind Lu Yin and smiled as he asked in a low voice. Lu Yin had been at Xian Academy for a month now, and he had met Mr. Hui a few times. I'm curious. After all, the academy only teaches history, and Mr. Wei is the first one, Lu Yin said. Mr. Hui replied, who wouldn't be able to tell that Mr. Wei is a woman disguised as a man? Perhaps only the headmaster knows her true identity. Let me tell you, the headmaster treats her very well. Oh. Lu Yin was intrigued. Mr. Hui said in a low voice, among all the new instructors, Ms. Wei is the only one who doesn't have to teach. As long as she wants to, she can choose not to teach and remain in the academy. There's such a thing. Lu Yin was astonished. Mr. Hui said, we don't know the reason either, but Mr. Wei is quite a nice person. We greet each other when we meet and don't show any arrogance. She's also one of the few instructors who doesn't set up traps on the stone pillars. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Wei, who was quietly standing in the courtyard and looking into the distance. Lotus. This word suddenly appeared in Lu Yin's mind. President Wen arrived and smiled as he looked at the instructors. He said a few polite words before getting to the main topic. The purpose of this meeting is to inform all of you that in half a year, the 4-way scales will be inviting Xian Academy to visit and exchange knowledge. Before that, we will need to choose the instructors who will lead the team, and not all instructors can go. Whether or not the instructors are qualified does not depend on us, but on the students. There will be a vote, and the instructors with the most votes will be able to lead the team. The rewards will naturally be generous, and most importantly, after the experience, the instructors will be able to view the Progenitor's Classic. The Progenitor's Classic. Mr. Zheng exclaimed. President Wen smiled and nodded. Everyone knows the importance of the Progenitor's Classic, and it will be of great help to all of you. I hope that all of you will work hard to gain the favor of the students. For the students, choosing a suitable instructor is also very important. After all, we will be going to the four-way scales, which represents ECN Academy's image and President Wen spoke quite a bit, mainly to motivate the instructors. After the meeting ended, a few instructors stayed behind to speak with President Wen. Lu Yin wanted to ask about the Progenitors Classic as well, but he could only leave when he saw that President Wen had been surrounded. As he passed by the lake, he saw Mr. Wei standing there, deep in thought. He thought for a moment and walked over. "Mr. Wei, excuse me," Lu Yin said. Mr. Wei turned around and looked at Lu Yin with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Hao Yu." Her voice was graceful and pleasant, and it made Lu Yin feel like he was drinking water when he was thirsty. How should he put it? It quenched his thirst. Lu Yin smiled. "What are you looking at, Mr. Wei?" Mr. Wei turned around and continued to look at the lake. "The academy is like this lake. It looks calm, but in reality, the slightest external force can turn the world upside down." Lu Yin was puzzled. "Why would you feel that way?" Mr. Wei smiled. "I'm not feeling that way, I'm just thinking about it." "Mr. Hao Yu, is there something you need?" "Oh, there's something I'd like to ask you about." "Please go ahead." "What is the Progenitors Classic?" Mr. Wei thought for a moment. There have been a few progenitors in the history of the astral tree domain, and one of them was the progenitor. He was also the founder of ECN Academy, and he cultivated the ancient language. He had a deep understanding of it, and it's rumored that before he died, he wrote down a scripture that he had hidden in ECN Academy. Many instructors have read it, and they've all benefited from it. President Wen benefited the most, and the day after he read the Progenitors Classic, he passed his half-progenitor origin tribulation and broke through to half-progenitor. Thus, the Progenitors Classic can be considered ECN Academy's cornerstone treasure. Lu Yin understood. So it was written by the progenitor. No wonder. That's a progenitor's item, and it'll definitely be very helpful to one's cultivation. Mr. Wei smiled. Everyone's path of cultivation is different, and the progenitor's path might not be suitable for everyone. History is always the same, and every progenitor will carve out their own path. Lu Yin was astonished. This Mr. Wei had actually thought of this. This was the path that 9 mountains and 8 seas had taken, and she was just an enlighter. Mr. Wei looked at Lu Yin. "Does Mr. Hao Yu think that I'm too arrogant? I'm just an enlighter, yet I'm talking about the path of the progenitor realm." "Of course not." Mr. Wei's words reminded me that cultivation is more important to oneself, Lu Yin said. Mr. Wei smiled. "I've studied history and the experiences of many powerhouses. Without exception, they all had to carve out their own paths. Although I'm just an enlighter, my knowledge shouldn't be any worse than an emissary's. If that's the case, then I'll have to bother you from now on. There are some things that I'd like to ask you about," Lu Yin said. He really did want to ask about history. Mr. Wei smiled. "I'll tell you everything I know." Not long after, the two left. This Mr. Wei gave Lu Yin a very strange feeling. He was clearly very approachable and easy to talk to, but why did he give Lu Yin a cold feeling? Was it because of his appearance? Lu Yin had been at ECN Academy for a month, and at the same time, Xia Zhidong had received an invitation from the Xia family to participate in the ancestral ceremony. Xia Zhidong had only relaxed when she received the invitation. Neither Xia Feng nor Xia Yuan had been able to cure her of the poison, so she only had hope that Xia Ziheng, a half-ancestor, would be able to cure her. This ancestral ceremony was her best opportunity. Ever since she had been poisoned, she had suffered unforgettable torture. Not only could she not touch men, but her appearance had also aged. She was constantly worried that she would be poisoned to death. This torture was just as Hao Yu had said, it was the greatest pain in the world. She had dreamed of touching men, but because of this poison, she had been forced to chase away all the men in her residence, which had driven her crazy. She could not wait to head to Shinwu Plain, but it was not the time for the ancestral ceremony yet. The cloud pass stone suddenly vibrated, and she picked it up. There was no one there, and only a cold voice could be heard. "I've found his whereabouts." Xia Zhidong was delighted, but her eyes were filled with malice. "Where are you?" "Yi Xian Academy, alias Hao Yu," the voice replied. Xia Zhidong was shocked. "He went to study at Yi Xian Academy." "Yes, he's a teacher who was recently recruited by Yi Xian Academy," the voice replied. Xia Zhidong had not expected Hao Yu to become a teacher at Yi Xian Academy. "All right, I got it." She ended the call and contacted Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan quickly picked up. "What's up?" "There's news about Hao Yu," Xia Zhidong said. Xia Yuan's tone was gloomy. "Where is he?" "I'll go and capture him." Xia Zhidong replied, "Yi Xian Academy, alias Hao Yu. He's a teacher." "Yi Xian Academy? How did you know?" Xia Yuan was shocked. Yuqing and Yi Xian Academy were rather far apart, and Xia Zhidong did not have the ability to gather information about Yi Xian district. Xia Zhidong replied, "I bought the information from Boundless." Xia Yuan hesitated. Yi Xian Academy is not an ordinary place. There's a half-ancestor there, so unless he comes out, it'll be very difficult to capture him. Xia Zhidong fell silent. Yi Xian Academy was beyond her influence. However, there are people from Shinwu Heaven in Yi Xian Academy. Just you wait. Xia Yuan ended the conversation and found Wu Taibai's contact information through other people in Shinwu Heaven. Wu Taibai belonged to Shinwu Heaven, while Xia Yuan belonged to the Xia clan. Although they were both from Shinwu Heaven, they had never contacted each other before. This was the first time he had contacted Wu Taibai. Wu Taibai was also very surprised when he received Xia Yuan's call. Xia Yuan belonged to the branch family of the Xia clan, and he was the largest branch family with a half-ancestor. Although he was far from being as strong as Xia Xinfei and Xia Xinguang's direct descendants, an ordinary disciple of Shinwu Heaven like him could not compare to them. Although he was a supreme disciple, there had always been too many supreme disciples in Shinwu Heaven. The ones who could truly stand tall in a sect would always be the Shin generation. This was also why he had betrayed the sect and gone to the Fifth Mainland. He wanted to walk his own path. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2198. Does your academy have a mentor called Hao Yu? Xia Yuan asked in an impolite tone. Wu Taibai was still a disciple in his eyes, that was all. Wu Taibai replied, "Yes, there is a Mr. Hao Yu." "Test him, I want to know everything about him," Xia Yuan ordered. Wu Taibai's eyes flashed, "I understand, but perhaps you can look for Xia Xinguang directly. He has a grudge with Hao Yu." "Xinguang has a grudge with him. What's going on?" Xia Yuan didn't understand, but the first thing he thought of was that Yu Hao had taken the initiative to cause trouble for the Xia family. Wu Taibai recounted what had happened between Xia Xinguang and Lu Yin. Xia Yuan was shocked that Hao Yu has the strength of an envoy and an outback formation master. "That's right," Wu Taibai replied. "Are you sure?" Xia Yuan was shocked. Wu Taibai replied with certainty, "I'm absolutely sure." Xia Yuan's thoughts raced. According to his calculations, it was impossible for Yu Hao to become an envoy. He was only from the same generation as Shin Fei and the others. It had only been 20 years since Xia Zhidong had married into Jade City. Back then, Yu Hao was just a piece of trash. He wasn't even good at cultivation, let alone being an outback formation master. Breaking through to become an outback formation master was much more difficult than cultivating. He couldn't be Yu Hao. Xia Yuan contacted Xia Zhidong again and asked about Yu Hao. Xia Zhidong was also curious about how Yu Hao had suddenly become so powerful. The two compared the former Yu Hao and the current Yu Hao and came to a conclusion. Either this person was a fake and not Yu Hao, or he had obtained a heaven-defying opportunity that was definitely not inferior to the fourth young ancestor's achievements. But what opportunity could he have obtained? Not only did he go from a piece of trash to an envoy in 20 years, but he had also become an outback formation master. If someone is impersonating him, then they must be targeting our Xiao family. This person's background is definitely not simple, Xia Zhidong said in a low voice. She would rather that person be an impersonator. Otherwise, with Yu Hao's hatred for her, she would suffer a fate worse than death. Xia Yuan also wished that the person was an imposter. That way, his plan of using the Yu family to threaten the starry sky of trees was not wrong. The only mistake was that someone had set their sights on the Xia family, and it had nothing to do with him. However, if it's not a disguise, then this Yu Hao definitely has a great figure supporting him from behind. It's better to report this matter to half-ancestor Ziheng, said Xia Zhidong. She hoped that the half-ancestor would intervene as soon as possible and resolve this matter. If it wasn't for the fact that she had no way of contacting the half-ancestor, how could she be willing to wait until the ancestral worship ceremony? The longer she waited, the longer she would be tortured. Xia Yuan's eyes flashed. Should he report this to half-ancestor Ziheng? He wasn't sure. If he could solve these problems and report the results, he would receive praise. Those who couldn't solve these problems were all trash in the eyes of the higher-ups. If someone is using Yu Hao's identity to deal with the Xia family, it will not be simple. Who in the starry sky tree has the ability to do so? This isn't something you and I can solve, Xia Zhidong reminded. Xia Yuan sighed and said, I understand. Not long after, he found half-ancestor Xia Ziheng and told him everything that had happened. Ancestor, I'm afraid that someone is using the Yu family's name to deal with the Xia family, so I quickly came to report this matter. Moreover, this person is currently hiding in East Xian Academy, so I can't interfere. In front of Xia Yuan, an old man sat alone on a cold river fishing and listened quietly. After a long time, the old man said, 20 years ago, immortal deity Gu went to the celestial world. When he returned, he mentioned a young man that caught his eye. As for whether or not he took that young man as his disciple, no one knows. Ancestor, do you suspect that immortal deity Gu Yan took a liking to Yu Hao? Xia Yuan asked. The old man said, immortal deity Gu Yan has a strange personality and hates the four cardinal scales. Either Yu Hao's experiences have made him sympathize with him, or if this person has a lock-breaking talent, immortal deity Gu Yan might be able to turn him into an unpolished piece of jade. Xia Yuan's expression turned ugly. Immortal deity Gu Yan was the most powerful origin deity Gu Yan in the cosmic tree realm. How could Yu Hao have such good fortune? If it wasn't for immortal deity Gu Yan, who else could have turned a piece of trash into an origin deity Gu Yan in such a short amount of time? Origin deity Gu Yan is a completely different existence from half-ancestors. Even progenitors have to be wary of them, the old man said with a sigh. Xia Yuan asked, if immortal deity Gu Yan really did take this person as his disciple, how should we deal with him? The old man tossed the hook out. Deal with him as you see fit. The four cardinal scales has long since given up on dealing with immortal deity Gu Yan. He can only stay on the backside of the battlefield for the rest of his life unless he's willing to be recruited. Xia Yuan sighed in relief. I understand. The old man raised his head and looked at the sky. He hates the Xia family and wants to take revenge. But this person is smart. He doesn't want to use immortal deity Gu Yan's name. Instead, he's hiding in East Xian Academy. Even we can't make things too difficult for Xian Academy. It's not time yet. Xia Yuan didn't interrupt, as he knew that the old man was thinking of a solution. After a while, the old man said, "The Yu family and the Xia family are still in-laws, so we can invite him to our ancestral worship." Xia Yuan's eyes lit up. "Let him come to Shenwu Plain. It'll be up to us how to deal with him then." The old man didn't say anything, and Xia Yuan respectfully left. During this time, many students from Xian Academy became interested in the stone pillar that Lu Yin was on. More accurately, they were interested in the greater transfer array. Lu Yin had set up a greater transfer array on the stone pillar, and anyone who entered would be teleported out. This piqued the interest of many students, and they all tried to break through. Unfortunately, unless they could break into Astral Source Universe, they wouldn't be able to break through the array. Very few enlighters were able to break into Astral Source Universe. Even the four young ancestors, Lu Kai, Xia Shengguang, and the others, and even Qing Feng found it difficult to do so. Wu Taibai arrived, and under the gazes of many students, he directly broke into Astral Source Universe and climbed up the stone pillar. This caused many students to feel envious, but they weren't surprised. Wu Taibai was the only enlighter who had broken through the 18 horizontal arrays, and many people knew his identity. He had been one of the four young ancestors supremes. Wu Taibai climbed up the stone pillar and stood outside the courtyard. "Is Mr. Haoyu here?" Wu Taibai requests an audience. The courtyard doors opened, and Lu Yin walked out. He looked at Wu Taibai. "Is there something you need from me, Mr. Wu?" Wu Taibai replied, "I represent Shenwu Plain to invite Mr. Haoyu to participate in the Xia family's ancestral worship." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Shouldn't the ancestral worship be an internal affair of the Xia family? What does it have to do with me? Wu Taibai looked at Lu Yin deeply. "I felt that Mr. Haoyu looked familiar the first time we met, but someone reminded me that Mr. Haoyu is the young city lord of Bifrost Jade City, Yu Hao." After being exposed, Lu Yin's expression changed, and his attitude changed completely. He waved his hand. "Mr. Wu, you can leave now." Wu Taibai was not surprised. The matter between the Xia family and the Yu family had spread throughout the cosmic tree realm, and Yu Hao had long since become the most ridiculed person in the cosmic tree realm. This was all because of Xia Zhidong, and it was rumored that Yu Hao had committed suicide long ago. Wu Taibai had not expected that this person would still be alive. Not only that, but he had also broken through to become an emissary and a Savannah array master. "You've Mr. Haoyu, the one who invited you as half-ancestor Ziheng," Wu Taibai reminded him. Lu Yin sneered. "He can come himself. If he kneels in front of me, I might go." Wu Taibai replied indifferently, "You have to show some basic respect to a half-ancestor." "The Xia family isn't worth it," Lu Yin replied. Wu Taibai nodded. "Since Mr. Haoyu is unwilling, I'll tell half-ancestor Ziheng that I've disturbed you." He then left. After Wu Taibai left, Lu Yin's expression returned to normal. Had he been exposed? Then, what would the Xia family do next? They would not allow him to exist, and Yu Hao's identity would not last for long. Wu Taibai quickly informed Xia Yuan of Lu Yin's attitude. He did not exaggerate, nor did he need to. Lu Yin's vile attitude was enough to infuriate Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan looked for half-ancestor Ziheng with a gloomy expression. Soon after, Dean Wen received a call from Xia Ziheng. "What's the matter?" Xia Ziheng's tone was calm. "Does your Xian Academy have a mentor called Haoyu?" Dean Wen was astonished. "He's just an emissary, yet he's able to catch your eye. Why? Is his identity extraordinary?" Xia Ziheng replied, "His real name is Yu Hao. You can check if you want. He's the son-in-law of the Xia family." I hope that he'll be one of the mentors who will be leading the team to train at Xian Academy in half a year. Dean Wen frowned. Xia Ziheng, isn't your Xia family going overboard? Wu Taibai and Xia Xingguang have already sent 2 people, and now there's another Yu Hao. This is too much. Xia Ziheng was indifferent. I don't know how he became a mentor at Xian Academy, but I want to see him in Shenwu Heaven in half a year. Whether or not he can go will be decided by all the students of the academy, Dean Wen said. Xia Ziheng smiled. I can arrange for a group of students to enter Xian Academy. You know that it's not difficult for me. Dean Wen snorted and ended the call. Just Xia Xingguang's support was enough for Yu Hao to lead the team, let alone arrange a group of students. Dean Wen hadn't expected Yu Hao to be the son-in-law of the Xia family. Wait, wasn't he brought here by the food god? Thinking of this, Dean Wen took out the food god's invitation again. That's right, Yu Hao was invited by the food god to be a mentor. Why would the food god invite the son-in-law of the Xia family? What the hell? Dean Wen immediately investigated Yu Hao and was shocked. Yu Hao's experiences had already spread throughout the starry sky of the trees, and countless storytellers had spread stories about him. There were even many versions of the story, and each version was extremely tragic. However, at Dean Wen's level, these stories wouldn't reach his ears unless he wanted to hear them. Normally, Xian Academy wouldn't take the initiative to investigate the identities of the mentors and students. This was an academy, not a closed sect or clan. Thus, Dean Wen didn't know that Hao Yu was Yu Hao until now. This was too wonderful, too tragic. He finally understood the meaning behind Xia Ziheng's words. He wasn't going through the back door, but wanted to deal with Yu Hao in Shenwu Heaven. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2199. However, this lad was still an ordinary cultivator more than 20 years ago. For him to change so much in such a short period of time, what had he encountered? Dean Wen looked in the direction of Yu Hao's stone pillar. Yu Hao had not changed his appearance, or else Dean Wen would have been able to tell that this person was Yu Hao. To be able to reach his current level in such a short time, he was comparable to the 4th young ancestor. No, to a certain extent, he might even surpass the 4th young ancestor. Xia Ziheng wanted to deal with Yu Hao, but he wouldn't let him. After all, this child was highly valued by the culinary god and had been pulled to Xian Academy to be a teacher. There was no way they could touch the instructors of Xian Academy. In the entire academy, only Wu Taibai and Dean Wen knew of Yu Hao's identity. Even Xia Xingguang did not know. Xia Yuan had not told Yu Hao because he was afraid that Yu Hao would be impulsive and expose him in front of the academy. To them, getting Yu Hao to go to the divine martial heaven was more important than anything else. Although Xian Academy wasn't sealed off, it was still guarded by a half-martial ancestor. Thus, no one dared to act presumptuously here. Lu Yin spent the rest of his time thinking about how Kuei Luo was going to cause trouble for Xian Academy. He also ran over to Mr. Wei to ask questions. Since the beginning of the history of the Starry Sky Tree, a total of 3,657 redbacks have been eliminated. Every redback has a high status. Some are in the middle realm, while others are in the various large sects and clans. Among them, the Lu clan alone has eliminated 211 of them, Mr. Wei said. Lu Yin sighed. Redback is the greatest threat to the cosmic tree. Mr. Impossum was calm. Based on the time and numbers, there should be no less than 20 redbacks in this era. 20 or 30 years ago, even one of the humble 9 sect masters was a redback. The Eternal's ability to infiltrate the academy is extremely strong. Perhaps there are redbacks in the academy as well. That shouldn't be possible. There's a half-ancestor overseeing this place, Lu Yin replied. Mr. Wei replied, even a half-martial ancestor is not omniscient and omnipotent. I hope not, Lu Yin replied. Mr. Wei looked at him calmly. Mr. Hao Yu, it's time for class. Lu Yin looked at the time. Yes, we're here. Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei smiled. My days at the academy can be quite boring. I'm happy that Mr. Hao Yu is willing to chat with me. Lu Yin smiled. Then it's settled. I'll be visiting Mr. Wei often. Mr. Wei nodded. Lu Yin left. He wanted to find Mr. Wei to learn more about his history. Of course, he would have to wait until they were more familiar with each other. Even if he asked now, Mr. Wei might not tell him anything. Lu Yin bumped into Bai Nan the moment he left Mr. Wei's stone pillar. Bai Nan was stunned, not expecting Lu Yin to be here. Why are you here? Lu Yin smiled and reminded her, you should call me Mr. Bai Nan stared at him coldly. Mr. Hao Yu, if I remember correctly, your class is about to start. Why are you here? Lu Yin smiled. I come here often. With that, he left. Bai Nan watched Lu Yin's departing figure and felt unwell. Come here often. This shameless woman had an ambiguous relationship with Mr. Wen Xiao, and now she was looking for Mr. Wei. Shameless. He could only curse inwardly. Even Xia Xingguang didn't want to cause trouble for Lu Yin, so he was even less capable. The number of students attending Lu Yin's class was pretty much fixed. They were either there to see his face, or they really wanted to learn lockbreaking. Take the stuttering little fatty for example. He was hardworking and studious, but he couldn't speak fluently. There was also Cool Breeze. Ever since he had competed with Xia Xingguang, he had become obsessed with sourcebox arrays. He had climbed up Lu Yin's stone pillar multiple times to ask for guidance, but Cool Breeze was unable to do so. However, Lu Yin had given him preferential treatment and was willing to teach him. From time to time, Nong Xinyang would take out sourceboxes for Lu Yin to lockbreak. Not only did he gain lockbreaking experience from her, but he also gained academic credits. Lu Yin had assumed that this class would be filled with the same students, but he hadn't expected there to be an additional person. It was an ordinary-looking man with an extraordinary cultivation base. When Lu Yin saw him, he knew that this person was a direct descendant of the four-way Libra. Wang Xiaofan actually came. Ever since he joined the academy, he's only attended the dean's class. He hasn't attended any of the other instructors' classes, someone commented. Nong Xinyang stared at Wang Xiaofan with vigilance. This guy wouldn't come to cause trouble for Mr. Hao Yu like Xia Xingguang, right? She wasn't the only one who thought so, the other students felt the same way. But Wang Xiaofan left after half of the class. He didn't say anything, nor did he express anything. After he left, the arrival of another person made Qing Fang's face red, and also made the stuttering little fatty's face red. It was a young girl, full of bright and beautiful aura. Her appearance was very beautiful. She was dressed in white, elegant and refined. Her eyes shone like stars, as if they could speak. She was Bai Weiwei, from the Cold Immortal sect. Among all the students of Yi Xian Academy, there were 3 people who were recognized as invincible among their peers. They were Bai Weiwei, Wang Xiaofan, and Xia Xingguang. After Lu Kai arrived, there were 4 people. These 3 people represented the 3 families of the four-way Libra. Because the White Dragon clan's background was too shallow, there was no competition in this generation. Instead, it was Lu Kai who stepped up. Today, Lu Yin saw all the elite students of Yi Xian Academy. Bai Weiwei was different from Xia Xingguang and Wang Xiaofan. She didn't have the kind of arrogance that came from her bones. She was a very quiet person. Her arrival made Nong Xinyang unhappy, even more so than when she saw Xia Xingguang. I didn't expect the academy to have an array master. Mr. Hao Yu, I'm also an array master. If you have any questions, can you ask me? Bai Weiwei's voice was as quiet as her, without any smoke or fire. Hey, you're an array master yourself. What are you looking for Mr. Haoyu for? Nong Xinyang was very upset. Bai Weiwei looked at Nong Xinyang. I'm just an array master. Mr. Haoyu is an array master. Nong Xinyang rolled her eyes. Your cold immortal sect even has an array master in Jiayuan. Why don't you go back and ask for advice? Mr. Haoyu is so good-looking. Of course I'm looking for him. Bai Weiwei smiled. Nong Xinyang ground her teeth. This woman wanted to steal Mr. Haoyu. Bai Weiwei was just teasing Nong Xinyang. Although they were about the same age, Nong Xinyang felt like a child. Yes, student Bai can ask me anything. Of course, I may not be able to solve your doubts. Lu Yin smiled. Bai Weiwei's eyes brightened. There are many doubts that I can't say for a while. Mr. Haoyu, why don't we have a stable round? We can also see each other's understanding of lockbreaking. Many students were interested. A stable round was an array master's game. Most of them had only heard of it and had never seen it. The only time was decades ago on Longshan, when Lu Shaoxian of the Lu family played chess with Master Qiuling. It was an eye-opener for many who had never seen it before. Everyone was interested in a stable perimeter. Nong Xinyang wanted to refuse for Lu Yin. This kind of game was called a game, but it was actually a competition. It was no different from Xia Xingguang's previous challenge. But before she could refuse, Lu Yin agreed. Okay, you decide the time and place. I haven't played games for a long time. My hands are itchy. Bai Weiwei smiled. Today's class should be tired. Tomorrow evening, here. What do you think, Mr.? Lu Yin nodded. Okay. Bai Weiwei left, leaving very calmly. Nong Xinyang was anxious. Mister, how can you agree to her? Hanxian sect has more than one array master. Although this woman is an array master, she is very experienced. Moreover, she has played this kind of game many times. Even if you are an array master, you may not have an advantage. Qing Feng also reacted. It seemed that Mr. Haoyu was being challenged again. Mister, I think it's better not to play chess. A stable round is called a game, but it's actually very dangerous. It's not as simple as a battle with Xia Xingguang. Yes, this kind of game is very, very dangerous, the stuttering little fatty said. Lu Yin laughed. What's wrong with you? I'm an array master, and Bai Weiwei is just an array master. Why are you worried about me? Don't worry, it's just a game. Since Bai Weiwei wants to experience lock-breaking in the game, I'm willing to teach her. Nong Xinyang opened her mouth and didn't know what to say. Teach her. His tone was a bit big. Even if Bai Weiwei was an array master, her experience was not comparable to ordinary people. However, Mr. Haoyu was indeed better than Bai Weiwei. If they really played chess, he shouldn't be at a disadvantage. Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw the quietly departing figure. How many years had it been? Was the power of the four-way scales to this extent? He was an array master, yet he wasn't favored. The reason was that the other party was from the cold immortal sect. The attitude of these students fully showed how high the position of the four-way scales in their hearts was. Even Qing Feng and Nong Xinyang were like this, not to mention those cultivators from small families and sections. The prestige of the four-way scales towards the starry sky tree was getting heavier and heavier. That was not a good thing. In that case, he would give them a good lesson. The next evening, by the lake, many students came to Lu Yin's class. They all heard that Bai Weiwei and Mr. Haoyu were going to play a stable round, so they came to watch. In addition to the students, many mentors also came. Mr. Huai, Wu Tai Bai, Mr. Zheng, Mr. Bai, and even Mr. Wei, who was always quiet and didn't like crowds, came. Bai Weiwei had already arrived and was waiting quietly. Bai Nan was dissatisfied. Mr. Haoyu hasn't come yet. Don't tell me he doesn't dare to come. Bai Nan, don't talk nonsense. No one will treat you as a mute. Nong Xinyang firmly supported Lu Yin. Bai Nan snorted coldly, but didn't say anything else. Qing Feng was worried. In the face of the cold immortal sect's genius, even if Mr. Haoyu was a level higher than the other party, he still didn't feel at ease. Xia Xinguang, Wang Xiaofan, and Lu Kai also came. Jin Zhongshan stood in the corner and looked into the distance. Not here yet. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived late. When he saw so many students, he quickly apologized. Sorry, I overslept and made you wait. I'm really sorry. Nong Xinyang was concerned. Sir, it's most important to rest well. A group of girls behind her echoed, Sir, take care of yourself. Sir, take care. Bai Nan was even more upset. The more he looked at the embroidered pillow, the more disgusted he became. Bai Weiwei saw Lu Yin arrive and smiled calmly. Since Mr. Haoyu is here, let's begin. Lu Yin nodded. What source box will we use? Bai Weiwei said, Sir, you decide. Lu Yin thought for a moment. I decide the level, and you provide the source box. How about it? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2200. A stable perimeter seemed fair, but if the sourcebox's owner was familiar with the dangers of the sourceboxes, then they might be able to take advantage of the situation. Of course, there wouldn't be too much of an advantage. After all, when two sourceboxes were stacked together, it was impossible to predict what would happen. Different positions and angles would result in different dangers. Unless someone had already calculated the layout of the two source boxes beforehand, then they might be able to take advantage of the situation. However, such people were too rare. And even if they could take advantage of the situation, that would only be the beginning. As the two entered the game, the dangers of the source boxes would immediately change. Lu Yin had done this because he was a level higher than Bai Weiwei, so he had to be humble. Bai Weiwei smiled. All right, sir, please decide. Lu Yin replied, it's a boundless advanced source box. As for its star level, it's up to you. Mr. Zheng was shocked by this revelation. Normally, when an origin array master played a game like Go, they would first choose a perceptive intermediate source box. Even if an origin array master's level was higher than that of a boundless advanced source box, that didn't mean that they could casually unlock a boundless advanced source box. Some source boxes' dangers weren't that simple. The highest level of source boxes was boundless advanced, but there were some boundless advanced source boxes that even celestial array masters had to be careful about. This boundless jade had actually chosen a boundless advanced source box as a chess piece. Was he confident or arrogant? Bai Weiwei's gaze trembled. A boundless advanced source box was not simple. To unlock a boundless advanced source box, one had to be an enlighter at the very least. Any random boundless advanced source box's danger wasn't something that an enlighter could withstand. As for using it to play Go, it was even more difficult. It was already good enough that one hadn't been torn to pieces by the chaotic dangers of the source box. However, since Lu Yin had asked, she couldn't refuse. All right, a boundless advanced source box it is. She then took out two source boxes from her cosmic ring. One was shaped like a kettle, and the distorted ripples around it looked like water, but they weren't water. The ripples spread out and then converged to form a kettle. The void around the kettle constantly exploded, and it looked extremely dangerous. This was a 1-star boundless advanced source box. The second source box was shaped like a disc. The moment it appeared, a sharp aura cut through the void, causing space to shatter. This source box definitely had a destructive power above that of an envoy. This was a 2 boundless advanced source box. Bai Weiwei tossed out the 2 source boxes, and the source box's murderous auras intertwined with each other. The piercing aura sliced towards the pot-shaped source box, while the pot-shaped source box's ripples continued to spread towards the disc-shaped source box. The 2 auras overlapped, forming an absolute death zone for enlighters. Lu Yin could not bear to see her like this. You should look for a perceptive intermediate source box. This sort of danger is unfair to you. Bai Weiwei smiled. It's okay, I can accept it. Lu Yin waved his hand, causing the star energy to spread out. The source box's danger zone continuously destroyed the star energy, and in the end, only specks of star energy remained. Lu Yin made another move, and half of the star energy turned white while the other half turned black. Go, white, Bai. Lu Yin replied, my cultivation is higher than yours, so this kind of competition isn't fair to you. He then turned most of the black star energy into white. Now, it's fair. Bai Weiwei was shocked. Outside, the students were even more shocked. Nong Xinyang could not help but say, Sir, this is unfair to you. Although Qing Feng saw Bai Weiwei's face turn red, he could not help but say, Sir, this is too disadvantageous for you. Please reconsider. Although Mr. Jing did not understand lock-breaking, he had seen Origin Array Masters play a stable game. He knew that this game depended mostly on one's strength and a small part on one's luck. Even if he attacked and damaged his opponent's pieces, he would also lose some of his own pieces. Currently, there were very few black pieces, only a quarter of the white pieces, and they could be easily destroyed. His chances of winning were too low. Bai Weiwei looked at Lu Yin seriously. Sir, aren't you underestimating me? Lu Yin smiled. Student Bai, please don't misunderstand. I'm just trying to be fair. Just the source box itself isn't something that an enlighter like you can easily resist. As an instructor, how can I take advantage of a student? Bai Weiwei nodded. All right. Since Sir is trying to be fair, then let's leave it at that. However, I hope to have a second game with Sir. She then looked at the source box and did not say anything else. She quietly watched and chose a position to enter. In a stable game, the first person to enter would easily be at a disadvantage. She wanted to go in first. Lu Yin could tell what she was thinking, but it was a pity. In this game, he had originally wanted to suppress the geniuses of the 4 cardinal scales and let them play one hand. Now, he wanted to play a second hand. He lifted his foot and took a step forward. Under everyone's confused and astonished gazes, he entered the stable circle. No one had expected Lu Yin to enter so quickly and decisively. There was no lack of people in the crowd who had seen Origin Array Masters play this game before. Both sides were extremely cautious after the start of the game, observing the various changes in the source box. Their minds were filled with thousands of thoughts, constantly simulating the various changes that would occur after entering the game in order to destroy their opponent's pieces and find the best way to preserve their own pieces. Some Origin Array Masters would only move a few days after the start of the game, which was very normal. Only Origin Array Masters who had too much confidence in themselves would quickly take the first step. But no matter how fast they were, they would not be this fast. They had just finished setting up. Lu Yin took a step forward and directly entered the stable circle. The surrounding sourcebox's killing intent stirred, forming all sorts of changes. The onlookers trembled in fear, as the sourcebox's killing intent could even destroy an enlighter. Lu Yin entered the circle, raised his hand, and flicked his fingers. The sourcebox's killing intent immediately boiled over, constantly changing and destroying the white pieces. Some of the black pieces were also affected, but only by a small amount. When everything returned to normal, less than half of the white pieces were left in the stable circle, while only a fifth of the black pieces had been affected. Now, it seemed that the number of white pieces was not much higher than the number of black pieces. Lu Yin looked up at Bai Weiwei and smiled. "Student Bai, you can take your time to observe. There's no rush." Bai Weiwei stared at Lu Yin in a daze. How was this possible? How could this person observe the sourcebox's killing intent so quickly? Was he really a De-Yuan array master? No, definitely not. To be able to do this, he had to be at least a De-Yuan array master. Could this person be a De-Yuan array master? Such a young De-Yuan array master? The people around them were also stunned. The more they understood the game, the more shocked they were. Xia Xinguang, Wang Xiaofan, and the others looked at Lu Yin with unprecedented solemnity. This move was not simple. The stable circle was a game, but it was also one of the methods used to compete with De-Yuan array masters. The gap between the two on the field was too obvious. This should not be the difference between a De-Yuan array master and a De-Yuan array master. Nong Xinyang was shocked. She had hoped that Lu Yin would be powerful, but how could he be so powerful? Qing Fang's eyes were bright. Mr. Haoyu was unfathomable. Lu Kai was not surprised. If these people knew that this person had left him unable to fight back, they would be even more surprised. In comparison, he did not understand lock-breaking that much. At the center of Ishian Academy, atop a stone pillar, Dean Wen exhaled and looked deeply at Lu Yin, as if trying to see through him. "Mr. Haoyu, this move was amazing." Behind Dean Wen Zhao was shocked. How could he be so fast? This should not be the level of a De-Yuan array master. The Wen family had always cultivated lock-breaking, from the Wen ancestor to Dean Wen. Wen Zhao was an expert at lock-breaking, especially Dean Wen. He was a De-Yuan array master and was only one step away from becoming an origin array master. Unfortunately, he had taken this step for too long and did not have the aptitude to do so. Wen Zhao was an origin array master, on the same level as Bai Weiwei. Because of this, she was even more shocked by Lu Yin's performance. "He is indeed not at the level of a De-Yuan array master," Dean Wen muttered to himself. Wen Zhao looked at him. "Can you be so fast?" Dean Wen was stunned and thought about it. Maybe not. Wen Zhao was in disbelief. How old is he? How did he do it? Looking at the history of the starry sky trees, no one has reached this step at such a young age. Dean Wen's lips curled up. I understand what Xia Zihang is worried about. If I'm not wrong, then the youth that Celestial Master Gu Yan mentioned in the mortal world is him. He should be Celestial Master Gu Yan's disciple. Wen Zhao was shocked. Mr. Haoyu is Celestial Master Gu Yan's disciple? Dean Wen did not tell Wen Zhao about Yu Haoyu. He had secretly investigated the matter and made speculations based on the information he already knew. His conclusion was the same as Xia Zihang's. Of course, there were still some doubts, but all of them had been shattered at this moment. Aside from Celestial Master Gu Yan, who else could have turned this child from a good-for-nothing into a brilliant lock-breaking genius? Only Celestial Master Gu Yan could have done it. This child was not just a De-Yuan array master, but also a Jiyuan array master. Celestial Master Gu Yan was fully deserving of being called the #1 Celestial Master of the Starry Sky Trees. Beside the lake, everyone was shocked by Lu Yin's first step, and they all looked at Bai Weiwei. It was her turn next. Without anyone disturbing her, Bai Weiwei continuously observed the danger of the source boxes and thought of various plans. However, her initial state of mind had been broken by Lu Yin, and she could no longer face this game in a calm manner. In the end, she admitted defeat. No one was surprised, as the gap between the two was obvious. Even if Bai Weiwei forced herself to continue, she would only end up humiliating herself. Lu Yin smiled as he walked out of the danger zone. He raised a hand and separated the two source boxes so that the danger would not overlap. Bai Weiwei put away the two source boxes and looked at Lu Yin with shock, respect, and confusion. She was truly at a loss, as she could not understand this person in front of her. He was so young, but he had such deep lock-breaking accomplishments. How did he do it? Mr. Haoyu, are you really a Dayuan array master? Bai Weiwei asked the question that everyone wanted to know. Lu Yin replied, yes. Then how did you do it so quickly? Bai Weiwei did not understand. Lu Yin thought about it. I don't know either. In any case, I could sense the changes in these source boxes when I saw them. Everyone's expressions changed. This was an innate gift, a natural lockbreaker. Bai Weiwei understood. You are a true genius lockbreaker, and you might even become the next celestial master of the starry sky trees. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2201. After hearing Bai Weiwei's words, Lu Yin replied modestly, to be honest, I'm also very surprised that student Bai has become an origin formation master at such a young age. Bai Weiwei was bitter. Mr. Haoyu, if I have any problems with lock breaking, can I ask you for help? Of course, I'm your mentor. Of course, please don't be stingy with your credits, haha. Lu Yin laughed. Nong Xinyang cheered loudly while Qing Feng and the rest laughed. The stuttering fatty clenched his fists in excitement. However, some people couldn't laugh, such as Bai Nan and Xiaoxingguang. Wu Taibai stared at Lu Yin. This Haoyu had changed too much. It had only been a few decades, so how could a person change so much? No wonder the Xia family cared. He suddenly thought of an old friend who had stepped onto the path of cultivation from an ordinary person in a mere 20 years. Not only was his cultivation unparalleled, but he was also invincible among his peers. He had also controlled power and changed the fifth mainland. These two people were very similar. Lu Yin's stable square and circle chess skills made him even more famous in Yixian Academy, and everyone knew that he had the skill level of a realm force array master. Quite a few students were prepared to bring their ingots to Lu Yin for lockbreaking, but some of the families and sects behind these students gave up. They had originally planned to rope in Lu Yin, but they could still rope in a realm force array master, as a realm force array master was just too high-end. However, some were even more interested, such as the School of Agriculture. A single origin formation master was not enough to make the School of Agriculture retreat, so they hoped to rope in Lu Yin. This made Nong Xinyang happy, as she had brought many source boxes from the School of Agriculture. These were not discerning elementary or perceptive intermediate source boxes, but boundless advanced source boxes. Even an origin formation master would not find it easy to unlock a boundless advanced source box. In addition, news of the mentors leading the team to the top realm had also spread. All the students knew that they had to vote on which mentor would lead the team, and that this was not an internal decision by the academy. This made them excited, as every student had 3 votes. I vote for Mr. Haoyu. Mr. Haoyu is a good person and is handsome, so he can represent Yixian Academy, a girl said happily. Many girls beside her echoed her words. Nong Xinyang immediately stepped forward. Sisters, those who wish for Mr. Haoyu to accompany us to the top realm, please step forward. I want to count the votes to ensure that Mr. Haoyu can lead the team. Me, Brother Qing Feng, who do you choose? Of course I choose Mr. Tang and Mr. Haoyu. Where's the other teacher? Qing Feng pondered and shook his head. He was not sure yet. In Yixian Academy, he had only attended Mr. Tang and Mr. Haoyu's classes. He had not even attended Mr. Zhang's class. The stuttering fatty raised his hand. I also choose Hao Yu, Mr. Hao Yu. Little fatty, even if you stutter, you can only cast 3 votes. Ha 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 ha. Little fatty's face flushed red. Bai Nan coldly swept his eyes over the crowd. In a low voice, he ordered his own people not to vote for Mr. Hao Yu. But looking at the current situation, it didn't matter whether they voted or not. I vote for Mr. Wu, Mr. Zheng, and Mr. Bai. I vote for Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei is very knowledgeable. After all, we are the college. Even if we can't beat the 4 cardinal scales in martial arts, we can crush them with our knowledge. Who do you want to crush? A cultivator from the Wang family asked coldly. The student immediately slipped away. Mr. Huai was embarrassed as he listened to the students' discussion. No one had voted for him, not a single one. What was even more awkward was that he was still here. He had arrived here first, and then, a group of girls had come here to discuss crazily, and then he had attracted so many students. If these students discovered him in the tree, wouldn't he die of embarrassment? No, he had to pretend to sleep. Mr. Huai raised his head and fell asleep. A month passed, and the college was calm. Aside from discussing which teacher would lead the team, there was nothing else to do. Xia Xingguang and the others had all disappeared, but Bai Weiwei and Lu Kei often came to Lu Yin's classes. Lu Yin's relationship with Wen Zhao had improved significantly. In Lu Yin's opinion, Wen Zhao was the type of person who would dislike those who were close to her, but like those who were far away. He never took the initiative to approach her, but she felt comfortable looking at him. Once he took the initiative to approach her, she might hate him. This kind of personality was really strange. During this month, he had unlocked no less than 10 source boxes. Every 3 days, a student would bring a source box to him, and most of them were still discerning elementary or perceptive intermediate. Only Nong Xinyang had brought a boundless advanced source box. He had spent 3 days unlocking it, and he had almost missed class. Unfortunately, there was nothing inside that source box, and while he was unlocking that boundless advanced source box, Bai Weiwei had come. She had watched him calmly before leaving. On this day, Lu Yin had just helped a student unlock a source box when he received a notice from the dean for a meeting. I've been in the college for a few years, and there are very few mentor meetings. Why are there so many now? The girl pouted. She had finally managed to get a perceptive intermediate source box from her family, and she had wanted to use this opportunity to chat with Mr. Hao Yu. Lu Yin smiled. Since you're done with your lock breaking, you can go back. We'll come again in the future. He then left the pillar and headed towards the dean's. When he reached the dean's pillar, Lu Yin immediately saw Mr. Wei. He had looked for Mr. Wei several times over the past month, and they were quite familiar with each other. Why is the dean looking for us? Lu Yin asked curiously. Mr. Wei was calm. I don't know, but it should be something important. Lu Yin nodded and walked towards the courtyard. Not long after, all of the mentors had arrived. Dean Wen walked out with a solemn expression and scanned the group of mentors. Recently, a trader from the Star Alliance has come to our memory district. The 4-way scales are unable to seal off the entire district, so they have requested our assistance in capturing him and killing him if necessary. This trader is a male who has undergone one tribulation origin tribulation, so only mentors above the emissary level can participate in this mission. Lu Yin was astonished. A trader from the Star Alliance. Impossible. Everyone in the Star Alliance had a restriction placed on them that could only be undone by the 4-way scales working together. Lu Yin had only obtained the White Dragon Tribe's method of undoing the restriction by rolling 6 pips on his die. If the restriction was not undone, the 4-way scales could kill anyone in the Star Alliance at any time. Without restrictions, how could there be a traitor? Dean, this is the four-way scale's own matter, and it has nothing to do with Memory Academy. Why should we help them? Mr. Zheng asked. Dean Wen glanced at Wu Tai Bai and Mr. Bai before replying. The four-way scales have evidence that this traitor is a hidden redback. He fled because he obtained some confidential information that he needed to report to a greater redback. Originally, the four-way scales deliberately didn't track him down in order to lure out a greater redback, but they lost track of him, Mr. Tang finished. Dean Wen nodded. The only thing we can be sure of is that this traitor has already come to our memory district, but we can't be sure of his exact location. The four-way scale's intention is to prevent him from leaving the district, or else he might spread the information to others. They don't have enough manpower, so we have to take action. This isn't about helping the four-way scales, it's about humanity. All of the mentors fell silent. I've already decided. Mr. Tang, Mr. Zheng, Mr. Bai, and Mr. Haoyu will all participate in this mission. Your mission is to seal off the northeast area of the memory district, and I will seal off the southeast area. The people sent by the four-way scales will be responsible for the other two areas. We must seal this traitor in the memory district. Students can also participate in this mission, but it's limited to those who have reached the enlightened realm, and they must follow the four of you mentors. The mission was quickly distributed to the students, but the details of the mission had been changed. There were no detailed instructions, and the mission was only to assist the four-way scales in capturing a cultivator who had undergone one tribulation of origin. Bai Weiwei, Xia Xingguang, Wang Xiaofan, and Lu Ke all accepted the mission. Qing Feng and the others did not participate, as their cultivations were still insufficient to reach the level of an emissary. Half a day later, they arrived at a red wasteland northeast of the memory district. Lu Yin looked into the distance, and behind him stood Bai Weiwei. Bai Weiwei had accepted the mission and chosen to follow Lu Yin here. Why is student Bai following me? Compared to the other teachers, my cultivation is the worst, Lu Yin said calmly. Bai Weiwei replied, the chances of encountering that traitor during this mission are very small. Rather than calling it a mission, I think it's more of an opportunity to be alone with you. Lu Yin was astonished. Be alone with me? What does student Bai mean? Bai Weiwei thought for a moment. Should I call you Mr. Haoyu, or Mr. Yu Hao? Lu Yin suddenly turned to look at Bai Weiwei, and his entire temperament changed. How did you know? You're not pretending, are you? Bai Weiwei said. Lu Yin looked away and did not speak. Bai Weiwei looked at him curiously. I really want to know what happened to you in the past few decades. Lu Yin said calmly, is that why you're following me? Bai Weiwei stared at Lu Yin. It's only been a few decades, and you've changed so much. Even the fourth young ancestor would have found it difficult to do so. The current you is qualified to talk to the Xia family. Lu Yin found it funny. Talk to the Xia family. Do I even have the qualifications? Bai Weiwei did not speak. Lu Yin continued, the Xia family is one of the rulers of the starry sky tree. They have progenitors and half-ancestors, and I'm just an emissary. Even if I have some lock-breaking abilities, what right do I have to talk to the Xia family? In their eyes, I'm still an ant. But you have Celestial Master Gu Yan behind you, Bai Weiwei said. Lu Yin raised a brow. Celestial Master Gu Yan. What did she mean? Seeing that Lu Yin didn't speak, Bai Weiwei said, decades ago, Celestial Master Gu Yan went to the mortal world. When he returned, he praised a young man for having an extremely high lock-breaking talent. You also disappeared during that time. If I'm not wrong, you're the extremely talented young man that Celestial Master Gu Yan spoke of. Lu Yin didn't speak, and his expression didn't change. He kept thinking about the meaning of Bai Weiwei's words. Celestial Master Gu Yan went to the mortal world decades ago and praised a young man for having an extremely high lock-breaking talent. Was he talking about himself? Back when he was disguised as Long Seven in the starry sky tree, he had indeed met Celestial Master Gu Yan when he and Superintendent Qingchen were looking for anteaters in the mortal world. Thinking about it, Yu Hao had indeed disappeared at that time. They must have misunderstood and thought that Yu Hao was himself. No, they thought that Yu Hao was the Long Seven that Celestial Master Gu Yan praised. This was complicated. Whether it was Long Seven, himself, or the current Yu Hao, they were all the same person. And Celestial Master Gu Yan hadn't accepted him as a disciple back then. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2202. Although Celestial Master Gu Yan didn't explicitly say that he had accepted a disciple, he's been living in seclusion ever since. Many people have guessed that he has accepted a disciple, and you've changed so much, especially when it comes to lockbreaking. If it wasn't for Celestial Master Gu Yan's teachings, no one in the starry sky of the astral tree would have been able to make you change so much. Lu Yin looked at Bai Weiwei. Is this your guess? It's the guess of everyone who knows your identity. If I can find out who you are, the Xia family can too. Lu Yin neither admitted nor denied it. Celestial Master Gu Yan's disciple was a good background. I'm curious, how did Celestial Master Gu Yan teach you? How did you reach the level of a Jiayuan formation master in such a short time? Bai Weiwei was curious. Lu Yin laughed. Can your Bai family's secret techniques be revealed so casually? Forgive me for my rudeness, Bai Weiwei said, but it also confirmed that Yu Hao really was Celestial Master Gu Yan's disciple. Celestial Master Gu Yan was the #1 celestial master in the astral tree. Although he had a strange temper and hated the four-way scales, his influence was far greater than ordinary people's. Otherwise, he would have already been a member of the Star Alliance. If Yu Hao was Celestial Master Gu Yan's disciple, what would the Xia family do? Even with Celestial Master Gu Yan behind me, the Xia family still doesn't put me in their eyes. I know how terrifying the four-way scales are. Bai Weiwei looked at Lu Yin. Does Sir want revenge? Lu Yin looked at her. If you had experienced this, would you have let it go so easily? Bai Weiwei thought about it. You're right. Even Celestial Master Gu Yan can't do anything to the Xia family, but my Bai family is different. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he looked at her. Bai Weiwei smiled faintly. Your hatred isn't great. It depends on how you want to take revenge. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Bai Weiwei didn't say anything more. Some words were enough. She hadn't found out about Yu Hao's identity on her own, the Frozen Immortal sect had told her. How could the four-way scales not care that Yi Xian Academy had produced such a genius? If the Xia family knew, then the Bai family naturally knew as well. They cared more about Celestial Master Gu Yan than about Yu Hao. If he could use this opportunity to win over the Celestial Master Gu Yan, so what if he offended the Xia family? The four-way scale seemed to be united, but in reality, there were great internal conflicts. This was just the time when the Lu family had just been exiled. In another 1,000 or 10,000 years, when the Lu family's influence was completely eliminated, the four-way scales would have internal conflicts. Now, they were all accumulating their strength. For several days, Lu Yin and Bai Weiwei guarded the Red Wasteland. The two mostly talked about Jiayu and did not mention anything else. One day, Lu Yin looked at the distant wastelands and asked, "Rumor has it that the next progenitor in the cosmic tree realm will be your eldest senior sister, Bai Xian, Is that true?" Bai Weiwei subconsciously looked up at the top realm. Looking at it this way, it was somewhat depressing. The middle realm could only see the soil of the top realm. She increasingly understood why the four-way scales banished the Lu family. With the arrogance of the four cardinal scales, what right did they have to look up at the soil? It should be eldest senior sister is the most talented person since ancient times. She was able to touch the ancestor realm domain at such a young age. All of us are waiting for eldest senior sister to break through to the ancestor realm and lead our cold immortal sect to the next level, Bai Weiwei said. Lu Yin was curious. What kind of person is Bai Xian? Can you tell me more about her? I've only heard of her legends. Bai Weiwei found it strange. Why is Sir so curious about her? Lu Yin smiled. Isn't there someone who isn't curious about Bai Xian? Bai Weiwei thought about it and agreed. Although Bai Xian had never appeared before, she was a legend in the cosmic tree realm. Even if no one mentioned her, no one would forget that she was the brightest star in the cosmic tree realm. What does Sir want to know about her? Bai Weiwei asked. Lu Yin shrugged. I don't know anything about her. I've only heard that her appearance was accompanied by a red flower. Bai Weiwei said, I don't know much about her either. Although we call her senior sister, she's even more mysterious than Ancestor Bai. It's impossible for Sir to learn anything from me. However, I've heard that she encountered more than one assassination attempt during her seclusion from the Eternals. When she broke through to the emissary realm, the cosmic tree realm was vast and mighty, and the progenitor realm descended. Bai Weiwei didn't know much more than Lu Yin. Lu Yin was most curious about Bai Xian's cultivation. If she wanted to reach the progenitor realm, she would have to go through the emissary and half-ancestor realms. However, she had no experience in these realms. How did she cultivate? 2 more days passed until Lu Yin sensed the fluctuations of the empty divine realm's domain. The cloud pass stone vibrated, and Lu Yin glanced at it. Mission complete. I've caught the culprit. With that, he led Bai Weiwei in the direction of Mr. Tang and the others. The traitor had fled to the northeast, but he wasn't in Lu Yin's area. Instead, he was in the area where Mr. Tang and Xia Xingguang were. By the time Lu Yin and Bai Weiwei arrived, the people from the four-way scales had also arrived. The 2 emissaries from Xinwu Celestial and the Wang family were both at the 3rd stage of the origin calamity. Mr. Tang had also handed over the captured person to them. Lu Yin looked over and saw that the captured person was an old man who had been severely injured. He was being dragged by the 3rd origin tribulation cultivator from Xinwu Plain, and only his back could be seen. There were still bloodstains on the ground that hadn't dried yet. Boring. A mere first tribulation, Xia Xingguang said disdainfully. The 3rd origin tribulation cultivator from Xinwu Plain bowed to Xia Xingguang from a distance. The captured person fell to the ground, coughed, and flipped over. When Lu Yin saw the man's appearance, his pupils shrank, and he fell into a momentary daze. Suddenly, a kind and respectful voice sounded in his ears. Young master, you're here again. Did the fall last time hurt? Young master, this is too much. This old servant can't finish it all. Young master, slow down, slow down. Lu Yin quickly recovered from his daze and stared blankly at the person who had fallen to the ground. It was a haggard old man who looked like he was all skin and bones. His face was deathly pale, and there was a scratch that extended from the corner of his eye to the bridge of his nose, almost slicing his entire face open. Lu Yin's pupils dilated as he looked at the face. He knew this person, and he should know him. This person had called him young master. He saw an island filled with food, and this person was from the Lu family. He vaguely saw this person running with him with a kind and doting smile. If he fell, this person would lay on the ground as a cushion to prevent him from falling and being punished. This person would follow him and shelter him from the wind and rain. When he was hungry, this person would do everything in their power to steal food for him. Lu Yin clenched his fists and watched as the cultivator from Xinwu Plain grabbed the old man's hair and dragged him away. The ground was dyed red with blood. Mr. Hao Yu, let's go. Mr. Zhang and the others have returned to the academy, and the dean has left as well, Mr. Tang said. Lu Yin released his grip and nodded. Let's go. The cultivators from Xinwu Plain and the Wang family left with the old man while the instructors and students from Yixian Academy also returned. It seemed peaceful. However, a pair of golden eyes appeared and looked in the direction that the cultivators from Xinwu Plain and the Wang family had left. Not long after, at the border of the Yixian district, a figure appeared just as the cultivators from Xinwu Plain and the Wang family were about to take the old man away. A terrifying pressure swept over the two, and they grabbed the old man. Suddenly, another figure appeared and tore through the void. The moment he appeared, the wind and clouds churned, and an indescribable pressure caused the entire Yixian district to darken. Dean Wen looked up. That old thing had still come. The first figure looked at the person who had appeared in horror and said hoarsely, "Half-ancestor?" Another old man appeared in the void, and it was a half-ancestor from a side branch of the Xia family, Xia Ziheng. So, you really did find something. Let's see where you can run to. Xia Ziheng raised his hand and grabbed at the figure. The figure was Tong Yu. Lu Yin had contacted her the moment he had seen the old man, telling her to intercept him. He would not allow the old man to be taken away, and it seemed that things would not end well for him. With Tong Yu's strength, she did not even need to take action against a cultivator with 3 origin tribulations. Who would have thought that there would be a half-ancestor hiding in the dark? Tong Yu despaired. This was a half-ancestor, and it was over. All of a sudden, a strange laugh rang out. Isn't this Xia Ziheng? Old man, long time no see. Ha 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 ha. Kuei Luo had arrived, and his spiritual energy swept out towards Xia Ziheng without restraint. Xia Ziheng's expression changed, and he was forced to retreat in the face of Kuei Luo's spiritual force. He was only a side branch half-ancestor, and the difference between him and a peak half-ancestor like Kuei Luo was too great. You're Kuei Luo. Xia Ziheng cried out. Kuei Luo walked out and looked at Xia Ziheng with a strange smile. How nostalgic. I see you again. I still remember how you were forced to drink horse piss by Lu Qi. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. Shut up! Roared Xia Ziheng. Countless blades swept out, wrapping around Kuei Luo. This was his inner world, and he could use his blades as a cage to trap beasts. Anyone caught within would be cut into 1,000 pieces. Oh, not bad. Kuei Luo's spiritual force exploded once more, and it seemed to solidify as it forcefully shattered the blades. Let's see if you can make the leap. Xia Ziheng's vision changed as he saw the waterfall and the Dragon's Gate realm. The number of half-ancestors in the astral tree realm far exceeded that of the 5th mainland. Even so, there were very few who could reach Kuei Luo's level. Kuei Luo was strong enough to fight against the Heaven's Gate Master from the era of the Above Sky sect. His spiritual force had been strengthened by the Lu family's ancestral scripture, and after countless years, he had completely transformed. Otherwise, he would not have reached his current level of strength. Even Xia Yingxiong, a direct half-ancestor, was no match for Kuei Luo, let alone Xia Ziheng, a side branch half-ancestor. Above the Dragon's Gate realm, Kuei Luo looked down at Xia Ziheng as if he was looking at an ant. The blades around Xia Ziheng transformed into a storm, and his inner world was filled with endless blade light. He tried to go against the flow and leap out of the Dragon's Gate realm, but he could not get close. He was suppressed by Kuei Luo from beginning to end, and the astral source in his body was constantly being drained away. He raised his hand high, and countless blades gathered in his inner world. Divine martial force surged out, solidifying and covering the blades as he slashed out. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2203. Kuei Luo's expression turned serious. After all, he was facing the Xia family's divine martial aura. The divine martial aura gathered on the blade and slashed out, tearing the waterfall apart. The sharp aura split the Dragon Gate realm. Seeing this, Kuei Luo immediately unleashed his essence, energy, and spirit. His essence, energy, and spirit seemed to add to the charm of the Dragon Gate realm. The moment it landed, it blasted Xia Ziheng into the pond. Xia Ziheng's head buzzed. He was completely powerless against Kuei Luo's essence, energy, and spirit. Wen Lai, I know you're here. This person helped the Lu family bastard escape. He's someone we must kill. If you watch from the sidelines, the ancestor will definitely pursue this matter. Xia Ziheng roared. Wen Lai was Dean Wen's name. This place was in the Yi Xian district and so close to Yi Xian Academy. How could two half-ancestors not be noticed by Dean Wen? Besides, Yi Xian Academy had two half-ancestors. Dean Wen didn't walk out. Kuei Luo looked around vigilantly. He knew that the half-ancestors of Yi Xian Academy had already noticed this, but they didn't want to get involved. As long as he didn't harm Xia Ziheng's life, those from Yi Xian Academy couldn't wait for the Xia family to suffer. Xia Ziheng roared again, but Dean Wen still didn't appear. He looked up at Kuei Luo and the huge blade appeared behind him. This was visualization. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood condensed in front of him and fused with the divine martial aura. Kuei Luo's eyes widened. Not good, this old man is going all out. If I'm not wrong, his blood has the blade intent of an ancestor. It should be from the Xia family's ancestor. Xia Ziheng's eyes were red as he stared at Kuei Luo. He raised his blade again and slashed out. Kuei Luo hurriedly attacked with his essence, energy, and spirit. With one slash, the Dragon Gate realm was split apart. Xia Ziheng left Kuei Luo's inner world and suddenly looked in a direction. There, Tong Yu was escaping with the old man. Xia Ziheng attacked in anger. He couldn't let this person be saved. Otherwise, he would become the laughingstock of the four-way scales. The half-ancestor attacked and the blade descended. Tong Yu turned her head. Death energy filled the air as she tried to resist. Go back. A calm voice sounded in her ears. The mist ancestor passed by Tong Yu and raised his hand. Fog surged and disintegrated the blade edge. It disappeared piece by piece, as gentle as falling leaves. Xia Ziheng's pupils constricted. Xia Ziheng did not notice the mist ancestor's appearance. He had even sensed Dean Wen's location in advance and disguised himself. With the mist ancestor's ability, these half-martial ancestors could not see through his disguise. Xia Ziheng watched the old man disappear with bloodshot eyes. When he turned around, Kuei Luo laughed strangely. Old man, you've already used the life-saving item your ancestor gave you. Let's see how you'll walk out of my Dragon Gate realm alive. With that, the Dragon Gate realm descended once more. However, this time, Dean Wen had appeared. He had no choice but to appear. Otherwise, it would really be inexcusable. Kuei Luo, long time no see, said Dean Wen calmly. Kuei Luo arched his brows. Wen Lai, you want to help him? Dean Wen looked at Kuei Luo. We can't let him die in front of Yi Xian Academy. He then glanced at Xia Ziheng. Besides, you're a wanted criminal by the four cardinal scales. It's time to bring you to justice. Kuei Luo laughed heartily. Since when did Yi Xian Academy become the lackey of the four cardinal scales? You guys can play by yourselves. This old man won't be keeping you company. Xia Ziheng was anxious and immediately chased after him. Wen Lai, you have to capture him. This old man helped the remnants of the Lu family escape. The Liu family has a close relationship with the Liu family. Dean Wen shook his head. Even if we work together, we won't be able to capture him. There's a reason why Kuei Luo was able to survive for so many years under the four cardinal scales encirclement. Xia Ziheng was unwilling to accept this. He had suffered a great loss. Although his injuries weren't serious, he had used the blade intent his ancestor had given him. This was a life-saving measure, and the ancestor would have been able to detect it immediately if his life was in danger. It hadn't been worth it at all. However, Wen Lai was right. With Kuei Luo's spiritual force cultivation, even if they worked together, they wouldn't be able to capture him. This old bastard. Sooner or later, they would have to ask the ancestor to destroy him. Wait, why was Kuei Luo here? Hadn't he escaped to the abandoned land through the new void corridor? Dean Wen looked in the direction the old man had fled. He didn't care about Kuei Luo. That old man was a tumor in the cosmic tree realm, and he had long since gotten used to it. What he cared about was the person who had blocked Xia Ziheng's attack. That person was definitely a half-ancestor, or he wouldn't have been able to block Xia Ziheng's attack. But who was that person? Dean Wen couldn't see clearly. Who knew about that old man? Wen Lai, why didn't you make a move earlier? Xia Ziheng stared coldly at Dean Wen. Dean Wen replied coldly, I just saw it. Xia Ziheng was furious, but he couldn't take it seriously. He couldn't do anything to Wen Lai. Dean Wen stared at Xia Ziheng. That person isn't a traitor from the Alliance, and he's definitely not a redback. He's from the Liu clan. Xia Ziheng frowned. A traitor from the Alliance. Dean Wen said coldly, I've seen him before. Liu Shaoxian came to Yi Xian Academy with an attendant and an old servant. He's that old servant. You used Yi Xian Academy. I'll remember this. Xia Ziheng hadn't expected Dean Wen to recognize that person. So what if he's from the Liu clan? Doesn't the Liu clan have any redbacks? Throughout the years in the cosmic tree realm, there are no less than 10 redbacks in the Liu clan. Furthermore, exterminating the remnants of the Liu clan is our responsibility. Wen Lai, think about it carefully. Dean Wen snorted coldly, turned around, and left without another word. Xia Ziheng's eyes flashed. He didn't care about Yi Xian Academy, as he already had a way to deal with it. But who had blocked his attack? An unfamiliar half-ancestor. That shouldn't be the case. Although he couldn't compare to a half-ancestor from the Xia clan's direct line of descent, he still wasn't an ordinary half-ancestor. Furthermore, that attack had contained the lingering charm of the Patriarch's blade intent. Even Kuei Luo wouldn't have been able to block it so easily. Who could it be? Did the Liu clan still have such an expert? When he thought about this, his heart sank. He definitely couldn't leave anyone from the Liu clan alive. He also didn't know how the expeditionary army was doing in the abandoned lands. Far away, the mist ancestor returned to the mirror. Lu Yin stored the mirror in his cosmic ring and used pupil perception to monitor the surroundings while he helped the old man up. The old man flung Lu Yin's hand away and hoarsely said, You've used all sorts of methods just to get information out of me. Don't try this anymore. It's useless. I'm about to die, and I have nothing to say to you. Then, his body swayed and collapsed to the ground. Lu Yin hurriedly checked on him, and his expression turned ugly. The old man's injuries were too severe. His organs had all been shattered, and his meridians had been completely severed. His cultivation had been crippled, and there were all sorts of toxins and mixed energies wreaking havoc in his body. These were still manageable, as Lu Yin could use his rune lines and medicine to treat him. However, the old man's vitality had been severed. In other words, he was a living corpse that couldn't be saved. The only reason he could still speak and move was because of his will. His will was supporting him. Who did this to you? Lu Yin asked in a low voice. His expression was frighteningly calm, and he looked at the old man with a complicated gaze. The old man sneered, but he didn't say anything. He just lay on the ground and looked up at the sky. In the end, he hadn't been able to wait for the young master, so he had to swallow this anger. Lu Yin walked over to the old man's side and sat down. He didn't say anything, but the complicated look in his eyes was the same as the old man's. Are you in pain? Lu Yin asked slowly, his tone light. The old man remained expressionless and ignored him. Lu Yin's expression returned to normal. Sorry, I'm late. The old man looked at Lu Yin, and when he saw Lu Yin's face, his eyes flashed with excitement, but they were soon filled with anger and hatred. How long are you going to fool me? Do you really think I'll believe that you're the young master? You won't be able to succeed for long. The young master is a heaven-shaking genius, and his cultivation talent is unprecedented. One day, he'll return to the Lu family and execute all of you traitors. Then, he'll regain control of the astral trees. That day won't be too far away. Lu Yin raised a hand, and the general appointment platform appeared and slowly floated into the air. The old man's eyes narrowed, and he stared at the platform in disbelief. The four-way scale could impersonate a person, but it couldn't impersonate a general appointment platform. There was no mistaking that familiar aura. It was indeed the general appointment platform. I remember you. When I was young, you were the one who would cushion my fall, afraid that I'd hurt myself. When I was hungry, you would steal food for me to eat. When I was punished, you would accompany me through the trials and hardships. Lu Yin met the old man's gaze and saw that the old man's eyes were red. His voice grew softer and softer, and there was an apologetic tone to it. I'm sorry, but I don't remember your name now. Tears rolled down the old man's cheeks as he stared blankly at Lu Yin. He raised a hand, wanting to touch Lu Yin's face. Young master, are you really the young master? Lu Yin reached out and grabbed the old man's shriveled hand. I'm sorry that I'm late. The old man's eyes went wide, and he pulled his hand back as he retreated. No, you're not the young master. You're lying to me. You're lying to me again. You're not the young master. Lu Yin's heart was filled with grief. How many lies had he experienced over the years? He wasn't even willing to admit that he had seen the general appointment platform. He believed that he had gone through many trials and tribulations in the fifth mainland, and he had narrowly escaped death. However, these people from the Lu family hadn't had it easy either. The remaining members of the Lu family in the Star Alliance had barely survived, and the people in the Red Garden had gone insane. There were also those who had gone into hiding to support the Lu family. Their hearts were filled with hope, but they were also filled with apprehension. When he saw the old man's resentful and panicked expression, Lu Yin sighed and took out a crumpled-up piece of paper from his cosmic ring. He opened it and saw 7 handprints of varying sizes. These were the handprints of the 7 heroes who had sworn brotherhood. Do you still remember? The old man stared blankly at the handprints, and his body began to tremble. Tears streamed down his face, and his face turned a strange red. He quickly grabbed Lu Yin's arm. Young master, are you really the young master? Lu Yin hugged the old man. It's me. It's been so many years, and I've come too late. The old man opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. All he knew was to cry. This old man wept incessantly, and his cries were heart-wrenching. Only the heavens knew how many lies he had experienced over the years. Every time he thought that he had seen the young master, he would be disappointed and deceived instead. This was the main reason why his life force had been extinguished. His heart had died. Now that he had finally seen Lu Yin, he felt as excited as if he had been reborn 100 years ago. However, this was only on the surface. His life force had already been severed, and there was no way to regenerate it. He was different from Ming Yen, who had been heavily injured, but still had some life force. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2204. Young Master, it's really you. I've been waiting for you for a long time, the old man wailed. Lu Yin gripped the old man's arm tightly, his eyes cold. I'm back. Don't worry, I won't let anyone who hurt you go. I won't let anyone who betrayed the Lu family go. The old man was agitated. You can't let them go, you definitely can't. Lu Zheng, that bastard betrayed the family, and that woman, Bai Xiener, betrayed you. You can't let any of them go. Young Master, it's good that you're back. Lu Yin solemnly said, Lu Zheng is dead, I killed him with my own hands. The old man looked up in shock and laughed. Dead? Lu Yin nodded, yes. The old man laughed again. Good, good. He thought that he would be safe after joining the frigid immortal sect. I told you that he would die at your hands sooner or later. Cough, 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 cough. Blood spurted out of the old man's mouth, and Lu Yin hurriedly hugged him. Don't be too agitated, I'll think of a way to save you. The old man waved his hand. Young Master, I can't be saved, but it was worth it to wait for you all these years. I didn't say anything, and I didn't betray the Lu family in the slightest. I know you didn't betray me. You're a member of the Lu family, and you always will be. The old man laughed and panted. Young Master, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Even if you can't take revenge, you have to protect yourself. Nothing is more important than your own life. Young Master, you have to take care of yourself. Lu Yin's eyes reddened. This was a loyal servant's greatest wish before he died. He wanted Lu Yin to take revenge for the Lu family, but he also wanted Lu Yin to protect himself. Little Lord, food paradise is at the top of May Mountain. This old servant saw it fall. Little Lord, you can go by yourself. There are things you have collected there. There are things you care about. This old servant didn't tell anyone, the old man stuttered. Lu Yin hugged the old man tightly and clenched his fists. He watched the old man die and listened to him mutter to himself. In the end, the old man died in his arms. At that moment, Lu Yin's hatred for the four cardinal scales skyrocketed once again. Those who cared about him gradually left, so he had to get his revenge. The cloud pass stone vibrated, and Lu Yin. Mr. Haoyu, have you dismantled the source box? Bai Weiwei's voice. Lu Yin was originally supposed to return to the academy, but he decided to turn back midway. His reason was that the source box array that he had set up in the wasteland had yet to be dismantled. If someone accidentally entered the array, they would be easily trapped and killed. It wasn't demolished. Someone destroyed it, Lu Yin said. Bai Weiwei was surprised. Someone destroyed your source box array? Who? I don't know, Lu Yin replied. Why are you looking for me? Bai Weiwei replied, I suddenly remembered that if you haven't dismantled the source box array, then you can leave it for me to study. But since it's been destroyed, then forget it. It's similar to a defensive source box array. If you want to study it, I can help you set it up, Lu Yin said before ending the call. He then looked at the old man's corpse in his arms and personally brought him to Mount Supreme. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I still can't remember your name. Lu Yin looked at the old man's corpse with a complicated expression. He pointed his finger and froze the corpse. I'll bury you once I remember your name. I'll use your enemy's blood as an offering. He then left Mount Supreme and headed towards the academy. At that moment, Xia Ziheng and Dean Wen were facing each other atop the Dean's pillar. It's fine that you didn't help me deal with Kuei Luo immediately, but I just want to meet the mentors of your academy. Can't I do that? Xia Ziheng's tone was strict. He had only treated the old man for a short while before heading to Yi Xian Academy. He remembered that only the 4 cardinal scales and Yi Xian Academy knew about the old man. If anyone had saved him, then the news must have been leaked, and the mentors of Yi Xian Academy were suspects. Dean Wen was indifferent. The academy is a place for learning, not the 4 cardinal scale star alliance. It's not a place where you can order people around. If you suspect the mentors of my academy, then don't contact them in the future. In short, you don't have the right to behave atrociously in Yi Xian Academy. Xia Ziheng's gaze was cold. Dean Wen didn't back down. Xia Ziheng finally nodded. All right, I'll report this matter to the ancestor and let him handle it. Last time, I said that Yu Hao must be one of the mentors who will lead the team to the 4 cardinal scales. I hope you can keep your word. Dean Wen frowned. I also said that the mentors will be chosen by the students. If you're still worried, you can send a group of people to participate in the assessment. It should be easy for your Xia family. Xia Ziheng stared at Dean Wen. You refuted my words time and time again. Wen Lai, I hope you'll remember this day. Dean Wen sat down and picked up his teacup. Take care, I won't see you out. I haven't left yet. Tell you how to come see me. Xia Ziheng sat down as well. Dean Wen couldn't refuse this time. As a half-ancestor, it was natural for him to want to meet a mentor. As long as Xia Ziheng didn't attack Yu Hao, Dean Wen couldn't do anything about it. After all, Xia Ziheng was Yu Hao's relative. Lu Yin had just returned to the academy when he received a notice from the dean, asking him to meet Xia Ziheng. Xia Ziheng. Lu Yin looked up and clenched his fists before relaxing them. He took a deep breath and changed his mindset. He was now Yu Hao, not Lu Shaoxian. Lu Yin didn't leave quickly, but instead walked step by step. Rain began to fall from the sky and dripped onto his body. A student saw this and hurriedly stepped forward to hold up an umbrella. One could clearly use star energy to block out the rain, and in theory, cultivators didn't need umbrellas. However, umbrellas had never been eliminated, and there were always people who liked to use them. Thank you, student, Lu Yin smiled. Yu Hao's handsome face paired with the hazy drizzle caused the girl holding the umbrella to stare at him in a daze. Within the dean's courtyard, Xia Ziheng waited for a long time, but Lu Yin still hadn't arrived. He couldn't help but look at Dean Wen. Dean Wen calmly replied, "What's the rush? He's already set off." Xia Ziheng's finger moved slightly, and a ripple appeared in the void that spread throughout Yi Xian Academy. Dean Wen immediately moved to stop him. Yi Xian Academy has mentors and students, and everyone has their own secrets. It's not appropriate for you to act this way. Xia Ziheng ignored him. In that instant, his power had covered half of the academy, and he had seen Lu Yin walking step by step very slowly. Was this kid expressing his dissatisfaction? Fine, I'll just wait. With Gu Yan's background, it's worth some effort. Dean Wen had long since known that Lu Yin was walking step by step, and he was secretly amused. This kid's dissatisfaction with the Xia family was too obvious. Not everyone dared to make a half-ancestor wait, but Lu Yin was doing it on purpose. After waiting for a long time, Lu Yin finally reached the stone pillar and slowly said, "How you requests an audience with the dean." Dean Wen was drinking tea when he heard Lu Yin's voice. He put it down and said, "Come up." Lu Yin stepped forward and slowly climbed up the pillar. Xia Ziheng looked at Dean Wen. "You should leave, or I can take him somewhere else. I have to ensure the safety of the mentors." Xia Ziheng stared at him. "One, you know what will happen to Yi Xian Academy in the future. Don't challenge my bottom line." Dean Wen was indifferent. "I know, but that's a matter for the four-way scales. It has nothing to do with you. What, do you think you can represent the entire four-way scales? Xia Ziheng took a deep breath and did not say anything else. Lu Yin had already arrived outside the courtyard and was looking at Xia Ziheng through the gate. Xia Ziheng could see the hatred and killing intent in Lu Yin's eyes, and he frowned slightly. However, this was within his expectations. Xia Ziheng had come not only because of that elder, but also because he wanted to see Yu Hao. He wanted to confirm that Yu Hao was the real Yu Hao before the ancestral ceremony. Otherwise, if someone pretended to be him, then the Xia family's ancestral ceremony would become a joke, just like the White Dragon clan's ancestral ceremony decades ago. Lu Shaoxian had pretended to be Long 7 and fooled the entire White Dragon clan, causing old monster Long to be punished to the back of the battlefield and not be allowed to come out for 10,000 years. Xia Ziheng could not bear the consequences. Xia Ziheng looked deeply at Lu Yin, but he could not see any flaws. This kid was not pretending, he really was Yu Hao. Xia Ziheng was a half-ancestor, so who could pretend in front of him? Only a half-ancestor or an extremely monstrous peak emissary would be able to do so. Ding! Lu Yin entered the courtyard and ignored Xia Ziheng as he bowed to Ding Wen. Ding Wen smiled, "I hope I didn't disturb your cultivation." Lu Yin replied, "It's fine." Ding Wen nodded and pointed at Xia Ziheng. "Do you know him?" Xia Ziheng had already arrived, and since Wu Taibai and Bai Weiwei both knew of Yu Hao's identity, Ding Wen naturally knew as well. Lu Yin did not hide anything. "I do. He's a half-ancestor from the Xia family." Xia Ziheng looked at Lu Yin. "What should you call me?" All of the Xia family's disciples, regardless of whether they were from the side branches or the main branch, had to address Xia Ziheng as Ancestor Ziheng. This was both because of his seniority and because he was a half-ancestor. There were many other cultivators from the side branches, but none of them had the honor of being respected by the main branch. Lu Yin calmly met Xia Ziheng's gaze. "Half-ancestor Ziheng." Xia Ziheng frowned. "You should call me ancestor." Lu Yin was shocked. "You broke through to the progenitor realm. Congratulations." Ding Wen laughed. Xia Ziheng's gaze turned cold, and he subconsciously used his half-ancestor aura to descend, but Ding Wen stopped him. "You still want me to leave?" "If I leave, Mr. Haoyu will suffer greatly." Lu Yin stared at Xia Ziheng without fear. "What, half-ancestor Ziheng, are you going to attack me? Aren't you overestimating yourself and underestimating my Yi Xian Academy? Who gave you the right to behave atrociously in the academy?" Xia Ziheng was furious. "How dare you speak to me like that, Yu Hao?" Lu Yin sneered. "My name is Haoyu." The Yu Hao from back then is already dead, and he's even become a legend in the cosmic tree realm. Xia Ziheng's eyes flickered as he stared at Lu Yin's face. "Since you're not dead, then you'll never be able to shake off your identity as Yu Hao, and you'll never be able to shake off the fact that you're my Xia family son-in-law." Lu Yin looked at Ding Wen. "Ding, did you call me here just to deal with this useless person? If there's nothing important, then I'll take my leave. Classes are coming up in a few days, and I still have to prepare for them." Ding Wen nodded. "All right, Xia Ziheng interrupted, "Yu Hao, there has to be a conclusion to the matter between you and Xia Zhidong. Do you think that my Xia family will allow you to wander around freely?" Lu Yin stared at Xia Ziheng. "What conclusion? If there's a conclusion for everyone who slept with her, then your Xia family will be very busy." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2205. Xia Ziheng's eyes widened at Lu Yin's words, and Dinwen looked at him warily, afraid that he would attack. Lu Yin's words were a slap to the Xia family's face. Even a normal family wouldn't be able to tolerate someone like Xia Zhidong, let alone the Xia family. This was why the Xia family had used Xia Zhidong to deal with the Yu family, which was why the various large families and sects in the astral tree had kept quiet out of fear. They no longer dared to help the remaining members of the Lu family, which had caused many of them to suffer. This move had been too vicious. Not only had it ended their lives, but it had also caused them to go down in history in infamy. However, even though the Yu family had become a laughingstock, the Xia family didn't have it easy either. Xia Zhidong had been born into the Xia family, and while it didn't matter if she was a direct descendant, it was too humiliating for a side branch. Xia Zhidong knew that when she had been used, no one in the astral tree would treat her well aside from the guests. They wouldn't even call her to pay respects to their ancestors. She had given up and wanted to live a carefree life, but she hadn't expected Yu Hao to come back and bring up the past. That wouldn't hurt the Yu family, as they were already in such a state. It would hurt the Xia family's reputation. Wen Lai, give me some face and let me talk to him alone. Don't worry, I won't do anything. I guarantee it on the Xia family's reputation, Xia Ziheng said solemnly. Dinwen looked at Lu Yin, who nodded without fear. All right, but I'll keep an eye on you. If you do anything to him, I guarantee that for the sake of Xian Academy's reputation, you won't be able to leave in one piece. Xia Ziheng's fingers twitched. He hadn't expected Dinwen to threaten him like this. Had he sensed something? He watched Dinwen leave. Lu Yin didn't stand on ceremony and sat down, pouring himself a cup of tea. Xia Ziheng looked at him. Xia Zhidong's matter has nothing to do with my side branch. You should know that her actions didn't just hurt the Yu family, but also my side branch's reputation. So you're saying that I shouldn't take it to heart? Lu Yin mocked. Xia Ziheng replied, what I'm saying is that you should look forward. I'm aware of your relationship with Gu Yan, and since that's the case, everything that happened in the past can be forgotten. Lu Yin laughed. Vanish into thin air. My Yu clan's reputation, which has been preserved for so many years, was destroyed overnight. Jade City was reduced to a laughingstock, and I became a legend in the starry sky tree. A different kind of legend. How can all of this vanish? Xia Ziheng said seriously, all of this can be erased, just like how we erased the existence of the Lu family. Lu Yin was stunned and stared at Xia Ziheng. Xia Ziheng sneered, do you think your Yu family's reputation in the starry sky tree is better than the Lu family's? Even the Lu family could be erased from existence, let alone a small Yu family. Or do you think you can fight against the Xia clan just because of your relationship with celestial teacher Gu Yan? Do you really understand the Xia clan and Shenwu heaven? Lu Yin didn't say anything. Xia Ziheng continued, as long as we're willing, even if Xian Academy can't protect you, we can make your Yu family go down in history and infamy. No one can stop us. Lu Yin clenched his fists and glared at Xia Ziheng. Xia Ziheng shook his head. You're too naive, but at least you're not stupid enough to think that celestial teacher Gu Yan can protect you. You think you're smart enough to hide in Xian Academy. Yes, Xian Academy might have been able to protect you in the past, but that was in the past. Now, and in the future, Xian Academy won't be able to protect you. A DUN Formation Master. A JUN Formation Master. Even if you're a DUN Formation Master, my Xia clan can make you stay on our back forever. We can fight the Eternals on the battlefield until we die. Is that what you want? Lu Yin's eyes were cold and filled with bone-deep hatred and killing intent. Do you think a few words will make me give up on revenge? Xia Ziheng laughed. Revenge? Who are you looking for? Xia Zhidong. The Xia clan. Or Shenwu heaven. Xia Ziheng shook his head when he saw Lu Yin's eyes flicker. You think too highly of yourself. Against Shenwu heaven, you're just an ant. If I'm an ant, then why did a half-ancestor like you come to see me? And why are you talking so much? Lu Yin retorted. Xia Ziheng grew serious. You may be an ant, but you and celestial teacher Gu Yan are in the future. Both of you have the ability to make the Xia clan value you. Of course, I'm not talking about revenge, but rather benefits. For now, if you can rope celestial teacher Gu Yan into my Xia clan, then I'll help you take revenge. Lu Yin was amused. You'll help me take revenge? You want to betray the Xia clan and help me? Xia Ziheng's tone was icy. Xia Zhidong can die, and you can do whatever you want to her. Even Xia Yuan can die. As long as you can prove your worth, then I'll help you restore your Yu clan's reputation. Your grandfather can leave the Star Alliance, and I'll help you obtain what you need. From then on, your Yu clan will be turned upside down. Don't dwell on your grudges. Who doesn't have enemies in the cultivation world? Do you really want to kill them all? That human is long gone. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, and he hesitated. Xia Ziheng could tell that Lu Yin was tempted. Xia Zhidong was the one who harmed your Yu clan, and she's also the one you want to take revenge on. You can decide the life and death of anyone who's involved with her. It's very simple. Once you've taken revenge, you'll be one step closer to my Xia clan. You've spent decades of effort on that experience, and from today onwards, you can start all over again. I'll personally choose a marriage partner for you so that you can truly integrate into my Xia clan and the 4 cardinal scales. You don't have to stay in East Xian Academy anymore. This place will change sooner or later, and it's no longer a stage for you to develop. Lu Yin did not understand. East Xian Academy will change. Xia Ziheng replied, you don't need to understand that. You just need to know that I'm doing my best to help you take revenge and restore your reputation. I can help you obtain whatever you want. I represent Shenwu Plane and the 4 cardinal scales. What can't I accomplish in the astral tree realm? As long as you agree, your name will spread throughout the astral tree realm in the near future, and your name will go down in history in a different way. It had to be said that Xia Ziheng's persuasion was very persuasive. If the person sitting in front of him had been Yu Hao, then Yu Hao might have been tempted. However, the person sitting in front of him was Lu Yin, and he had not taken Gu Yan as his master. Furthermore, his background was so great that he could challenge the entire 4 cardinal scales. Xia Ziheng's words were powerless in Lu Yin's ears. Is my grandfather still alive? Lu Yin asked. Xia Ziheng replied, he's still alive. I've already confirmed it. As long as you agree, I'll release your grandfather and allow him to leave the alliance. Lu Yin stared at Xia Ziheng. Leave the alliance? How? Xia Ziheng replied, with a single order, your grandfather will be free. He can return to Yuqing to regroup, and he'll have my Xia clan support. Lu Yin sneered. With a single order. Even if he did not know about the restrictions, he would not believe such a thing. Otherwise, why wouldn't the alliance's experts flee? This old man was just trying to trick him and rope in Gu Yan as much as possible. He might not even be trying to rope Gu Yan in, but he was just trying to persuade Lu Yin to leave East Xian Academy. At that time, the Xia clan would have the final say on how to deal with him. There was a reason why these old fellows had lived for so long. Lu Yin lowered his head and pondered. Xia Ziheng smiled faintly. Anyone would be tempted after saying so much, let alone this Yu Hao. Xia Ziheng knew all too well what Yu Hao cared about and needed. This was the weakness of human nature. As long as one grasped the other party's desires, they could easily be controlled. Xia Ziheng had said so much as a half-ancestor, which showed his sincerity. Right now, I want to know whose idea it was for Xia Zhidong to marry me, Lu Yin asked. This question meant that Yu Hao wanted to confirm a candidate for revenge. Yu Hao had not investigated and had only asked Xia Zihang because he wanted Xia Zihang to give him a target for revenge. This target status could not be too low, as no one would think of such a thing if their status was too low. However, it was also not good if their status was too high, as this concerned the Xia clan's reputation. The one who had thought of this idea was Xia Yuan, but Xia Zihang wanted to protect him as much as possible. In the end, Xia Zihang said a name that Lu Yin had never heard of before. This person was only an emissary cultivator from a side branch who had only undergone one origin tribulation. He was qualified to meet a half-ancestor and report some matters, but he was not considered a high-ranking person. He was the one who came up with the idea of marrying Xia Zhidong to you. If you want revenge, his life is yours, Xia Zihang said. He could determine an emissary's life with a single sentence. His ruthlessness was terrifying, as that emissary was his descendant. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. I'll make him pay. Xia Zihang's lips curled up. But... Lu Yin looked up and stared at Xia Zihang. You can't represent the Xinwu plane. If you want to rope in my master, then I want to meet Xia Xing. Logically speaking, Xia Zihang should know about the four-way scales restrictions, but Lu Yin did not want to take the risk. He wanted to use Gu Yan to lure out Xia Xing, the master of the Xinwu plane, and obtain the method to break the Xia clan's restrictions in one fell swoop. He only had one chance, so he could not take the risk. Xia Zihang frowned. Xia Xing might be the sect master of the Xinwu plane, but he's just an emissary. Is my guarantee effective? Lu Yin looked up. I only recognize the sect master of the Xinwu plane. I won't recognize anyone else, even if Hero Xia comes. Impudent. Xia Zihang was furious and glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was stubborn and did not back down. Don't think that I'm trying to rope you in by saying so much. I just don't want the human race to lose a genius lockbreaker. I hope that Gu Yan can nurture more lockbreakers for the Xia clan. That's not enough for you to threaten me, Xia Zihang growled. Lu Yin replied, Master is old, but he values me greatly. He has taught me for decades and treats me like his own son. As long as I speak, Master will definitely listen. Xia Zihang's eyes flickered. Lu Yin continued, I want to meet Xia Xing. I want Xia Xing to personally promise me what you just said. Otherwise, there's nothing to discuss. Xia Zihang was furious, and he stood up to look down at Lu Yin. At this moment, Dean Wen walked over. All right, enough time has passed. Mr. Haoyu still needs to go back and prepare for his lesson. Take care, half-ancestor Zihang. Xia Zihang stared at Lu Yin. Are you really that insistent? Lu Yin stood up and met Xia Zihang's gaze. His gaze was stubborn. That's right. Xia Zihang did not say another word and simply turned to leave. As he watched Lu Yin leave, Dean Wen said, in a few months, you'll be leading a team to the four-way scales to train. Perhaps you shouldn't go. Lu Yin's expression was solemn as he bowed to Dean Wen. Thank you for your help, senior. Dean Wen waved a hand. What did I help you with? Lu Yin replied, if not for senior, with Xia Zihang's character, I wouldn't have been able to guarantee that I would still be alive. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2206. Ha, you're one of the rare few who dares to speak to a half-martial ancestor like that. Ha 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 ha. Dean Wen laughed heartily. Lu Yin did not care. After experiencing some things, I've come to terms with many things. So what if you're a normal person? So what if you're a half-ancestor? Even if you're a progenitor, you're still a human. When faced with death, you're still worried and fearful. When faced with emotions, you're still a human. President Wen sighed in admiration. Only someone who's experienced life and death would be able to comprehend something like this. My words just now were unnecessary. As long as you're not afraid, he won't do anything to you. Divine Master Gu Yen isn't someone to be trifled with. Lu Yin didn't have the heart to lie to Dean Wen, but he had never taken the initiative to do so. It was always what other people assumed. When he had spoken to Xia Ziheng earlier, he had never mentioned that Gu Yen was his master. These people were just overconfident and thought that they were smart enough to analyze certain things, but they didn't know that their cleverness had backfired on them. Of course, he was not talking about Dean Wen. Dean Wen did not have the intention to harm him. At most, he guessed wrong. Ever since the Liu family disappeared, the four-way scale has become more and more tyrannical. A few decades ago, it didn't dare to do anything to Yi Xian Academy, but things have changed now. If you and Xia Ziheng have not reached an agreement, then it's best that you don't go to Shenwu Plain. It's too dangerous. Dean Wen advised Lu Yin once more before sending him back. He did not mention anything about Yu Hao's identity. There were some things that he did not care about, but there were some people that he had to protect. However, he could only protect them as much as possible. Once they left Yi Xian Academy, he would not be able to protect them. Lu Yin returned to his own courtyard and coincidentally bumped into Mr. Tang, who greeted him. The dark phoenix replaced the fire phoenix. The sky was dark, and only the stars were shining. Lu Yin sat beside the stone table and dipped his finger in water as he wrote a few words on the stone table: the Star Alliance, the Red Garden, the 9 Clones, the Food Paradise, the Seal Technique, and so on. These were enough to shock the entire cosmic tree realm, and this was what he needed to do. How could he obtain the method of restriction? How could he save the people in the Red Garden? How could he learn the 9 Clones? Every single task was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for even a half-martial ancestor. He had to complete all of these tasks before Yu Hao's time limit expired. However, his thoughts were in a mess. Subconsciously, he raised his hand again and wrote the 2 words Hidden Earth on the stone table. Then, after thinking for a while, he wrote Broken Peace Society and Boundless World. Wait, Boundless World. If others could use Unbounded to deal with him, then why couldn't he use it to deal with the people he wanted to deal with? Unbounded Realm had assassinated the sect master of the Cold Immortal sect. As long as the benefits were in place, they would dare to do anything. He controlled all the resources of the 5th mainland. What benefits could Unbounded not have? Even if he didn't have it, he could still give it to them. Yes, boundless. Lu Yin stared at the 2 words on the stone table and fell into deep thought. Within the courtyard, Lu Yin took out the mirror. Because he was worried that the fog ancestor would suddenly appear, he had stored the mirror in his cosmic ring as soon as he returned to Yi Xian Academy. However, he had no choice but to use it now. He could not just sit around and do nothing because he was worried that the half-progenitors within the academy would monitor him. He took out the mirror, but the mist ancestor did not come out. Lu Yin had no choice but to enter the mirror. Senior. The fog ancestor's voice came from behind the fog. What is it? Senior, can you come out for a moment? Lu Yin smiled fawningly. The mist ancestor was displeased. You can look for me when you need me, but if you don't, then put the mirror away in your cosmic ring. I'm not your nanny. Lu Yin hurriedly tried to curry favor with the misty ancestor, and at the same time, he showered the misty ancestor with all sorts of praise. He walked out of the mirror. After that, the misty ancestor looked around. No one's watching. You can play by yourself. He then returned to the mirror. Lu Yin followed him in. Senior, Yi-Xian Academy has 3 half-progenitors, and half-progenitors can appear at any time in the cosmic tree domain. If you suddenly appear without knowing what's going on in the outside world, this will make things very difficult for me. Not knowing. Are you talking about me? The misty ancestor's voice rose in pitch. Lu Yin hurriedly explained, no, it's my fault for not properly handling the outside world. It's definitely not that you don't know. Senior is the misty ancestor of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, and even progenitor Chen and progenitor Ku look up to you. Even if Bai Wang Yuan or Wang Fan were here, they would have to respectfully address you as misty ancestor. I won't casually go out, the misty ancestor said before ignoring Lu Yin. Lu Yin relaxed and did not put the mirror away in his cosmic ring. He was afraid that the misty ancestor would become angry and not help him in the future, so it was better to talk things out now. After confirming that no one was watching him, Lu Yin scattered his astral sources throughout the courtyard and then took out Mount Supreme and entered. He immediately found Yu Qin. I want to contact Boundless. Within Mount Supreme, almost everyone had separated, and Yu Qin was alone in the valley. Lu Yin's sudden appearance gave her a fright, and she was afraid that he would do something to her. Boundless. You're in the cosmic tree domain. Yu Qin was excited. Lu Yin replied, I can't let you go for now. Yu Qin grunted softly. Boundless is the largest assassin intelligence organization in the cosmic tree domain, and its spies are spread throughout the entire domain. It's not difficult to contact them, but it's difficult to find the upper echelons of Boundless. Fortunately, I still have their contact information. She then passed it over to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was very clear about Boundless' position in the cosmic tree domain. It was both an assassin organization and an intelligence organization, and it had an unclear relationship with some people in the 4-way scales. When he had traveled the cosmic tree domain under the alias of Draconic 7, he had even said that Kuei Luo was from Boundless. Otherwise, he would not have been able to explain so much information about the Redbacks. Superintendent Qingchen had believed him, which meant that Boundless might be able to find out who the Redbacks were and who the spies were. Even so, they were still unable to eliminate Boundless, which showed how difficult it was to deal with. Since Boundless was so difficult to deal with, Lu Yin decided to let the 4-way scales experience it for themselves. He put Mount Supreme away and then took out the Cloud Connect stone. He tried to contact Yu Qin using the method she had given him, but he used Death's mask to disguise himself. Soon, a pair of dark and narrow eyes appeared. What is it? You're from Boundless? Lu Yin asked. The eyes stared at Lu Yin. Since you can contact me, why are you so suspicious? I want to hire you guys. How much do you charge? Lu Yin asked, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Right, he had once asked the old smoker for help. The old smoker needed natural treasures that could help him avoid danger, and Lu Yin had plenty of them. In the end, he had brought the old smoker to the Great Yu Empire. Who is the target? Are you going to provide us with information, or do you need us to provide it? The voice asked coldly. Lu Yin replied, the target's status is quite high, and his cultivation is also quite high. I don't know if you guys have the guts to act. Feel free to speak. The voice did not care. Their most glorious achievement was assassinating the sect master of the Frigid Immortal sect. That was the Frigid Immortal sect, and they had become famous overnight. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. Sect master of the Divine Martial Celestial sect, Xia Xing, the cold and narrow eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Lu Yin in shock. He stared at Lu Yin deeply, as if trying to see through him. Lu Yin did not care. He had used Death's mask to disguise himself as a half-progenitor. Even the Cloud Connect stone couldn't see through him. Boundless definitely wouldn't know who he was, and the Cloud Connect stone that he used to contact Boundless was not one that he often used as Yu-Hao. Sure, the voice said, no longer as calm as before. Instead, it sounded solemn. The reward will be a progenitor item, a deposit, and a half-progenitor item. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What do you mean? Pay the deposit first. If the assassination succeeds, you'll give us the progenitor item, and we'll return the deposit. If the assassination fails, we won't return the deposit, and we won't need the progenitor item as a reward. What progenitor item? Lu Yin asked. That's your problem. You must give us a satisfactory progenitor item. If the assassination takes place within the Divine Martial Sect, we'll give you 3 progenitor items, the voice said. Lu Yin thought about it. He had progenitor items, but he couldn't give them to Boundless. They were the Grim Reaper's left arm, the slipper, and the corpse. He couldn't give them to Boundless either. He didn't really want Boundless to kill Xia Xing. Boundless had only acted as a pretense. If Xia Xing died, how could he obtain the Divine Martial Sect's restrictions? I'll give you 10 more seconds. If you don't give us a satisfactory progenitor item, we'll drop the matter. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Tribulation crystal pillars. Gloomy Dark's eyes narrowed. You have a tribulation crystal pillar. Lu Yin immediately took out a tribulation crystal pillar. He originally had 2, one from the meditative ruins and the other from the dragon ancestor. He had given one to Ming Yen when he had changed his name to Draconic 7, and he only had one left. Gloomy Dark pondered for a moment as he looked at the pillar, but before he could speak, Lu Yin suddenly thought of something. Rumor has it that Boundless has connections with some important figures in the four-way Libra. Could it be related to Xia Xing? The voice was icy. Even if Xia Xing is from Boundless, as long as you pay the price, we'll kill him. Lu Yin was stunned. You're paying for the life of Xia Xing, the master of Divine Martial Sect. Even if he's related to Boundless, he still has to bear the brunt of this attack. This is Boundless' reputation. Lu Yin sighed. That's good. How about it? Are you satisfied with the tribulation crystal pillar? Yes, as a deposit, you can place the half-progenitor item somewhere and notify us. Our people will go and retrieve it. Once the deposit is collected, we'll arrange for the assassination of Xia Xing. The time is uncertain, so listen to our arrangements. After all, you only have one tribulation crystal pillar. Lu Yin said, Xia Xing should be coming to the Central Realm soon. We have our own plans. I need him to assassinate Xia Xing while he's in the Central Realm. When the time comes, you have to tell me in advance. That's against the rules. I can also give you the deposit for the half-progenitor item. Gloomy Dark eyes remained silent for a moment. All right. After ending the call, Lu Yin searched through his entire body. The only half-progenitor item he had found was the needle, and he did not plan on giving it to Boundless. He was reluctant to part with the aged wood, as he felt that the desolate ancestor had left behind some time power within it. Styx was fine, as long as he could raise it to the half-progenitor level, he could give it to Boundless. After all, he had the fog ancestor with him. Styx still needed to be raised, and he was not yet a half-progenitor. However, he was only one step away from that level, and it would definitely consume a lot of energy. Thank you. Book Friend 576513550. Brother's reward, I'll give it to you. I've been too busy recently, and I still have to train at the Writers Association. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2207. After dealing with Boundless, he thought for a moment and then took out Mount Supreme to look for Elder Green Apricot. Are there any lockbreakers on the back of the battlefield who are from Hidden Earth? Elder Green Apricot nodded. He was under Lu Yin's control, so he naturally told Lu Yin everything he knew. One of them is an origin formation master. Back then, we took him in because of his exceptional lockbreaking talent. After he went to the lockbreaker headquarters on the other side of the battlefield, he became a disciple of a realm origin formation master. Unfortunately, his master died. Contact him, I'll tell you what to do, Lu Yin said. Whether or not Xia Xing would come to Yi Xian Academy was something that Lu Yin had to do. Xia Ziheng valued Heavenly Master Gu Yan so much. Just because he guessed that Gu Yan was Heavenly Master Gu Yan's disciple, he was willing to give up Xia Zhitong and the others who had persecuted the Yu family. He was even willing to find another marriage for Gu Yan. One could imagine how much the Xia family valued Heavenly Master Gu Yan. Since the Xia family valued Heavenly Master Gu Yan, others would also value him, such as the Cold Immortal sect. However, no matter how much the Xia clan cared about Heavenly Master Gu Yan, they might not be able to get the sect leader of the Divine Martial Heavenly sect to see him immediately. If he didn't want to come, they would have to force him to come. In the following period of time, Lu Yin often met with Bai Weiwei. Sometimes he even took the initiative to look for Bai Weiwei, making Nong Xinyang grit her teeth in anger. On the other side of the battlefield, the commander of the second formation base, Xia Yan, returned tiredly, requesting the origin formation master to repair the origin cone. Commander, Master Luo has arrived and is currently repairing the origin cone, someone reported. Xia Yan was puzzled. Don't these origin array masters usually stall for time and wait for an invitation? How did you get here so quickly? That person replied, Master Luo said that he went to Celestial Teacher Gu Yan's residence and that he was just about to return. Xia Yan was astonished. He went to Heavenly Teacher Gu Yan's residence? That's what Luo sure said. Xia Yan waved his hand to dismiss them. Then, he flipped through the intelligence reports from the top realm and the middle realm. Even though he was on the battlefield on the other side, he was not completely ignorant of the starry sky of trees. After looking around for a while, Xia Yan walked out and arrived at the array base. He saw a middle-aged man sitting there, exhausted, with 4 or 5 cultivators serving him. This was the treatment that lockbreakers received on the battlefield. Xia Yan was already used to it and walked over. When that middle-aged man saw Xia Yan, he immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. Although they were arrogant and conceited before other cultivators, they did not dare to act impudently before the formation base's head commander, Xia Yan, who was a half-martial ancestor. We pay our respects to the head commander. Xia Yan nodded and smiled. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Luo. The middle-aged man replied, It's only right. Xia Yan exchanged a few words with Luo Shi, but they were all words of concern. By the way, I heard that Luo Shi went to see Heavenly Teacher Gu Yan. Luo Shi respectfully replied, That's right. Juniors like us all want to listen to the teachings of the Heavenly Master whenever we have the chance. Heavenly Master Gu Yan is the #1 Heavenly Master of the human race, and just a few words from him can enlighten us. The Heavenly Master seems to be in a better state after meeting him. Xia Yan was not surprised by Luo Shi's reverence for Heavenly Master Gu Yan. Although Heavenly Master Gu Yan had a strange temperament and was disliked by many, and there was also a group of lockbreakers who disliked him and followed other Heavenly Masters, there were still many people who worshipped Heavenly Master Gu Yan. This was also one of the reasons why the Xia family valued Heavenly Master Gu Yan. Besides his own abilities, his influence could not be ignored. Xia Yan thought back to the information he had just read. That Yu Hao was actually Heavenly Master Gu Yan's disciple? Was this for real? Xia Ziheng wanted to use him to rope in Heavenly Master Gu Yan. Xia Yan felt that something was off, but he could not put his finger on it. Fortunately, Heavenly Master Gu Yen is free. Otherwise, things would have been the same as the past few decades, and we wouldn't have been able to listen to his teachings. Xia Yan's heart skipped a beat. Has Heavenly Master Gu Yen been very busy in the past few decades? Luo Shi nodded and then thought of something. I heard that he took in a disciple with an extraordinary innate gift that many envy. Have you seen his disciple? Xia Yan asked as he stared at Luo Shi. Luo Shi shook his head. I haven't. Other than Heavenly Master Gu Yen, I don't think anyone else has. However, I heard from Xiao Chui that he's very handsome. Xia Yan's eyes flashed, and the first person that appeared in his mind was Yu Hao. Yu Hao, Yu, was considered to be very handsome in the eyes of both men and women. Could it really be him? Right, Heavenly Master Gu Yen isn't busy right now. Has his disciple finished his apprenticeship? Xia Yan was curious. Luo Shi replied, maybe. It's just that he hasn't been busy in the past few months. Otherwise, I still wouldn't have been able to see him. In the past few months, Yu Hao had appeared to take revenge on Xia Zhidong. It seemed that it really was him. But Heavenly Master Gu Yen is a little strange. Luo Shi was conflicted. Xia Yan's eyes flashed. What do you mean? Luo Shi hesitated. Xia Yan laughed. Don't worry, Luo Shi. If there's anything you want to say, just say it. You and I have met many times on the battlefield and can be considered comrades. Whether or not we can leave this place alive is another matter. What's there to be afraid of? Luo Shi thought about it and felt that it made sense. He waved his hand and dismissed the people around him. He then said in a low voice, Commander, there are some things that I'll say directly. Xia Yan replied, don't worry. Luo Shi said in a low voice, in the past, Heavenly Master Gu Yen hated the four-way scale, but when we met, he took the initiative to ask about the frigid immortal sect. His tone was not as hateful as before. It's very strange. Xia Yan's expression changed slightly. Frigid immortal sect. Not only that, but he also asked if the frigid immortal sect had any outstanding female successors, Luo Shi said. Xia Yan frowned. Anything else? Luo Shi shook his head. Nothing else. I don't know much about the frigid immortal sect, so I don't know if they have any outstanding female successors. Xia Yan sighed and returned to normal. He smiled and patted Luo Shi's shoulder. Maybe Heavenly Master Gu Yen heard something. The frigid immortal sect's young ancestor, Bai Xiaohong, and his current successor all have lock-breaking talents. Maybe he wants to compare them to his disciples. Luo Shi said, that's right. Why didn't I think of that? It must be so. Commander, you can see the big picture. Xia Yan smiled and left. His face sank when he turned his back to Luo Shi. Luo Shi couldn't figure it out, but how could he not? If Yu Hao really was Heavenly Master Gu Yan's disciple, then Heavenly Master Gu Yan's actions could be explained. Yi Xian Academy had the most outstanding successor of the frigid immortal sect, and it was said that she was very beautiful. After he returned, he repeatedly read the information about Yu Hao and immediately contacted Xia Ziheng. He couldn't let the frigid immortal sect take the lead. The four-way scale was gradually suppressing them. If Bai Xiaohong hadn't been killed by Lu Xiaoxian decades ago, they would have been suppressed. Once the frigid immortal sect roped in Heavenly Master Gu Yen, the situation would be completely different. The frigid immortal sect's ambitions had long been exposed. Xia Ziheng received Xia Yan's message and immediately contacted Wu Taibai, who was at Yi Xian Academy, to let him see Yu Hao's current situation. At this moment, Lu Yin was drinking tea at Bai Weiwei's place. Bai Weiwei was actually very puzzled. Mr. Hao Yu had been frequently looking for her recently, saying that he wanted to study the sourcebox array. But with his level, why was he looking for her to study? The only possibility she could think of was that what she had said to him in the wasteland had been effective. Did the frigid immortal sect want to rope in Heavenly Master Gu Yen? Of course they did. Bai Weiwei had done the same, but she hadn't expected the results to be so good. However, it shouldn't be because of her, but because of her eldest senior sister. This Yu Hao kept mentioning eldest senior sister. He couldn't have any ideas about her, right? That would be too crazy. Lu Yin stayed at Bai Weiwei's place for most of the day before returning to his own stone pillar, where he ran into Wu Tai-bai. Mr. Wu, are you looking for me? Lu Yin's tone was calm. Yu Hao's identity had been exposed, so there was no need to feign enthusiasm. Wu Tai-bai smiled. I'm looking for Mr. Hao Yu. Lu Yin nodded and gestured for him to enter. Soon, the two sat down in the courtyard atop the stone pillar. Mr. Wu, if you have something to say, just say it. Actually, I've already told your Shinwu planet everything that needs to be said. Wu Tai-bai said, actually, I'm looking for Mr. Hao Yu has nothing to do with Shinwu planet. I just want to ask what Mr. Hao Yu thinks about leading a team to train in a few months. Lu Yin was astonished. Leading a team to train. Isn't that decided by the students? Wu Tai-bai smiled. The students decide which mentor will lead the team, and the leading mentor will also decide which students to bring. Mr. Wu doesn't think that all the students of the academy can go, does he? Lu Yin had forgotten about this point. His thoughts had been elsewhere, and he hadn't considered it at all. What does Mr. Wu mean? Lu Yin didn't understand. Wu Tai-bai said, putting aside my position, I'm also a mentor of the academy. In my opinion, Mr. Hao Yu must be one of the mentors who can lead a team to train. I also have some confidence, so I want to confirm the list with Mr. Wu. Lu Yin laughed. You have confidence, but I don't, so I'm not in a hurry to confirm this list. I'll confirm it with Mr. Wu after I confirm that it's the leading mentor. Wu Tai-bai didn't insist. Alright, but there are a few students who want to confirm with Mr. Hao Yu. For example, Wang Xiaofan, Xia Xingguang, Bai Weiwei, Qing Feng, and Lu Quebec. Are there any problems with these people? Lu Yin said, they're the most outstanding in the academy, so of course there's no problem. Add Nong Xinyang as well. Of course. Wu Tai-bai smiled. Then, what suggestions does Mr. Wu have for the student leaders? Lu Yin didn't hesitate. Bai Weiwei. Wu Tai-bai's eyes flashed. Bai Weiwei. Lu Yin nodded. She's from the frigid immortal sect and has a good understanding of the top realm. Her strength is excellent, and she can see the big picture. She's very suitable to be the leader. It seems that Mr. Hao Yu understands Bai Weiwei very well. Lu Yin said, I've been discussing lock-breaking with her recently. Out of all the students in the academy, I should be the one who understands her the most. Wu Tai-bai nodded. I see. Is Mr. Hao Yu here? Bai Lin is here to visit. A voice came from below the stone pillar and entered Lu Yin and Wu Tai-bai's ears. Lu Yin's expression didn't change as if he had expected this, but Wu Tai-bai was shocked. Mr. Bai. He's here to look for Mr. Hao Yu. Lu Yin said, I have some matters to discuss with Mr. Bai. Mr. Wu, I won't be seeing you out. Wu Tai-bai looked deeply at Lu Yin and said a few polite words before leaving. After Wu Tai-bai left, Mr. Bai climbed up the stone pillar. Lu Yin hadn't known that Mr. Bai would come, but he had pretended in front of Wu Tai-bai. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2208. On the other side, Wu Tai-bai immediately contacted Xia Ziheng after leaving and told him what he had seen. Xia Ziheng's expression turned ugly. There was no need to guess. Yu Hao's frequent contact with Bai Weiwei meant that the frozen immortal sect was trying to rope him in. And according to Xia Yan's report, both Yu Hao and Celestial Master Gu Yan were starting to lean towards the frozen immortal sect. This was unacceptable. Even if Yu Hao died, Celestial Master Gu Yan would not be allowed to join the frozen immortal sect. He couldn't figure out how Yu Hao could be so influential that Celestial Master Gu Yan, who hated the four cardinal scales, would change his mind. But then his expression changed. If Yu Hao was so influential, then he could control him and make Celestial Master Gu Yan lean toward Celestial Master Gu Yan. No, he had to solve this as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he immediately contacted Xia Xing. Are we going now? Xia Xing frowned. Xia Ziheng said, the frozen immortal sect has already made a move. I don't know what they promised Yu Hao, but Yu Hao is constantly in contact with Bai Weiwei. Celestial Master Gu Yan also sent news about the frozen immortal sect. Xia Xing was confused. Celestial Master Gu Yan has never contacted the four cardinal scales. Where did half-ancestor Ziheng get this information from? Xia Yan told me directly, Xia Ziheng explained patiently. Even though he was a half-ancestor, he was from a branch family, while Xia Xing was the master of Celestial Master Gu Yan. The difference in status was huge. He could use his half-ancestor cultivation to bridge the gap, but he couldn't order Xia Xing around like he could others. Half-ancestor Xia Yan. Xia Xing thought about it and contacted the battlefield. Xia Ziheng's expression turned ugly. He didn't trust him, but there was nothing he could do. Not long after, Xia Xing put down the cloud stone and analyzed the situation that Xia Yan and Xia Ziheng had told him. If this information was true, then the situation was indeed serious. The internal struggle of the four cardinal scales was becoming more and more intense. If Long Qi hadn't killed Bai Xiaohong and Bai Xianer hadn't broken through, the three families would have been suppressed. If Celestial Master Gu Yan joined the frozen immortal sect, it would have been a huge blow to them. Not only that, but he also had to consider Celestial Master Gu Yan's reputation. Yu Hao couldn't fall into the hands of the frozen immortal sect, or everyone would laugh at Celestial Master of the Celestial Tree. Celestial Master Gu Yan's used Xia to scheme against the Yu family to intimidate the Starry Sky Tree, but in the end, it had to help Celestial Ice Master. To Xia Ziheng. Celestial to make a promise. Xia as his words as to. Xian's to make. To say to make that to be to change. By. To say, to the of the to make. Xia im of him. To use to. To make, to. To make. Xia Dao to make. In the face of the frozen immortal sect's pressure, Xia Xing didn't hesitate. He left Celestial Master Gu Yan and headed for the Middle Realm. Celestial Master Gu Yan had to remain neutral, or he had to be part of the Xia family. Otherwise, Xia Xing couldn't accept it. Beside the lake, Lu Yin smiled as he faced the many doubtful gazes. That's why some ancient records might not be fake. I've been flipping through a large number of books in the library, and I've finally confirmed a place. It's Mount Mang in the Blue Moon District. Back then, Progenitor Wen encountered something in Huayuan that no one else knows about, but to us, anything that happened to Progenitor Wen is something that we need to know. Sir, are you going to investigate Mount Mang? Nong Xinyang raised her hand. Lu Yin smiled. Of course. Then can you bring me along? Nong Xinyang's eyes lit up with anticipation. A girl beside her also raised her hand. I want to go as well. I want to go with Mr. Hao Yu. Me too. The stuttering fatty raised his hand as well. I want to go as well. Lu Yin pressed his hand down and smiled. According to the Academy's rules, if you don't meet the requirements, you can't leave the memory district. Students can't leave the academy as they please. We can apply. Nong Xingyang really wanted to accompany Lu Yin. It would be a great opportunity to go sightseeing with Mr. Hao Yu. Lu Yin nodded. All right. If your application is approved, I'll take you along. Nong Xingyang was excited. That's a promise, sir. Lu Yin's lips curled up. After the class ended, many students left to apply to accompany Lu Yin to the Huaiyuan district to investigate the place that progenitor Wen had visited in the ancient records. Lu Yin returned to the stone pillar and waited quietly. Not long after, Nong Xingyang excitedly returned. Sir, my application has been approved. I can go with you to the Huaiyuan district. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. It was time. Before class, he had received a message from Unbounded, saying that Xia Xing had left Shenwu Plain and would be descending to the central realm through the mother tree. Lu Yin had asked Unbounded to set the assassination location at the border of the Huaiyuan district. His destination, Mount Mang in the Blue Moon district, was not too far from the Huaiyuan district, and Nong Xingyang would be his witness. It would not be easy to make the master of the four cardinal scales act according to his plans, and Lu Yin would not let go of any opportunity. A day later, Lu Yin and Nong Xingyang arrived at the Blue Moon district. Nong Xingyang was elated, as she was the only one who had succeeded. Mr. Hao Yu was hers alone, and the more she thought about it, the happier she became. However, she did not know that Mr. Hao Yu had changed into another person, Tong Yu, the real Lu Yin. No, the real Mr. Hao Yu that Lu Yin had disguised himself as had already gone to the Huaiyuan district. At the same time, Xia Xing had also disguised himself and ascended the ladder, heading towards the central realm. As the master of Shenwu Plain, he would not leave easily, and even if he did, he would do so in secret. Otherwise, not only would he cause chaos, but he might also attract murderous intent. There were too many people who hated the four cardinal scales, and they usually hid themselves and did not dare to show their faces because it was not worth it. Once news of him, the master of Shenwu Plain, was exposed, many people would rush over like moths to a flame. He was not afraid, but he was also annoyed. They smoothly descended to the Huaiyuan district, and Xia Xing casually showed his identity as the master of the four cardinal scales. The smoke cloud sect cultivators guarding the ladder respectfully let them pass. It had been a long time since he had been to the central realm. Xia Xing looked around and then smiled. The ancestors' decision had been correct. If they had not exiled the Lu family, how could the top realm have been theirs? He still remembered the days when he had looked up to the Lu family, and from then on, those days would never return. With a happy mood, Xia Xing headed to the memory district. Along the way, he passed by the humble school of Huaiyuan, but Xia Xing did not even look at it. Although the humble school was powerful, the four cardinal scales did not want to bother with them. When Lu Shaoxian escaped, the humble school had helped him. The four cardinal scales would remember this debt and would repay it sooner or later. The four cardinal scales would deal with the mess left behind by the Lu family, one by one. Soon, Xia Xing saw the Blue Moon district. As long as he passed it, he would not be far from the memory district. Ahead of him, a light flashed, and Xia Xing's gaze was attracted. Next, a low drum beat was heard. Every beat was at the same frequency as his heartbeat. Xia Xing's eyes widened, and there was coldness in the depths of his eyes. Someone was going to attack him. He tore the void and tried to leave. Since the other party wanted to attack him, they must know his identity and strength. Even so, there was only one explanation: the other party was confident, and he was in danger. He could only leave first. Suddenly, the ground shattered, and a black net covered the ground. It rose from the ground and wrapped around him as if it was catching a fish. Xia Xing shouted, "Are you people from the unbounded realm?" No one answered him. The light in the distance became more and more dazzling, until it replaced all the colors he could see. At the same time, the drum beat became faster and faster, causing his heart to beat faster and faster. Xiaoxing's body swayed, and he was unable to travel through the void. The black net instantly covered heaven and earth, trapping Xiaoxing within. Xiaoxing was furious. You people from the unbounded realm are courting death. After today, I will use the 4 cardinal scales to completely destroy the unbounded realm. As he spoke, divine martial astral energy appeared around him. He waved his hand and tore at the black net. The net was created by the unbounded realm with special materials and was specifically used to deal with cultivators at the 6th origin tribulation stage or above. It had succeeded more than once. The net was not black, but it had turned black because it had been contaminated with an incurable poison. Of course, it also contained blood. The unbounded realm had assassinated cultivators at the 6th origin tribulation stage or above, and had even assassinated the sect master of the frigid immortal sect. However, it had never acted against the Shenwu plane. This time, Xiaoxing's divine martial astral energy had caught them off guard, and the black net was useless. Not only that, but Xiaoxing's divine martial astral energy continued to distort the void, transforming into something like armor that covered his body. The armor continued to grow until it became a 100-meter-tall giant that looked down on the world. The giant seemed to have a mind of its own and tore apart the black net. It then slammed a palm into the distance, shattering the void where the light had been. Far away, Lu Yin watched quietly with a shocked expression. What was that? The divine martial change is one of the top battle techniques in the divine martial heaven. Only those who have cultivated the divine martial earth energy to the extreme can succeed. Cultivating the divine martial change doesn't depend on one's cultivation level, only on one's comprehension of the divine martial earth energy. However, it's said that in the past 10,000 years, no one has been able to cultivate the divine martial change. Only Xia Shenfei has managed to do so. Xia Shenfei knows it too. Lu Yin was puzzled. When he had fought against the 4 young masters in the sovereign realm, Xia Shenfei hadn't used the divine martial transformation. In the distance, Xiaoxing had used the divine martial transformation to break through the unbounded realm's murderous aura. The sound of the drum had also disappeared, but now, there was only the shattered void in that direction. Even the unbounded realm's killer's corpse couldn't be seen. However, the unbounded realm wasn't that easy to deal with. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to assassinate the sect master of the frigid immortal sect. In the starry sky tree, the only power that the unbounded realm hadn't dared to provoke was the Lu family. Xiaoxing's divine martial transformation giant suddenly looked in a certain direction, where an old woman walked out. Her face was yellow, and she was only a meter tall. She let out a strange laugh. I never thought that I would be able to kill the sect master of the Shenwu plane in my lifetime. Ha ha ha. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2209. Xiaoxing stared at the old woman and narrowed his eyes. Granny Doe. The old woman's smile grew sharper. I didn't think that someone would recognize me. Xiaoxing's expression turned ugly. Why are you in this era? In the distance, Kuei Luo was stunned. It's her. I didn't think that she'd appear in this era. Looks like she's been frozen. The realmless realm is quite capable. Everyone underestimated them back then. They've been preparing for this for a long time. Who's that old woman? Lu Yin asked. Kuei Luo answered, Granny Doe is an old woman who's older than me. She committed all sorts of crimes in the past, and her favorite was to cast beans as soldiers. Cast beans as soldiers? What does that mean? Lu Yin didn't understand. Kuei Luo explained, each bean represents a host. Her innate gift is that she can cast beings as parasites. Anyone infected by her beings will become sluggish and will only act according to her orders. That's because her beings have eaten their brains. Luine frowned and looked at the short Granny Doe. Is that why she's called casting beings as soldiers? It's not strange that Xia Xing can recognize her, as Granny Doe isn't someone who's been confirmed dead. Cultivators can be frozen for a long time, so as long as they're not confirmed dead, they can reappear. However, her cultivation isn't that high, and she hasn't even reached the level of a half-ancestor yet. Granny Doe and Xia Xing had already begun fighting. Granny Doe was at 7 tribulation origin stages, which surpassed Xia Xing's cultivation. However, Xia Xing was the master of Shenwu Plane, and his cultivation had reached the divine martial transformation. He had secret techniques and treasures, so even if Granny Doe's cultivation was higher than his, Luine didn't think that he could win. Sure enough, not long after, Granny Doe was sent flying by the giant formed by the divine martial transformation. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and continuously threw out beans. Every bean that appeared transformed into a person that charged towards Xia Xing without fear of death. In an instant, she had thrown out over 1,000 beans, which was equivalent to slaughtering over 1,000 cultivators for her use. Xia Xing continued to attack, each palm enough to kill a few people. The fact that Granny Doe valued these people meant that their cultivation wasn't weak, but the gap between them and Xia Xing was too great. They could only be considered ants. However, there were a few emissaries and even a cultivator with 5 origin tribulations. Even though he used the Wang family's sitting oblivion art, he was still killed by Xia Xing. Xia Xing's heart almost stopped beating. He knelt down on one knee, and the divine martial transformation disappeared. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes flickered. Another expert stepped forward. He was only at the 5th origin tribulation stage, but he was able to use his unique power to overwhelm Xia Xing's divine martial transformation. The divine martial transformation is very difficult to fight head-on against, but that person's drumbeats were linked to Xia Xing's heartbeat from the very beginning. Xia Xing thought that she had killed him, but he suddenly made a move and revealed an opening. That was how the divine martial transformation ended. Otherwise, the two of them together would have been killed by the divine martial transformation, said Kuei Luo. Luine frowned. If that's all Realmless has, then he can't even force Xia Xing to use his trump card, let alone kill him. If Realmless is able to find someone like Granny Doe, then he definitely has more tricks up his sleeve. His methods are far more vicious than you can imagine, Kuei Luo said. Luine agreed with Kuei Luo's words. He had been assassinated by Realmless more than once in the past, and he had experienced the strangeness of their methods. They were all pervasive, and the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Xia Xing's divine martial transformation had faded, but his divine martial transformation was still intact. His astral energy was still present, and a long blade appeared in his hand as he slashed at Granny Doe. The Xia family's blade techniques were domineering and peerless. Granny Doe's expression turned ugly. Assassinations were what she feared the most. People from large sects were too difficult to deal with, and although killing them would increase her reputation, she still needed to be alive to enjoy it. Why hasn't it taken effect yet? It should have taken effect by now. Xia Xing's blade fell, but his movement suddenly paused and he almost fell to the ground. He looked around in shock. Had he been poisoned? When had he been poisoned? Granny Doe relaxed and smiled. Do you think Realmless methods are that easy to break? Xia Xing, it's over. She then personally attacked. Behind Xia Xing, the cultivator with 5 origin tribulations who had interfered with the divine martial transformation also attacked. Xia Xing had been poisoned, and they were confident in Realmless poison. As long as the poison took effect, Xia Xing wouldn't be able to move for a while. This was Realmless poison. It wasn't something that could be seen, but blocked. Realmless poison could permeate the astral source universe and stay in the void. It couldn't be seen with the naked eye, and as long as Xiaoxing left the space where he thought he had blocked the poison, he would come into contact with the poison in the void. No one could escape realmless methods. Lu Yin watched on fearfully. Realmless' most terrifying aspect wasn't its assassin strength, but rather its endless stream of strange methods that were impossible to guard against. Back when he had changed his name to Draconic 7, he had been assassinated multiple times by Realmless. The most dangerous time had been when he had been trying to escape from the astral trees. Realmless had analyzed his movements, and he had been assassinated just as he was about to return to the fifth mainland. One arrow had pierced his body, while 3 others had been aimed at his head, neck, and heart. At that time, he had thought that he was dead for sure and couldn't move. If not for Mr. Lu Yi following him, he might have really died at Realmless' hands. Realmless wouldn't give up once it accepted a mission, no matter who it was. As long as the price was high enough, Lu Yin suspected that Realmless would even dare to assassinate a progenitor. Even the Divine Martial Sect Master had been schemed against by Realmless. Granny Do and the cultivator with 5 tribulations approached Xiaoxing and attacked at the same time. Lu Yin watched quietly. Xiaoxing looked up and suddenly moved. He slashed out with his blade, killing Granny Do and the cultivator right in front of him. The Xia family's secret technique, reverse, could reverse everything, including battle techniques, injuries, and even an enemy's strength. After killing Granny Do and the cultivator with 5 tribulations, Xiaoxing sighed in relief. Beads of sweat dripped down his face as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze was bone-chilling. He would definitely destroy Realmless. He glanced at Granny Do's corpse one more time, but just as he was about to leave, Granny Do's body suddenly split into 2. An even smaller figure appeared in front of Xiaoxing, catching him off guard and pressing down on his head. Xiaoxing howled in pain and retreated. A beam was trying to burrow into his right eye, trying to enter his brain. Xiaoxing was furious and slashed out with his blade. The figure was too small, but its movements were extremely nimble. It instantly fled into the astral source universe. In the distance, Lu Yin and Kuei Luo could clearly see that it was a smaller version of Granny Do. Kuei Luo was shocked. This is her real body. That meter-tall figure from before was also a disguise. She's been faking it for so many years. Lu Yin thought back to Elder Wu, who had also faked his height and almost killed him. He hadn't expected to see the same trick again. Was Xiaoxing alright? He hadn't used Realmless to assassinate Xiaoxing, and he didn't think that Realmless had the ability to kill the master of the Divine Martial Sect. Xia Ziheng had progenitor blade intent. How could Realmless not have it? However, Lu Yin had underestimated Realmless. If that being had truly entered Xiaoxing's mind and turned him into Granny Do's puppet, then all of Lu Yin's plans would have been for naught. It wasn't worth it to pay such a high price to kill Xiaoxing. Lu Yin was worried. Xiaoxing roared, and in the next moment, a sharp blade appeared. This was progenitor blade intent, which was exactly the same as Xia Ziheng's. Although Realmless had many assassins and their methods were strange, they had a fatal weakness, which was that they didn't understand the progenitor realm. At most, they could only come into contact with the half-step progenitor realm. The power of a progenitor was beyond their understanding. When the progenitor blade intent appeared, Granny Do's smug smile didn't even fade before her entire body shattered and disappeared from the universe. Xiaoxing's left hand reached into his eye and finally pulled out the bean. His eyeball was pulled out as well, and half of his head was stained with blood. Realmless, Realmless! Xiaoxing roared, stabbing his blade into the ground as he panted heavily. He had suffered a great loss. Not only had he been injured, but he had also used up the life-saving blade intent that a progenitor had bestowed upon him. If he hadn't done this, Granny Do wouldn't have died, and that bean wouldn't have been taken out so easily. At this moment, Xiaoxing's hatred for Realmless had reached its peak. In the distance, Kuei Luo said, "Kid, it's our turn. Don't worry, Realmless failed this time. They have many tricks up their sleeves, but they will never be able to reach the peak. A progenitor's strength is enough to sweep through everything." Lu Yi nodded and took a step forward, appearing in front of Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing covered his right eye, but when he saw someone appear, he suddenly looked up and subconsciously reached for his blade. However, Lu Yin was faster, and the moment Xiaoxing's hand grabbed the handle, Lu Yin's hand pressed down on his own. Xiaoxing tried to pull his blade out, but he couldn't move. He was shocked and tried again, but he still couldn't move. His divine martial qi unconsciously appeared, and he tried to exert more strength, but no matter what he did, the blade and his hand were both suppressed. He couldn't move at all. Xiaoxing stared at Lu Yin, his eyes narrowing. You how? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Long time no see, Sect Master Xia. Xiaoxing stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. How? How is this possible? No, you're definitely not Yu Hao. No matter how talented he is, it's impossible for him to suppress me in just a few decades. What shocked him the most wasn't just Lu Yin's strength, but also the fact that Lu Yin had suppressed his divine martial qi. No one should be able to suppress it. The divine martial qi was the Xia family's ultimate power, and even when the Lu family had suppressed the Xia family in the past, they hadn't been able to suppress it. However, the divine martial qi had been suppressed by Lu Yin the moment it had appeared, as if this power had submitted to Lu Yin. Xiaoxing couldn't understand this. Sect Master Xia, come with me. Lu Yin knocked Xiaoxing unconscious and then used the Reaper's seal on his astral origin cyclone. He tossed Mount Supreme into it and then used the life palm. The life palm was the Lu family's palm technique, and he had learned it from Maiden Axane. It just so happened that he could use it today. After doing all of this, he left. As for the traces of Xiaoxing's battle with Realmless, he didn't touch them. Let Shenwu Plain find trouble with Realmless. Realmless had taken Dark River as a deposit for the assassination, and even if the assassination failed, Dark River wouldn't return it. Since that was the case, there was no need for Lu Yin to help Realmless cover it up. Although he was using Realmless, he still hated the existence of an organization like Realmless. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 22:10. It was one thing for the Unbounded to be an assassin organization, but the most important thing was that they clearly knew who the Redbacks were and who the spies were, but they did not do anything about it. They only cared about their own interests, and once the humans were defeated, they would definitely side with the Eternals, just like Celestial Do. This was something that Lu Yin hated the most, as they were quasi-traitors. While Xiaoxing was being assassinated, far away in the Blue Moon District, a good show was also playing out. Yu Hao, who was disguised by his pupil, had a conflict with the Xia family in the Blue Moon District, and the conflict was not small. The Xia family had many branches in the starry sky of trees. Most large families were like this. There was also a Xia family branch in the Green Moon District, and the family head was Xia Ru. Back when they had escaped from the astral trees, Xia Ru and the others had used him to reach the cloud ladder. Because of this, Xia Ru had been severely punished by Shenwu Plain. But this was not the most miserable thing. Xia Ru himself did not know that his sworn brother Zhu Xian had an affair with his wife. This time, he had asked Tong Yu to disguise herself as Yu Hao and deliberately pass by Xia Ru's location to create a conflict. Not only did he want Nong Xinyang to be a witness, but he also wanted Xia Ru and the rest to be witnesses. Otherwise, if the Xia family suspected that he had something to do with Xiaoxing's accident, even if it was just a little, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Yu Hao's identity could not be compromised for the time being. Yu Hao, you've gone too far. Xia Ru glared at the young man in front of him and roared. This person was none other than Yu Hao, who was disguised as Mr. Haoyu in Nong Xinyang's eyes. Now, Nong Xinyang was stunned. Yu Hao, Mr. was actually that Yu Hao. How could she not know about Yu Hao? The four-way scales had used the Yu family as a deterrent to the starry sky tree, mainly to intimidate the Lu family, and other large families that supported the Lu family. They couldn't touch these large families, but they didn't want them to help the surviving members of the Lu family. This was the reason why the Yu family was involved. Nong Xinyang had heard the rumors about Yu Hao, and she had heard more than one version. She sympathized with Yu Hao, but also despised him. A man was bullied by Xia Zhidong to such an extent, and in the end, he even committed suicide. How useless. Even if she was beaten to death, she would never have thought that the Mr. Haoyu she respected was actually that Yu Hao. Xia Ru knew Yu Hao, which was why this happened. Otherwise, it would be meaningless to find trouble with Xia Ru and the others. It was time for Yu Hao's identity to be made public. Tong Yu disguised herself as Yu Hao and stared coldly at Xia Ru. Have you forgotten what happened back then? Xia Ru's face was ugly. He glanced at his wife with a guilty conscience and shouted, Yu Hao, what exactly do you want? Kneel, Tong Yu said calmly. Xia Ru's expression changed. To the side, Madame Xia and Zhu Xian looked at each other. Zhu Xian stepped forward and said, Yu Hao, no matter what happened back then, you are still part of the Xia family. Tong Yu casually tapped with her hand, and her astral source wiped out the star energy within Zhu Xian's body. Zhu Xian was sent flying, and he crashed heavily onto the ground. You don't have the right to speak. Dozens of years ago, Zhu Xian had reached the critical point of breaking through to become an emissary. However, even now, he had not dared to break through. This kind of thing was very common. It was normal for many cultivators to drag it out for hundreds or even thousands of years. Xia Ru was furious, but facing Yu Hao, who had the cultivation of an emissary on the surface, he was helpless. He could only kneel, but the resentment in his eyes could not be hidden. After all, he was still the head of a branch family. Tong Yu turned around and left. Fourth mother, let's go. Nong Xinyang seemed to have woken up from a dream and quickly followed after him. After they left, Xia Ru stood up and clenched his fists. His wife said angrily, this Yu Hao didn't die and even became an emissary. Quickly report this to the family. The family won't let him off. I know. Xia Ru gritted his teeth and stared at their departing figures. He felt a little guilty. He had once been with Xia Zhidong in the Jade Manor. He had gone to Jade City to celebrate the marriage between the Xia and Yu families, and then naturally had a relationship with Xia Zhidong. That woman had made him forget to return, and this was one of the reasons why Yu Hao had caused trouble for him. He did not suspect that this Yu Hao was a fake, otherwise, how would he have known about this? Of course, Lu Yin had found out from Kuei Luo. Kuei Luo did not seem to care about Yu Hao's life or death, and even if Yu Hao had really died, he had not taken revenge. However, he still remembered this favor. Kuei Luo had also attended Yu Hao's wedding, but he had hidden in the shadows and seen many things. Thus, Kuei Luo had not stopped Yu Hao from committing suicide. Yu Hao's heart had long since died. Tong Yu had disguised herself as Yu Hao to cause trouble for the Xia branch family before leaving with Nong Xinyang to investigate the Green Moon District's Mang Mountain. After leaving the Xia branch family, Nong Xinyang remained silent the entire way. Tong Yu had been ordered to disguise herself as Mr. Haoyu so that Nong Xinyang would know her true identity. As for what Nong Xinyang was thinking, Tong Yu did not care. She was not Lu Yin, who had disguised himself as Yu Hao, so she did not need to worry about this girl. When Tong Yu brought Nong Xinyang to Mang Mountain, she asked, "Sir, are you really that Yu Hao?" Tong Yu thought for a moment before answering, "Yes." Nong Xinyang pursed her lips and did not know what to say. She looked at Mr. Hao Yu in front of her with a cold face. He was deliberately finding trouble with the Xia clan branch just now, just to vent his anger. He had experienced a great tragedy in the world. After learning that Mr. Hao Yu was that Yu Hao, Nong Xinyang did not know what to think. Sympathy, disdain, indifference, or the same as before. She did not know. It was as if this Mr. Hao Yu was no longer the same Mr. Hao Yu from before. Tong Yu did not care about what the girl was thinking. She pretended to investigate for a while before bringing her back to the academy. A few days later, at the border of the memory district, Tong Yu left. Lu Yin once again disguised himself as Yu Hao and appeared in front of Nong Xinyang. He did not say a single word as he calmly brought her back to the academy. Just as they were about to reach the academy, Lu Yin took the initiative to speak. Everyone has a past. Whether it's sad or happy, it's all history. We have to be responsible for it, which is why we have this exploration course. However, we will not be trapped in history. The greatest strength of humans is their intelligence, and they will improve. Nong Xinyang looked at Lu Yin's back with a complicated expression. Improvement. Could this person's history be forgotten so easily? Lu Yin suddenly turned around and smiled at her. "Are you willing to tell me about how you wet your bed when you were young?" Nong Xinyang's face immediately turned red. What? What do you mean by that? Lu Yin smiled. "Should I look at the current you or the past you?" Nong Xinyang's heart trembled, and the confusion she had felt over the past few days instantly disappeared. The knot in her heart was untied, and a smile appeared on her face. "I understand, sir." Lu Yin smiled. "Although I didn't gain anything this time, extracurricular practice is still a compulsory course for students. Go back. Right, don't be stingy with your credits." Nong Xinyang nodded and her eyes darted around. "Sir, you actually went to the Blue Moon District on purpose, right?" Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he instantly disappeared without being seen through. "What do you mean? You actually wanted to go to the Blue Moon District? They want to cause trouble for the Xia clan in the Green Moon District. Am I right?" Nong Xinyang asked with interest. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Guess for yourself." He then left. Nong Xinyang stared at Lu Yin's departing figure for a long time before slapping her face. "What does my past have to do with you?" "Xinyang, don't think too much, don't think too much," she muttered to herself, but then contacted someone. "Brother, I've been bullied." "Who is it?" "Xia Zhidong, I'm going to cause trouble for her." On the other side, after Lu Yin returned to the stone pillar, he took out his gadget and inserted a crystal card into it. A video appeared, showing the entire process of Yu Hao pretending to be Yu Hao and causing trouble for Xia Ru. This was something Lu Yin had prepared to prevent himself from being investigated by Shenwu Plain. He wanted to ensure that he really did cause trouble for the Xia family, and he couldn't miss out on any details. Xia Xing had come to the Central Realm because of him, and there was no shortage of smart people anywhere. Shenwu Plain might shift their attention to him, so he couldn't be suspected for the time being. As for Xia Xing, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He was afraid that this person had some undetectable method to leave traces behind in Shenwu Plain. Xia Xing had gone out alone, so news of his death didn't quickly reach Shenwu Plain. However, as the leader of one of the four Libras, it was abnormal for him to disappear for several days in a row. Finally, on the third day after Xia Xing was captured, Shenwu Plain fully investigated the path he had taken. Countless people from the four Libras focused their attention on the border between Huayuan and Blue Moon. Xia Xing had been ambushed there. The area where Xia Xing had been ambushed had obvious traces of battle, and the void was still unstable. If not for the fact that the central realm was so large, attacking Xia Xing would have attracted the attention of experts. Xia Ziheng calmly looked at the mother tree. Around him, a group of cultivators from Xinwu Plain had sealed off the void and were constantly investigating something. After a while, an elder reported in a low voice, "It's boundless. There's still traces of the black net's poison in the void, and from the traces, it's the usual method of ambushing experts." Xia Ziheng frowned. "Is there someone in Boundless who can deal with Sect Master?" "I don't know. Boundless has always been mysterious. They even dared to enter the frigid immortal sect to assassinate you. As long as the price is high enough, there's nothing they won't do," the elder said. However, he soon grew suspicious. But even if Boundless has the ability to ambush Sect Master, it's too rushed. How could Boundless have prepared in such a short time? Unless... Xia Ziheng's eyes widened. Unless someone contacted Boundless in advance and told them to prepare an ambush to confirm that Sect Master would come to the central realm. The elder bowed slightly and didn't say anything else. Since Xia Ziheng had guessed it, there was no need for him to say anything. Moreover, if his guess was true, then it wasn't something he could interfere with. How many people in the entire Xinwu Plain could know about Sect Master's whereabouts? He couldn't afford to offend any of them, so it was best to avoid them. The first person Xia Ziheng thought of was Yu Hao. Other than him, who else would know that Sect Master had come to the central realm? As the master of the Xinwu Plain, he usually wouldn't leave the sect. Even if Boundless had information to monitor Xia Xing's whereabouts, they wouldn't have the time to arrange it. Only by confirming the assassination candidate in advance could they arrange it in such a short time. Could Yu Hao be him? Investigate the whereabouts of Mr. Hao Yu from Yi Xian Academy, Xia Ziheng ordered. The Xinwu Plain was a colossus. With one order, countless people began to move. In less than half a day, Hao Yu's tracks appeared before Xia Ziheng's eyes. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 22:11. Xia Ziheng looked at the records of Hao Yu's whereabouts. He went to the Blue Moon District these past few days. A man answered, yes, he clashed with Xia Ru from the Blue Moon District, and he even made Xia Ru kneel in front of everyone. When? Xia Ziheng asked. The man replied, 3 days ago. According to the traces, it should be around the same time as the sect master's death. Xia Ziheng looked in the direction of the Blue Moon District Xia Confucian and did some calculations. Tell Xia Ru to come over. No, he looked at the man. Go to Xia Confucian personally as fast as you can. When you return, tell me the time and bring Xia Ru to me. Yes, sir. The man then vanished. Xia Ziheng's eyes flashed, and he looked up. The sect master was missing, and he didn't know if he was dead or alive. Who could have done this? The realmless only cared about money, so if they were the ones who had taken action, someone would have definitely bribed them. The price for them to assassinate the divine martial sect master was definitely not small, and the person who had bribed them had to have a powerful background. Yu Hao alone was unlikely, unless there was someone else behind him. Who else could it be besides Divine Master Gu Yan? Xia Ziheng suddenly realized that Yu Hao's appearance was too sudden and troublesome. Not only did they have to think of a way to rope in Heavenly Teacher Gu Yan, but they also had to involve the frigid immortal sect and Yixian Academy. Although it didn't seem like Heavenly Teacher Gu Yan had anything to do with it, and all he wanted to do was take revenge on Xia Zhitong and the others, it didn't seem that simple. He did not believe that Xia Xing's death was a coincidence. Lu Yin, who was far away in Yixian Academy, did not know that Xinwu Plain had begun investigating Xia Xing's disappearance. Shinwu Plain was the first to learn of this matter, and it would spread throughout the 4 continents before finally reaching him. Once he knew, it meant that the entire cosmic tree knew as well. Lu Yin continued to attend classes as usual and lock break for his students as if nothing had happened. At the border of the Huaiyuan River, the man returned with Xia Ru. Xia Ziheng also knew when the man had returned. Xia Ru stood there respectfully. Xia Ziheng was the patriarch of the Xia clan's first major branch. Not only that, he was also a half-martial ancestor. Not even the Xia clan patriarch would dare to slight him. The difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. Xia Ru had never dreamed that he would one day be able to talk to such a person. Xia Ziheng looked at Xia Ru. This person was a standard branch of the Xia family. He trembled with fear in the face of superiors. This was the Xia family's motto. A branch could never go against the main branch. The more remote a branch was, the lower its status. This was the only way to ensure that the main branch of the Xia family was absolutely orthodox. Don't be nervous, you're Xia Ru, right? Xia Ziheng said indifferently, trying to speak slowly. Xia Ru took a deep breath. Xia Ru greets Patriarch Ziheng. Xia Ziheng replied, I called you here to ask you something. Don't be too nervous. Xia Ru replied respectfully, please speak, ancestor. I will tell you everything I know. Xia Ziheng nodded. Let me ask you, did Yu Hao go to your place? Xia Ru's face turned pale. He looked at Xia Ziheng nervously. Patriarch Ziheng, he did go to my place. Tell me the details, especially the time. Tell me everything you said to him, Xia Ziheng said slowly. Xia Ru gulped. How did this matter reach half-martial ancestor Ziheng's ears? He was a half-martial ancestor. Why would he care about such things? Could it be that he knew about the matter between him and Xia Zhidong? That shouldn't be the case. How could he and Xia Zhidong enter the eyes of a half-martial ancestor? Xia Ziheng glared at him. What, you're not willing? Xia Ru hurriedly replied, I'm willing, of course I'm willing. It's just that I'm thinking of how to be more specific. I don't dare to say anything wrong. Xia Ziheng was satisfied. This was the attitude of a remote branch of the Xia family. They were so respectful that they wouldn't dare to disobey even if they had to die. Xia Ru seriously recalled what had happened that day. He didn't miss a single word, not even a single action. He spoke clearly. Following his description, the scene of Yu Hao causing trouble for them appeared clearly in Xia Ziheng's mind. The time was about the same as when Xia Xing had battled with someone at Shenwu Heaven. Based on the time taken to travel between the two places, it couldn't have been Yu Hao. He didn't have the time to travel back and forth. Unless he arrived instantly, only a half-martial ancestor could do that. Xia Ru confirmed that the person who had caused trouble for them was definitely Yu Hao. Yu Hao was just an envoy, so there was no way he could have done that. Although it wasn't Yu Hao who had done it, he couldn't rule out the possibility that he had spread the news that Xia Xing was coming to the Middle Realm. One day later, Xia Ziheng arrived at Ishian Academy to look for Lu Yin, which naturally attracted Dean Wen's attention. Half-martial ancestor Ziheng, I've already said what I wanted to say last time. Unless Sect Master Xia Xing guarantees it, I won't believe you, Lu Yin said in front of Dean Wen. Xia Ziheng stared at Lu Yin. The Sect Master will definitely guarantee it, but there's something I need to ask you. Xia Ziheng, what do you mean? Mr. Hao Yu has already made himself clear. Why don't you just ask Xia Xing to come here? Dean Wen was getting impatient. Xia Ziheng looked at Lu Yin. Did Mr. Hao Yu go to the Xia family in the Green Moon district and have a conflict with them? Dean Wen looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. Lu Yin didn't avoid the topic. That's right. Tell me the details, Xiao Ziheng said. Dean Wen frowned. Xiao Ziheng, is there a need for a half-martial ancestor like you to come here? Since when did your Xiao family value the branch families so much? Xiao Ziheng replied, regardless of whether it's the main branch or the branch families, they're all members of my Xiao family. There's nothing to value. Dean Wen laughed as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the universe. Xiao Ziheng was in a bad mood because of what had happened to Xiao Xing Wen. What do you mean? Are you looking down on my Xiao family? Dean Wen laughed so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. This is really the biggest joke in the history of the astral tree. No, this is the biggest joke in human history. Ha ha ha. Lu Yin also wanted to laugh. If the Xia family claimed to be second in terms of oppressing the branch families, then no one would dare claim to be first. No, there was one, the Day-Night clan. They had used the cage technique to enslave the Night King bloodline, but strictly speaking, the Night King bloodline wasn't considered a branch family. Xiao Ziheng smashed the stone table in anger. Wen Lai, are you mocking my Xia family? Dean Wen let out a long breath with a smile on his face. If your Xia family really valued the branch families, then it wouldn't have been suppressed by the frigid immortal sect. Your Xia family's history would have another name, Xia Shang. Xiao Ziheng's eyes narrowed. Xia Shang was a taboo name in the Xia family, and no one dared to mention it. No, I remember now. Xia Shang's name is in your Xia family's genealogy. Speaking of which, you guys are really ruthless. Back then, you removed his name from the genealogy and tried your best to kill him. When he became a progenitor and even became one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, you guys approached him and added him to the genealogy without even waiting for his consent. What's even more laughable is that after progenitor Nan's incident, you guys actually tried to remove his name. If not for the Liu family not being able to tolerate it, you guys would have done so. What a joke, what a joke. Dean Wen laughed. Lu Yin was bewildered. Something like that had happened? Xiao Ziheng's face flushed red. This matter was truly shameful for the Xiao family. It was precisely because of this that Xia Shang's name was taboo in the Xiao family. Back then, it was because of the Liu family's protection that you guys had no choice but to keep Xia Shang's name. In order to protect his reputation, you guys risked your lives in the battle against the 6th mainland. In order to prevent the younger generation from knowing about this matter, you guys did everything you could to cover it up. You never mentioned the grudges between you and progenitor Qin. Even now, the younger generation of the Xia family still believes that progenitor Qin is their ancestor and that he's the greatest progenitor that your Xia family has ever produced. Shut up. Xiao Ziheng angrily attacked. Dean Wen's gaze turned cold, and he waved his hand, causing countless words to trap Xiao Ziheng. Xiao Ziheng, this is Yi Xian Academy, not your Shenwu Plain. Xiao Ziheng's eyes were filled with intense killing intent. You're insulting the Shenwu Plain. Dean Wen laughed. I'm just speaking the truth. You guys did it before, so why are you afraid of others talking about it? Xiao Ziheng clenched his fists, but he did not attack again. He glared at Dean Wen as if he wanted to carve this image into his mind. Dean Wen waved his hand, causing the words prison to disappear. Forget it. I can't be bothered to talk about the past. However, Mr. Hao Yu is a member of Yi Xian Academy, so I have to be present if there's anything. Xiao Ziheng released his grip, but there was a chill in the depths of his eyes. He turned to look at Lu Yin and softened his tone. Tell me why you're causing trouble for Xiao Ru. Lu Yin suppressed the strange feeling that he had just heard and asked curiously, is a mere Xiao Ru worth half-ancestor Ziheng coming here to denounce him? Xiao Ziheng grew impatient. The Divine Martial Sect Master will come and give you a guarantee, but before that, you have to cooperate with me. Xia Ru is related to Lu Shaoxian, a vile spawn of the Lu family. If you cause trouble for him, it'll easily arouse suspicion. Lu Yin was puzzled. Lu Shaoxian. The one who caused a ruckus in Dragon Mountain decades ago. Xia Ziheng replied, if you know, then it's best if you explain. Lu Yin found it funny that Xia Ru was using such an excuse to interrogate him. However, Xia Ru had indeed interacted with him before. Alright, I'll tell you. Lu Yin then explained why he was causing trouble for Xia Ru and everything that had happened. To a cultivator, forget about something that had happened a few days ago, even if it had happened a few years ago, or even hundreds or thousands of years ago, as long as they recalled it, they would be able to recount it. Xia Ziheng continuously verified Xia Ru's words with Lu Yin's, but the final result was that there was no discrepancy. The two had said the exact same thing, and their words, actions, and timing all matched up. Half-ancestor Ziheng, do you think I should cause trouble for him? Lu Yin countered. Xia Ziheng did not care about Xia Ru's life or death. Since he has such a dispute with you, then do as you please. Lu Yin raised a brow. I'll kill him. Xia Ziheng frowned. Not for now. I've already said that he's related to Lu Shaoxian, and it's not just us, the four cardinal scales are also watching him. You can't kill him, but I promise you that as long as he has no value, you can do whatever you want with him. President Wen sneered disdainfully. Xia Ziheng stared at him coldly, knowing what President Wen was laughing at. It was none other than his indifference towards Xia Ru. However, the Xia family had never cared about what others thought of them. They could do whatever they wanted, but others could not. This was the Xia family. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 22:12. Although Lu Yin's explanation was flawless, Xie Xing had still come to the central realm because of him. Lu Yin had even specifically asked Xia Xing to come, which was something that Xia Ziheng could not understand. The excuse that only the sect master's guarantee would make him feel at ease was not enough to convince him. Yu Hao, there's someone I want you to meet. Consider it a show of sincerity from Xinwu Plain, Xia Ziheng said before using the cloud stone to contact someone. He then said to Lu Yin, let's go meet him. President Wen was on guard. You're taking Mr. Hao Yu away. Xia Ziheng replied, I'm just meeting someone. Don't worry, it's right outside Yishan Academy. President Wen and Lu Yin exchanged glances before leaving the academy together with Xia Ziheng. In the forest outside the academy, they saw an old man who looked exhausted. The moment he saw the old man, Lu Yin's expression changed, and he immediately rushed forward. Old Master. The old man was Yu Chuan, the previous city lord of Jade City. He had been betrayed by Yu Hao's father and taken to the Star Alliance. Lu Yin had not expected Xia Ziheng to bring him here. When Lu Yin saw the old man, Xia Ziheng kept staring at him, seemingly trying to figure out something. Finally, he heaved a sigh of relief, but he was also somewhat puzzled as he watched Lu Yin meet the old man. The old man watched Lu Yin approach, and his eyes flashed. He then became excited. Little Hao. Lu Yin walked up to Yu Chuan excitedly. Old Master, you're not dead. That's great, I knew you weren't dead. Ha 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 ha. Yu Hao had addressed Yu Chuan as Old Master. Back when Yu Hao had saved Kuei Luo, he had been introverted and had only told Kuei Luo a few things. Kuei Luo knew Yu Hao better, and not only had he drawn Yu Chuan's image for Lu Yin, he had also told Lu Yin some of the things that had happened between Yu Chuan and Yu Hao. Of course, this was only what Kuei Luo knew, but it was enough. When Lu Yin saw Yu Chuan, many thoughts flashed through his mind. He really thought of himself as Yu Hao, and Yu Chuan did not notice anything amiss. President Wen then looked at Xia Ziheng. Don't tell me you brought him here out of the goodness of your heart. You're just testing Yu Hao. Xia Ziheng was indifferent. In just a few decades, he went from a piece of trash to an emissary cultivator, and even a savannah array master. Even Divine Master Gu Yen found it inconceivable. Is that so? But why do I feel that you're very strange today? It's as if you're eager to verify something. Dean Wen felt that it was strange. Xia Ziheng looked at President Wen and narrowed his eyes. Given your status, you'll find out soon enough. I won't hesitate to tell you that Xia Xing is missing. Dean Wen's eyes widened. What did you say? Xia Ziheng repeated, I, the master of the divine martial heaven, Xia Xing, have gone missing in the middle-level world. With Dean Wen's intelligence, he immediately understood. So you suspect Yu Hao? Xia Ziheng looked at Lu Yin, who was currently speaking with Yu Chuan. Aside from him, no one else can predict the whereabouts of the divine martial sect master. Furthermore, he just so happened to leave Yishan Academy, so why wouldn't I suspect him? President Wen did not deny it. Yu Hao was indeed the most suspicious person. 1. No matter what you think of the four-way scales, my divine martial heaven will not let Xia Xing go. Even if we have to turn the entire cosmic tree upside down, we will find the culprit. If there's a problem with Yu Hao, you better tell me. Otherwise, it won't be good if Yishan Academy is implicated, Xia Ziheng threatened. President Wen replied, I don't see any problems. I hope so, Xia Ziheng said indifferently as he looked at Lu Yin and Yu Chuan. No one knew what he was thinking. Lu Yin did not hear the conversation between Xia Ziheng and President Wen, as he was focused on dealing with Yu Chuan. Kuei Luo had told him a few things about Yu Chuan, but it was only a small amount. Most of it had been relayed through Yu Hao. When Yu Hao had saved Kuei Luo, Yu Chuan had already been taken to the Star Alliance, so Kuei Luo could not have known too much. Fortunately, Kuei Luo knew the biggest problem and had told Lu Yin about it. This was a ruse. The four-way scales had guessed correctly. Yu Hao's father had betrayed Yu Chuan, which had led to him being taken to the Star Alliance. The fact that Xia Ziheng had brought Yu Chuan here proved that they had guessed it. Thus, Lu Yin did not hide his excitement when he saw Yu Chuan. Under normal circumstances, he would not have been so excited after betraying Yu Chuan with his father. Little Hao, you're too reckless. You'll be exposed, Yu Chuan said softly. Lu Yin smiled bitterly, old man, the fact that Xia Ziheng brought you here means that they already knew. Plus. He paused, do you know what happened to the family? Yu Chuan's fingers trembled and his expression turned ugly. It's been hard on you. Lu Yin sighed, it's my fault for being useless and bringing shame to the family. But don't worry, old man, I won't let anyone who tries to harm the Yu family off. Yu Chuan looked at Lu Yin in shock and then nodded silently, no matter how much you can do, protect yourself first. You don't have to worry about grandfather. Take care of yourself. Lu Yin looked at Yu Chuan, and Yu Chuan stared back at him. Their eyes met, and Lu Yin could see the pain and complexity in Yu Chuan's eyes. His heart sank. This old man had guessed that he was not Yu Hao, but he had not exposed him. Xia Ziheng had underestimated Yu Chuan's hatred for the four-way scales. He had thought that Yu Chuan would expose Yu Hao once he realized that there was something wrong with him. He had thought that there was no one in Yu Chuan's heart who could compare to his grandson, but over the years, as news of the Yu family spread to the Star Alliance, Yu Chuan's hatred for the four-way scales had reached an indescribable level. As long as there was a sliver of a chance, even if he had to cut Yu Hao into pieces, he would be willing to do anything to upset the four-way scales. He could tell that the Yu Hao in front of him was not the real Yu Hao. Even if he could not see through his grandson's disguise, that feeling would not be wrong. But so what? This person was impersonating Yu Hao, and it would only bring harm to the four-way scales. As for the real Yu Hao, Xia Ziheng had heard rumors decades ago that the real Yu Hao was already dead. This person should have nothing to do with him. Xia Ziheng was in the Star Alliance, and there was nothing he could do. This person could do whatever he wanted. Lu Yin raised a hand and grabbed Yu Chuan's arm. I understand, Elder. There was not much time left for Lu Yin and Yu Chuan to speak. When Xia Ziheng saw that Yu Chuan was not acting strangely, he spoke up to take Yu Chuan away. Half-ancestor Ziheng, can you let my grandfather stay behind? This was the first time Lu Yin had used a pleading tone in front of Xia Ziheng. This was what a grandson should do, and Lu Yin sympathized with this old man. Xia Ziheng's expression improved slightly, as this was the attitude that Lu Yin should have. However, Yu Chuan was still not enough to control Lu Yin, but as long as he could control Yu Chuan, the frigid immortal sect would be slightly weaker. Right now, roping in Lu Yin was not the main point. The most important thing was to find traces of sect master Xia Xing. It's not that we didn't know about the Yu family's plans. Yu Chuan was able to survive until now because of his luck, and also because we took care of him. However, because of the Yu family's mistakes, the matter with Xia Zhidong can be considered a punishment. Now, I've brought him to you, and I can assure you that as long as you sincerely join the divine martial plane, your grandfather will return safely. Think about it carefully. For the time being, you can stay together, Xia Ziheng said, using both the carrot and the stick. Lu Yin thanked him in a low voice. Yu Chuan remained silent throughout. His years in the Star Alliance had allowed him to see through life and death. If not for his good luck, he would have died at the hands of Redback or the four-way scale's internal conflicts. If he could leave the Star Alliance, he would definitely be willing. At that moment, Xia Ziheng's cloud vision stone vibrated, and he connected to it. Speak. Ancestor, we found traces of the Lu family's life-form palm at the scene. Xia Ziheng's eyes widened, and killing intent flashed through his eyes. This could have been done by the remaining members of the Lu family. They weren't confident, so they bribed the boundless realm. Xia Ziheng's first thought was not about the remaining members of the Lu family, as those trash had been unable to raise their heads for many years. Even if they had the ability to do so, they would not have waited until today. He was thinking about the frozen immortal sect, as the Lu family's life-form palm was also known as the Xian Fanyao sect. The Lu family had been exiled, and some of the resources they had left behind had been divided up by the four-way scales. However, the Xian Fanyao sect had not obtained the Lu family's battle technique after the Lu family had been exiled. The life-form palm and the Xian Fanyao sect were essentially the same. Xia Ziheng's expression turned ugly. It was the frozen immortal sect again. How could it be related to the frozen immortal sect? Lu Yin saw Xia Ziheng's expression turn ugly. Although he did not know what Xia Ziheng had said, it should have something to do with the traces of the life-form palm that Xia Ziheng had purposely left behind. Are there many people in the Star Alliance, sir? Lu Yin suddenly asked. His voice was normal, and he did not try to hide it. Yu Chuan replied, there aren't many, but there aren't few either. They're all emissaries. Are there 100 of them? Lu Yin was curious. It sounded like they were just chatting. President Wen replied, there are more than 100 people in the Star Alliance. Yu Chuan nodded, yes, there are more than 100. Lu Yin sighed, what a powerful force. Whoever controls the Star Alliance will immediately have over 100 emissaries. Xia Ziheng heard what Lu Yin said, and a thought flashed through his mind. The Star Alliance. Controlling the Star Alliance. Xia Xing, Yu Hao, Gu Yan. He suddenly seemed to understand something, and he left without saying anything else. Lu Yin remained calm. Sometimes, the smarter a person was, the more easily they would be misled. He liked to deal with smart people, but fools were not easy to deal with. "President, can my grandfather stay in the academy?" Lu Yin asked. President Wen was put in a difficult position. If it was an ordinary person, then it would be fine, but this was someone from the Star Alliance. Yu Hao was not clear about this, but Lu Yin knew that the people from the Star Alliance had been restricted. Even if Shenwu Plain had promised, Yu Chuan would not be truly free. He was still controlled by the four-way scales, and once he entered the Star Alliance, he would never be able to make a name for himself. "Little Hao, the academy is not suitable for people like me. Don't worry and stay in the academy. Xia Ziheng has already guaranteed that I'll be fine." President Wen looked at Yu Chuan sympathetically. "You can stay in the academy if you want. This is no longer the Pure Land." Lu Yin pretended to be confused. "What do you mean, President?" "My grandfather." Yu Chuan continued, "What you mean is that the four-way scales might send someone to monitor me once I move in." Lu Yin was helpless. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 22:13. Dean Wen left to give Lu Yin and Yu Chuan some privacy. Once everyone else left, the two dropped their pretenses. "What happened to Lil Hao?" Yu Chuan asked. Lu Yin solemnly replied, "He committed suicide decades ago." Yu Chuan closed his eyes in grief. "It's all my fault. I thought I was smart, and I thought I could fool the four cardinal scales by pretending to be injured. But in the end, my Yu family's bloodline ended, and I became the laughingstock of the entire starry sky trees. It's all my fault." Lu Yin consoled him. No one would have thought that the four cardinal scales would be so ruthless as to use such a method against the Yu family. Yu Chuan was bitter, but then he looked at Lu Yin suspiciously. "Then who are you? Why are you doing this?" Lu Yin thought about it but didn't know how to answer. "If you don't want to say it, then forget it. There's no point. The Yu family is already the biggest laughingstock, and there's nothing worse than that. No matter what your goal is, be careful of Shenwu Planet. Everyone in the Alliance has been sealed, and only the four cardinal scales can remove it," Yu Chuan reminded him. Lu Yin watched Yu Chuan leave. Yu Chuan would be staying close to Yishian Academy to make it easier for them to meet. Even if they both knew, they still had to keep up the act. Sometimes, Lu Yin really didn't understand why the four cardinal scales would use the seal to control the Alliance. Many of these people had seen through life and death, and the seal might not be able to restrain them. They were only alive because they wanted to do something, such as die on the battlefield or atone for their crimes. The seal was nothing more than prison clothes for some people. On the other side, Xia Ziheng returned to Shenwu Planet and tried several times. The next day, he finally contacted the Xia family's ancestor, Xia Xinji. He reported everything that had happened during this time to Xia Xinji, and in the end, he made a guess. If all of this is true, then not only did the cold immortal sect use Bai Weiwei to rope in Yu Hao and Celestial Master Gu Yan, but they also secretly want to obtain the other three sects' restrictions on the Star Alliance. They want to obtain Celestial Master Gu Yan and the Star Alliance at the same time. If Bai Weiwei hadn't been so obvious, and if Xia Yan hadn't known about Celestial Master Gu Yan's change in attitude towards the cold immortal sect, we would have been kept in the dark. We wouldn't have thought that the cold immortal sect was behind Xia Xing's attack. After waiting for a long time, Xia Xinji gave the order, surround and annihilate the boundless realm with full force and determine the mastermind behind the scenes. Regardless of whether Xia Ziheng's speculation was correct or not, if they wanted to make trouble for the cold immortal sect, they needed evidence. Otherwise, the Xia clan alone would not be able to deal with the cold immortal sect. The other three clans would have to act together. To a certain extent, Xia Ziheng's conjecture was very close to the truth. Although Xia Xinji was in the progenitor realm, his cultivation was stronger than others. It did not mean that he could see through the world. This instruction meant that he believed Xia Ziheng's words. What did the patriarch say? A voice came from behind. Xia Ziheng turned around and looked at the newcomers. Surround limitless and find evidence. The man nodded. Still can't feel it. Xia Ziheng asked as he looked at the person in front of him. It was Xia Xing. Xia Xing was the leader of the divine martial sect and also the leader of the Xia clan, so he naturally knew the 9 clones technique. He had always shown his clones to others, and this time, the one that Lu Yin had captured in the middle realm was also a clone. His main body had remained in divine martial sect. Lu Yin had been right to be cautious. Fortunately, he had not released Xia Xing after capturing him. Otherwise, the main body would have been able to sense where he was, and that would have been dangerous. I can't feel it. The person who captured my clone was very careful. My clone is trapped, but it shouldn't be dead. Otherwise, I would have been injured, Xia Xing's main body said. Xia Ziheng's eyes narrowed. It was premeditated. Not only did they know where you were, but they also knew that it was a clone. Otherwise, why would they have trapped you? That's right. If it really was the cold immortal sect, then this wouldn't be all they have. Celestial Master Gu Yen and the Star Alliance aren't enough for them to suppress the other 3 clans. They definitely have other methods, Xia Xing said as he looked in the direction of the cold immortal sect. On the astral tree, there was a place in the sky that resembled a paradise. There was no cultivation or war here, and the people here lived on an island surrounded by a giant lake. Although it was called an island, that was only relative to the lake. In reality, the island was very large, and the lake was large enough to nurture a civilization. This place was called Crow Village, and it was a place where fighting and killing did not exist. In the sky, birds were flying in flocks. On the ground, the people in the village were working hard. It was peaceful. Outside the lake, there was a strange burning horse. It was huge. Every once in a while, it would run from one end of the lake to the other. The fire it brought would come closer and closer. This was the daily routine of the people in Wu Village. Every time the flaming horse ran a lap, they would experience a day. This had been going on for a very long time, and there was not just one flaming horse. There was a group of them, and they lit up the entire village. On this day, a group of flaming horses ran to the top of the lake. They stepped on flames and brought light to Crow Village. In the fields, many people patted their collars to get rid of the smell of sweat. They walked to the fields to drink water, and from time to time, laughter and fighting could be heard. It was originally a normal day, and to the people of Crow Village, this was the most ordinary day. However, when a figure tore through the void and raised his hand to crush the group of flaming horses into a pool of blood, this day changed, and it became no longer ordinary. On the ground, in the fields, beside the river, and outside the thatched huts, there was blood everywhere, and there was also the wailing of flaming horses. In the sky, Xia Ziheng looked down at Crow Village. Who would have thought that the headquarters of the largest assassin intelligence organization, the Unbounded, would be here? Today, my Shenwu Heaven will remove the Unbounded from the astral tree. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and pressed down. The vast astral source turned into a mountain and pressed down on the entire island and the surrounding lake. No one could escape. In Crow Village, the people working stared blankly at the sky, their eyes filled with despair. Xia Ziheng's hand slammed down. Underground, a pair of gloomy eyes opened, and terrifying auras surged out. Each aura was comparable to an emissary's, and a few of them were comparable to Xia Xing's. Xia Ziheng's eyes widened. You're out. Kneel before me. Hiss, Xia Ziheng, how dare you make your grandfather kneel? Have you forgotten how you begged me for mercy? An old man laughed strangely, but his expression was extremely solemn. Someone else shouted as well. It was a young scholar with a feathered fan. Brother Ziheng, we haven't met in a long time. Now that we've finally met, how can you humiliate us like this? Xia Ziheng's astral source was blocked by these people, especially the person in the center. His gaze was indescribably cold, and he erupted with the power of a peak emissary. His astral source surged as he tried to suppress Xia Ziheng. Wu village instantly turned into smoke and clouds. Around the lake, large black nets covered the sky and covered the sun. Accompanying them were countless killing machines. This was Unbounded's headquarters. Xia Ziheng coldly glanced at the crowd. Quite a few old acquaintances. I thought you were all dead, but I didn't expect you to be hiding in Unbounded. That's fine too. I'll send you all on your way today. After he said that, countless blades tore through the void and the black nets. Unbounded had been confident that it could stop a half-martial ancestor for countless years. Countless blades swept past the lake and returned, forming a birdcage that surrounded the island. The person with the gloomy eyes gritted his teeth. Half-martial ancestor Ziheng, you destroyed Unbounded, and I have nothing to say. But even if I die, at least let me know how I died. How did you find this place? Xia Ziheng looked at the person. I know you. You're the one who liaises with Unbounded. I didn't expect that a peak emissary like you would act as a liaison. It seems like this place might not be Unbounded's true headquarters. The person's expression changed slightly, as he had not expected to be exposed with a single sentence. I just want to know how this place was exposed. Xia Ziheng sneered and was not interested in speaking further. The birdcage suddenly disappeared, and everyone on the island turned into a pool of blood that dyed the island and the lake red. To a half-martial ancestor, these people were too weak. They were not even on the same level as him, so they did not even have a chance to escape from the birdcage. He had been in a hurry to attack because he was worried that Unbounded's people would destroy the information. He had not come here specifically to deal with Unbounded's assassins. In his eyes, these assassins were just lowly trash. However, these people belonged to Unbounded, so he did not expect to get anything out of them. What he wanted was information and evidence. After cleaning up everyone, Xia Ziheng had the divine martial sex cultivators search for information on the island while he landed in a corner of the island. There, someone was flipping through something with great interest. It was a young man who did not look old. His cultivation was at most a first tribulation origin emissary, but Xia Ziheng did not underestimate him. This is not Unbounded's headquarters. I know, the young man said indifferently. Xia Ziheng was helpless. If Xia Xing's clone hadn't gone missing, you wouldn't have been exposed. The young man raised his head and smiled. My family has nurtured me. It's time for me to repay them. Xia Ziheng sighed. Bai Xiaohong, one of the 4 young ancestors, died, and Wang Su went to the abandoned lands. Only you and Long Tian are still here. Fortunately, you had something to do and returned to your family. Otherwise, you would be trapped in the abandoned lands as well, Shenfei. The young man was Xia Shenfei, one of the 4 young ancestors and a direct descendant of the Xia family. However, he was completely different from the drunkard Xia Shenfei. No one would have thought that Xia Shenfei, a direct descendant of the Xia family and one of the 4 young ancestors, would be willing to go undercover in Unbounded. Xia Shenfei put down his hand. Unbounded is too cautious. I've been here for more than 20 years and have killed many people for them. My family has also cooperated with me and contributed greatly to Unbounded. Even so, I can only come into contact with this place. Do you know how they issue missions here? Xia Ziheng shook his head. If you say that this is unbounded, then I'll believe you. There's no need to know how they do things. We don't need evidence when we do things. Xia Shenfei's lips curled up, and he took out a wine gourd from his cosmic ring. He took a swig and exhaled happily. I'm addicted to wine, but I've been sober for 20 years. Now that I've taken a sip, it's a different feeling. Ha! Xia Ziheng looked at Xia Shenfei in admiration. Some people could magnify their desires infinitely and enjoy themselves for the rest of their lives. They were qualified to enjoy themselves, but some people could make their desires disappear in an instant. Xia Shenfei was such a person. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 22:14. When he had been the fourth young ancestor, Xia Shenfei had been addicted to alcohol and didn't care about anyone else. He had even been calm in front of Xia Shenji. However, he had hidden his identity and joined Realmless on the first day, and he had kept his gourd hidden until today. This kind of person was the most terrifying. The birds in the sky, the insects on the ground, and the people's hose can be combined into a code that only realmless assassins can understand. Even if an outsider lives in Wu village for hundreds or even thousands of years, they won't be able to see through it. This is how realmless communicates. Xia Shenfei took a sip of wine. It's a pity to expose ourselves now, but if we don't, we'll only know about Wu village unless we hide for thousands of years. Xia Ziheng nodded. I see. Xia Shenfei tossed the book he had just been reading to Xia Ziheng. This is what you wanted. Xia Ziheng caught it and quickly read through it. Wu village's destruction wasn't a big deal to most of the people in the astral tree realm, as these people couldn't come into contact with realmless. Only the major powers were affected, such as an elder from the frozen immortal sect, the Wang family, the White Dragon clan, and even the Xia family. Other than that, many of the major powers in the central realm had also asked for realmless help. All of this was in Shenwu Plain's hands, including Elder Qingxing's request. At the same time, the Shenwu Academy also had information on Lu Yin's request to assassinate Xia Xing. From the beginning to the end, from the first word to the end, everything had been recorded. However, no one could recognize Lu Yin's disguise. This was just the information on the assassination request. Realmless had divided the information into various categories, such as assassination requests, intelligence requests, and even information on suspected spy readback. In the central realm, outside the seed garden, Kai Shu arrived and captured a branch leader of the school of family. She brought Nongya over. Kai Shu, what's the meaning of this? Nongya asked. Save me, leader, the branch leader cried out in fear. The school of family was different from the other families. As long as they recognized a branch, they lived around the seed garden. They weren't like the Xia family, who had branches in every district, or the Lu family, who could move around freely. Kai Shu took out the information she had received from Shenwu Heaven. Unbounded's headquarters have been destroyed, and the information clearly states that this person is suspected to be a spy. We need to bring him back for investigation. Nongya looked at the information. It clearly stated when the branch chief had entrusted Wu Jia to assassinate someone. The person he had entrusted to assassinate was the branch chief of another branch of the Nong family. There was no reason. However, after Wu Jia killed the branch chief, that person said one sentence before he died, "You are spies." The branch patriarch who was killed did not know that it was Unbounded who did it, but he was certain that there was a spy who assassinated him. It was obvious that there was a suspect. Combined with this person's entrusted mission, the possibility of this person being a spy was very high. Nongya stared at the branch chief with an ugly expression. The branch patriarch lowered his head, not daring to look at him. You're actually a spy. Nongya gritted his teeth. The branch chief hurriedly said, "No, I'm not a spy. I just want to fight over a piece of land with him. I'm not a spy." "Who is that?" Nongya shouted. Kai Shu replied, "Chief Nongya, this person will be interrogated by the humble school, so I'll take my leave first." "Chief, save me." "Chief." Nongya did not make a move. At this moment, the evidence was clear. The time, place, details of the entrusted mission, and even images were all there. No, if even Wu Jie suspected that this person was a spy, then there was a high chance that this person was one. The Xinwu plane had released a lot of information, and almost all of the suspected spies had been handed over to the humble school. They did not have the energy to deal with them, so they would deal with them on their own. In a short 10 days, the starry sky of the trees was filled with a rain of terror. In the middle realm, the humble school had wantonly captured batch after batch of people. Following that, Xia Xinfei's name spread. The Xinwu plane could not do good deeds without leaving a name. Xia Xinfei had disguised himself as Wu Jie and allowed the Xinwu plane to find Wu Jie's headquarters, causing a large number of spies to be captured. This shocking achievement was enough for Xia Xinfei to gain both fame and fortune. A group of people from the Descending World's Root organization had also been captured. Too many people trusted Wu Jie, and if they entrusted Wu Jie with a task, their identities would be easily discovered. Of course, even more people would hide their identities and contact Wu Jie, just like Lu Yin. However, with Wu Jie's intelligence, it was easy to analyze these people's true identities. The middle realm and lower realm were like this, and the top realm was not peaceful either. A group of people had been killed and another group had been captured, but there was still a group that they did not know how to deal with. For example, someone from the White Dragon clan had entrusted Wu Jie to assassinate a junior from the Wang family, and someone from the Frigid Immortal sect had also entrusted Wu Jie to assassinate someone from the White Dragon clan. There were too many such incidents. Not only that, but there were also people from the four-way scales who were colluding with Wu Jie. Among them, Lu Yin was most familiar with Wang Shang. He was actually one of Wu Jie's assassins and had the qualifications to know about the existence of Wu village. This angered the Wang family, but unfortunately, Wang Shang had gone to the abandoned land. Otherwise, he would definitely have been captured. Aside from Wang Shang, the Frigid Immortal sect, the Xia family, and the White Dragon clan had all colluded with Wu Jie. In the end, they had even implicated the Broken Transaction Association. The Broken Transaction Association had provided Wu Jie with funds and intelligence, and their methods of operation had been made public. This had infuriated the people in charge of the four-way scales. It was indeed wrong for the four-way scales to banish the Lu family and ignore the overall situation of fighting against the Eternals, but that did not mean that they would not protect the humans. After the Lu family had been banished, the four-way scales had taken over the rear battlefield. In their hearts, fighting against the Eternals was always their number one priority. Thus, the Xinwu plane had not hidden the information about Wu Jie's suspected spy, Redback. Instead, they had handed it over to the humble school so that they could take action as soon as possible and prevent these people from escaping. The Broken Transaction Association had also secretly controlled some of the resources on the rear battlefield so that some people would not participate in the battle and escape death. To the four-way scales, this was unforgivable. After learning about the Broken Transaction Association, the four-way scales immediately took action and thoroughly investigated the rear battlefield, capturing everyone who was related to the Broken Transaction Association. A single Wu Jie had caused the astral tree realm to tremble. Middle realm, Yixian Academy. Dean Wen watched with mixed feelings as a teacher was captured by the humble school. He was in a bad mood. I never thought that Mr. Lien would be a spy. Mr. Zhang was both angry and helpless. Around them, many students saw this as well. Mr. Lien is such a good person, but he's also a spy. The Eternals are too hateful. Back then, I even asked Mr. Lien to train with me, which cost me a lot of credits. Now that I think about it, it's terrifying. If even Redback can't tell, then anyone could be a spy. If junior ancestor Xia Xinfei hadn't hidden himself for 20 years and destroyed the Unbounded headquarters, these people would still be hiding. Xia Xinfei's contributions to humanity are too great. Only the fourth junior ancestor can do this. Others would find it difficult to do so even if their cultivation surpassed the fourth junior ancestors. Back then, Xia Xinfei was addicted to alcohol, and 20 years ago, in order to hide in the Unbounded, he stopped drinking for 20 years. Who can compare to his willpower? Yeah, the most hateful person is still Lu Shaoxian. If he hadn't killed Bai Xiaohong, junior ancestor Bai Xiaohong might have done something great and become a progenitor in the future. Don't think about the Lu family. Do you want your brain to explode? The Lu family was banished by the four-way scales because they colluded with the Eternals. Lu Shaoxian killed Bai Xiaohong, and he's a redback himself. He's too hateful. Lu Yin was calm as he listened to the discussions around him. This was the power of the four-way scales. Once he controlled the starry sky tree, after a few years, everyone would only remember that the four-way scales had confirmed that the Lu family had colluded with the Eternals, and not their past achievements. If not for the Lu family, where would the starry sky tree have come from? Where would the stable fifth mainland have come from? The Lu family would take responsibility for their merits and demerits. Mr. Haoyu, you're here. Nong Xinyang found Lu Yin. Lu Yin was conflicted. Mr. Lien was taken away. I don't know if there are any other redbacks in the academy. Nong Xinyang pursed her lips. Someone from my Nong family was taken away as well. Spies are everywhere. It's scary. Lu Yin smiled. Don't worry. One day, humanity will chase away the Eternals and restore peace. That's right. Humanity will definitely do it. Wu Taibai walked over. Bai Weiwei also appeared. This will require humanity to work together. The people around them kept talking, and one of them mentioned the Broken Peace Society. Before this, very few people knew about the Broken Peace Society. Even Xia Zhidong had tried her best to join it, and its influence had even seeped into the back of the battlefield. But now, the Broken Peace Society was completely crippled. With the four-way scales ability, it would be impossible for it to continue existing once it was noticed. Lu Yin returned to the stone pillar with a solemn expression. He had overlooked one thing, the 9 clones. Xia Xinfei had disguised himself and entered the realmless, so it should be one of his clones. Then, as the sect master of the Shenwu celestial sect, Xia Xing must have cultivated 9 clones as well. Had he captured Xia Xing's main body or a clone? Regardless of whether it was the main body or the clone, the other Xia Xing should be able to sense him once he appeared. Lu Yin rejoiced that he had not let him out after capturing him. Otherwise, if the Shenwu celestial sect knew his approximate location, he might not be able to hide it. However, Xia Xing being locked up was not a good thing. He had to meet him and obtain the restrictions. Right now, there was only one way to avoid detection by the Shenwu celestial sect, and that was to use the time-stop space. Thinking about it, Lu Yin left Yixian Academy. On the surface, he was visiting Yuchuan, but in reality, he was rolling his die. In the pinnacle realm, Xia Ziheng, Xia Xing, Xia Xinfei, and the rest of the upper echelons of the Shenwu celestial sect were all looking at the image in front of them. The image showed Lu Yin's disguised appearance. He had used this appearance to ask the realmless to assassinate Xia Xing. You still haven't found him? Xia Xing asked. Someone answered, no. Xia Xinfei gulped down a mouthful of wine. It's a disguise, it's very simple. He first placed the deposit in the Azure district, and the assassination location was at the border of Huayuan. These two districts are very far apart, so it's impossible to see anything. Xia Xing frowned. A map of the middle realm appeared in the void. Distance isn't a problem for an absolute expert, Xia Ziheng said. Xia Shenfei suddenly spoke up, the Yuhao that you suspected was at Yixian Academy. Xia Ziheng nodded, we suspected him because he was the only one who knew that the sect master would go to the middle realm. At that time, he was also in the Azure Moon district, not far from the border of Huayuan. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 22:15. Xia Shenfei's vision was hazy from drinking too much. The memory district isn't that far from the Azure district. Xia Xing was surprised. You suspect him as well? Xia Shenfei burped. If what you said before is true, with the frigid immortal sect's help, what can't we do? That's why we need evidence. After all, the frigid immortal sect is involved, Xia Xing said. Xia Shenfei's eyes twinkled. The frigid immortal sect has been wanting to replace the Lu clan for a long time. I'm actually more interested in Yuhao. Celestial Master Gu Yen spent dozens of years cultivating someone like him. Interesting. Are you sure he is Yuhao? Xia Xing looked at Xia Ziheng. Xia Ziheng said, there are no traces of disguise, so it's definitely him. We've investigated everything he's done since he arrived in Jade City, and it all fits the logic of Yuhao's actions. Xia Shenfei shrugged. The logic behind one's actions could be changed, but it was impossible to change one's appearance in front of a half-martial ancestor unless the other party's strength was on par with a half-martial ancestor. If that was the case, why would he disguise himself as Yuhao? Was this person really Yuhao? He was getting more and more curious. In the memory district, not far from the academy, Lu Yin met up with Yu Chuan and then found a place to begin his seclusion. Raising his hand, the die appeared in his hand. Flicking his finger, the die began to spin slowly before coming to a stop. He looked at the two screens, but he didn't plan on upgrading them. Lu Yin had taken some time to upgrade the sticks to the level of a half-step ancestor, which had consumed close to 40 billion star essence. After upgrading the sticks, Lu Yin had asked Kuei Luo to send it to the Azure district, and they had agreed on a location to hand it over to Unbounded. Right now, Lu Yin only had a little more than 160 billion star essence on him. Although this seemed like a lot, it was not enough at all. At his current level, upgrading any foreign object that he wanted to use would cost him tens of billions of star essence. How many times could he upgrade it? Every time he felt like he didn't have enough money to spend, he would think of Junior Progenitor Planet. Right, the food god was an ancestral gazing restaurant. An ancestral gazing restaurant was right beside Junior Progenitor Planet. With his status as a teacher of Yixian Academy, he was qualified to visit ancestral gazing restaurant to meet the food god. Did that mean that he could plunder Junior Progenitor Planet? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He suppressed this thought and rolled the die again. The die slowly came to a stop. 4 pips. It was very smooth and within his expectations. 4 pips was very easy to roll. After entering the time-stop space, Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme and looked for Xia Xing. In order to prevent Xia Xing from causing trouble in Mount Supreme after recovering her strength, he asked the Fog Ancestor to seal Xia Xing's surroundings. Even if Xia Xing was at her peak, she wouldn't be able to move. The people in Mount Supreme could only see a cloud of mist, but not Xia Xing. Xia Xing appeared in front of Lu Yin as the mist slowly dissipated. It had been more than half a month since the Boundless Realm ambush. Xia Xing had been trapped. Although she could not move, her injuries were much better. When the fog dissipated and Xia Xing saw Lu Yin, he suddenly attacked. His blade was wrapped in divine martial qi, and this was the strongest attack he could unleash. He activated the divine martial transformation just as the blade was about to reach Lu Yin, making it even more terrifying. Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he slowly raised his hand. In an instant, the stars in the sky flickered as Xia Xing's blade pierced through them. First, the divine marshal's astral energy dissipated, and then the blade warped and shattered. By the time Xia Xing's blade had completely landed, he stared blankly at his hand. The blade was gone, and all of the power he had unleashed had vanished. Only the hilt was left in his hand, like a child's toy. He stared at Lu Yin in disbelief, and the same shock struck him again. No, it was even more shocking than the last time. Half a month ago, Lu Yin had suppressed his divine martial qi with a single hand. Xia Xing had been thinking about that scene over the past few days, unwilling to believe that the Xia family's divine martial qi could be so easily suppressed. That was why he had attacked the moment he appeared. Not only did he want to escape, but he also wanted to verify that scene. He would rather it had been an illusion. However, the result was even more unacceptable to him. The combination of the divine martial change and the strongest blade will of the Xia clan could not even touch this young man. His strength had easily dissolved the divine martial qi shield. What kind of power could be so terrifying? Even the Lu family didn't have this kind of power. You're Lu Shaoxian. What did you do? Xia Xing was shocked. Lu Yin had already returned to his original appearance, and he calmly looked at Xia Xing. It's nothing. Your power can't touch me. Xia Xing's eyes narrowed. This casual statement was equivalent to denying the Xia family's countless years of foundation. The divine martial qi couldn't even touch this person. Lu Yin smiled. Xia Xing. No, even Wang Xi, who had fallen to the peak of the emissary level, had been dispelled. Xia Xing's heart had been in chaos due to the progenitor's sword, but it had been reorganized after he had comprehended the serious art. It was so terrifying that even he couldn't comprehend it. Not to mention the divine martial gang energy, even the 6th mainland's Jialan clan, which was as famous as the Lu clan, could be destroyed. What could a mere divine martial gang energy do? Impossible. My Xia family's divine martial qi is domineering and invincible. How can it not touch you? Xia Xing shouted, throwing away the hilt and slamming his palm towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin didn't move from his spot. Xia Xing's palm landed on his heart, but it was powerless. The serious stars manifested in Lu Yin's heart had completely dispelled the attack. Xia Xing saw the specks of stars around him, and he saw a new universe. Was this an inner world? You're a half-ancestor. Xia Xing gasped. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, and his index finger landed on Xia Xing's forehead. Family head Xia, the difference between us is like night and day. An invisible force sent Xia Xing flying. His brain shook, and the world spun around him. His mind went blank, and he couldn't remember anything. Only when he landed on the ground did he regain his senses. He spat out a mouthful of blood and bent over. The person that Lu Yin had once looked up to was now sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. The master of the 4 cardinal scales could be destroyed at any time. He really wanted to go all out and lead the 5th mainland to sweep through the astral trees, but that would be like a moth flying into a flame. The 4 cardinal scales had a progenitor, and even if he had the ability to deal with the 4 cardinal scales, he still had to take the everlasting race into consideration. A person couldn't do whatever they wanted in life. There were things that needed to be taken care of, and there were also things that needed to be protected. Xia Xing panted heavily and propped himself up. The world in front of him was still spinning, and he couldn't see Lu Yin's figure clearly. Lu Shaoxian, you can't be a half-ancestor. You must have grasped an unimaginable power. This is the power that the Lu family left behind for you, Xiaoxing guessed as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin met his gaze. Are you a clone or a main body? Xiaoxing's eyes flashed. I am me. My 9 clones have long since become one. Lu Yin shook his head. No, you're a clone. Xiaoxing's expression didn't change. Why did you capture me? To avenge the Lu family. That has nothing to do with me. With my strength, I can't decide to banish the Lu family. I want to know a quarter of the restrictions that your Xia family controls, Lu Yin said slowly, not bothering to beat around the bush. Xiaoxing's eyes narrowed. You want to save the Star Alliance? Lu Yin didn't reply. Xiaoxing's tone was gloomy. How do you know that there are restrictions in the Star Alliance's bodies? You also know that there are restrictions in the 4 cardinal scales. How did you get here? How's the expeditionary army? Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and a small person appeared on his shoulder. It was the candle god. Xiaoxing looked on in confusion. The next moment, his skin started to degenerate, or rather, it disappeared. An intense pain swept through his entire body. Lu Yin had used the true scripture of Yin Flow's rune lines to erase Xiaoxing's existence, but he had borrowed the candle god's strength. The candle god's rune lines were comparable to a half-ancestor's, and that was enough to completely erase Xiaoxing's existence. Xiaoxing clenched his teeth as he watched his skin disappearing, revealing his flesh and blood. The fear of being disappearing corroded his heart. This was a completely different experience from dying in battle. It was a feeling of despair that was akin to falling into hell. He didn't understand what kind of power this was, as he had been born in the cosmic tree realm and had never experienced the Daosaur sect's era. I'm asking you, not the other way around, Lu Yin said as he stared coldly at Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing crouched down and endured the pain. Since you've guessed that I'm a clone, then you know that I'm not afraid of death. So what if I die? It's impossible for you to obtain the restrictions. When Lu Yin had guessed that Xiaoxing was just a clone, he knew that he wouldn't be able to learn the restrictions through interrogation. These clones weren't afraid of death, unless they wanted to replace the main body like Xiao Luo. Even now, Lu Yin still didn't understand the 9 clones, and he didn't understand the relationship between the main body and the clones. Thus, he couldn't take the initiative against Xiaoxing. Fortunately, he still had something that he could try. Actually, I really hope that you're the main body, but unfortunately, you're not, Lu Yin said as he took out a bottle from his cosmic ring. This is Progenitor Chen's blood. Xiaoxing's eyes widened, as if he had just heard the most shocking thing in the world. Progenitor Chen's blood. Lu Yin opened the bottle. Feel it. The moment the bottle was opened, an ancient and domineering pressure appeared, causing the entire time-stop space to become filled with a stifling pressure. Even though Lu Yin had been prepared for this, when he directly faced Progenitor Chen's blood, he was still dazed for a moment. It was as if he had seen a giant standing in the heavens, invincible. Progenitor Chen's blood had come from Ku Wei, who had absorbed Progenitor Chen's blood from the Tomb Guardian Giant's blood pool to become a giant. Lu Yin had used Progenitor Chen's blood to increase his strength by 3 pips. This blood was equivalent to one of Progenitor Chen's 9 clones. The giant's blood was the same as Progenitor Chen's when Hell Overlord Kuan-Zhe had awakened. The pressure from Progenitor Chen's blood caused Xiaoxing to cough up blood, but that wasn't what he was most concerned about. The moment he approached the blood, he felt that it was of the same origin. Progenitor Chen and Xiaoxing were both from the Xia family, and their bloodlines were the same. Even though they belonged to different branches, Progenitor Chen had cultivated to the progenitor realm, and his bloodline was closer to the Xia family's oldest progenitor than the main branch. This meant that Progenitor Chen was also a direct descendant. Xiaoxing was also a direct descendant. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 22:16. When the bottle was opened, Xiaoxing felt a faint connection with the blood. He was in disbelief, as this blood was connected by blood. Regardless of whether or not this blood belonged to progenitor Qin, he was certain that it came from the same source as the blood in his body. They both belonged to the Xia family. Whose blood is this? Xiaoxing asked in shock as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, I said that it belongs to progenitor Qin. Impossible, progenitor Qin has never been to the astral trees. During the Daosaur sex era, progenitor Qin died during the decisive battle between the 5th and 6th mainlands. Lu Yin laughed. Since progenitor Qin has never been to the astral trees, how can you know if he's dead or alive? Xiaoxing wanted to say something, but he couldn't. He knew the truth about progenitor Qin, but he had never truly come into contact with that era, so he didn't feel much about him. Besides, progenitor Qin was a taboo in the Xia family, and he had never thought that he would come into contact with progenitor Qin's blood one day. Xiaoxing stared at the blood in a daze, not knowing if he really didn't believe that this was progenitor Qin's blood or if he just didn't want to believe it. Progenitor Qin's name was Xiaoshang, and he came from the Xia family of Shenwu continent, Lu Yin said slowly. He was a progenitor of your Xia family, and he was a truly invincible powerhouse of that era. Xiaoxing's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but look at Lu Yin. You want to use this blood to exchange for the seal technique? Lu Yin shook his head, and under Xiaoxing's confused gaze, he slowly said, I won't exchange the seal technique. Instead, I'll give you a chance to escape. Absorb this blood, and you might be able to escape from me. Xiaoxing didn't understand. Why are you doing this? Lu Yin smiled and tossed the blood to Xiaoxing, who caught it. Absorb it. Let me see how strong the Xia family's patriarch will become after absorbing progenitor Qin's blood, Lu Yin said. Xiaoxing couldn't understand Lu Yin. He had progenitor Qin's blood, but he didn't want to exchange it and had instead given it to him. However, the temptation of this blood was obvious. Whether or not it was progenitor Qin's blood, it was definitely the blood of a progenitor of the Xia family, and it would be useful to him. Xiaoxing had been in charge of the divine martial heaven for many years and was a decisive person. He was not an indecisive person. After pondering for a moment, he crushed the bottle and began to absorb ancestor Qin's blood. Lu Yin looked at Xiaoxing strangely. Was he the kind of person who would help others? Of course not. He wasn't a battle maniac. Fighting Xiaoxing, who had absorbed progenitor Qin's blood, wasn't a reason. The real reason was that he wanted to free Xiaoxing's clone from the main body's control. Although he didn't understand the 9 clones, he could tell from Xia Juyo's ability to absorb the other clones apart from Xia Luo that the clones weren't afraid of death. Xiaoxing had just said that he didn't care about death. These clones were like puppets. Would temptations and threats work on a puppet? Even if he acted like he was being seduced or even threatened, Lu Yin still wouldn't believe him. He would rather believe that these doppelgangers did everything for the sake of the main body. Since that was the case, he would let these clones break away from the main body. This was equivalent to creating a main body for Xiaoxing, just like Xia Jiuyo and Xia Luo. He didn't know how Xia Luo did it, but there was a 90% chance that Xiaoxing's clone would change his mind after absorbing progenitor Qin's blood. Xia Luo wouldn't be willing to be merged with Xia Jiuyo, but once Xiaoxing's clone had a will of its own, it wouldn't be willing to be merged with Xiaoxing's main body. Xiaoxing's body flushed red as progenitor Qin's blood caused his aura to soar. He roared and his body began to grow, transforming into a giant. Lu Yin sighed. The progenitor realm was a whole new level for humans, and just the blood itself was enough to transform an emissary. Xiaoxing's transformation ended just as quickly as it had started. In half an hour, he had turned into a giant. He looked down at Lu Yin from within the time-stop space and suddenly attacked with a punch. He was confident that he could suppress Lu Yin. Lu Yin shook his head and remained motionless. Xia Xing's punch landed on his body, but it was completely ineffective. Xia Xing couldn't believe it. How was this possible? He had absorbed progenitor Chen's blood, and his cultivation was nearing the seventh origin tribulation. Coupled with the strength of a giant, he could even fight against a peak emissary, but it was still ineffective against this person. Lu Yin sneered, and his eyes turned into rune lines. He borrowed the candle god's runes to form a giant palm that suddenly appeared and descended. It slammed down on Xia Xing's head and forced him to the ground. The candle god's rune lines were comparable to a half-martial ancestor's. Even though he was originally a peak emissary, after being upgraded by Lu Yin, his rune lines were comparable to a half-martial ancestor's. Xia Xing's body continued to shrink until he returned to his original state. He lay on the ground and stared at Lu Yin unwillingly. Lu Yin bent down and looked him in the eye, satisfied. "I can see the desire to live in your eyes." Xia Xing frowned. "What do you mean?" Lu Yin smiled. "I gave you a chance to escape, but you failed. Now, it's up to me to decide your fate. It doesn't matter. I'm just a clone," Xia Xing said, repeating what he had said before. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. "Who says a clone can't replace the main body?" Xia Xing's eyes went wide and his mind buzzed. Lu Yin's words had opened up a new line of thought. A clone could replace the main body. Lu Yin had been watching Xia Xing the entire time, and when he saw the changes in his expression, it seemed that his guess had been correct. This person had used progenitor Chen's blood to break free from the main body's control and open up a new line of thought. Just like how Wang Xi had opened up the four-way scale to resist the Lu family, Lu Yin had also opened up Xia Xing's clone's mind. Sometimes, thinking about things was terrifying, as the more one thought about them, the more one would think about them. It was normal for people to not fear death on the battlefield, but once someone tried to escape, it would open up a new line of thought for those who didn't fear death. More and more people would try to escape. Xia Xing's clone was like this, so why did he have to die? Why did he have to die? If he could live, why couldn't he replace the main body and become the true master of Xinwu Plain? Become the leader of the Xia family. He had always been the leader of the Xia family. The more he thought about it, the more Xia Xing's clone wanted to do it, and the more his desire to live grew. Lu Yin squatted down. "Tell me the restrictions, and I can let you leave alive. I can even help you replace the main body." Xia Xing's clone stared at Lu Yin in a daze. He was confused, hesitant, and conflicted. All sorts of emotions flashed through his eyes, and he didn't know what to do. He was like a child who had just learned to think on his own, and he was at a loss. "Why are you hesitating?" Lu Yin asked. "You are Xia Xing, and you are the master of Xinwu Plain. You are the leader of the Xia family, and you have the ability to fuse with the other clones. You are the true master." Xia Xing's clone's eyes narrowed. "So that's your goal?" Lu Yin smiled, as this was one of the mystical aspects of the 9 clones. Each clone had the ability to think, but it couldn't resist the fate of being fused with the main body. It was as if being fused with the main body was a given, fixed thought. In reality, these clones weren't stupid. Otherwise, how could each of progenitor Chen's clones have been able to destroy their ancestor? Each of progenitor Chen's 9 clones was unparalleled, but they still couldn't escape the fate of fusing with the main body. With just a few words, Xia Xing's clone understood Lu Yin's goal and opened the door. He had also seen the reality of fusing with the main body and was willing to die for it. But now, he could resist. Interesting, isn't it? Lu Yin smiled. Xia Xing's clone stared at Lu Yin. Lu Shaoxian, you're terrifying. You're completely different from before. Lu Yin stood up and looked down at Xiaoxing. My name is Lu Yin. That Lu Shaoxian is dead. Xiaoxing's clone's eyes narrowed. He couldn't say that he would die at any time, and Lu Yin could tell that he didn't want to die. There was no need to bluff. He wanted to return to Shenwu Plane and fuse with the main body. He wanted to become the new main body. You only want the seal technique? Xiaoxing asked. Lu Yin nodded. Tell me the seal technique, and I'll let you leave alive. Xiaoxing's clone sighed. It's too difficult for you to save the people from the Star Alliance. The 4 scales each have their own seal technique. Even if you can obtain my Xia family's seal technique, how can you obtain the other 3? That's not something you should worry about, Lu Yin said. Xiaoxing was amused. We even exiled the Lu family, but in the end, we were schemed against by Lu Shaoxian. How laughable. After sighing, Xiaoxing still told Lu Yin the Xia family's seal technique. This way, Lu Yin would be able to control both the White Dragon clan and the Xia family seal techniques. You said you'd let me go, Xiaoxing's clone said. Lu Yin nodded. I will, but not now. Xiaoxing's clone didn't expect Lu Yin to let him go immediately. He was also worried that news of his appearance in the cosmic tree would be leaked, so Lu Yin's words were within his expectations. What if I told you that as long as you give me the 9 clones technique, I'll not only let you go, but I'll also help you fuse with the main body and teach you Progenitor Chen's battle techniques? Lu Yin suddenly asked as he stared at Xiaoxing's clone. Xiaoxing's clone smiled bitterly. I'm willing, but I can't do it. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Xiaoxing's clone was helpless. The 9 clones technique is cultivated by the main body. We were only created, so we can't cultivate it on our own. This is one of the restrictions placed on us. Our thoughts have long been fixed, so we can't resist the main body unless the main body is too weak and we forcefully break through the restrictions. Also, even if we resist, we can't fuse with the main body, so I can't teach you. Lu Yin stared at Xiaoxing's clone, not knowing if he was telling the truth. Xiaoxing's clone calmly met Lu Yin's gaze. After a while, Lu Yin retracted his gaze. I'll let you go after a while. He then asked the Mist Ancestor to imprison Xiaoxing's clone. The Mist Ancestor's appearance intimidated Xiaoxing, and he didn't dare to look directly at him. However, he still felt that he looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. The Mist Ancestor seemed to have made a breakthrough in the blood refinement technique, and he immediately returned to the mirror after trapping Xiaoxing without saying a word. The outside world was in chaos because of the information that had leaked out from the Boundless Realm, but East Xian Academy was still relatively peaceful. At most, some students would return to their families because their families had encountered some unforeseen circumstances. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 22:17. This unforeseen event was actually a good thing. No matter how much internal strife there was in the 4 direction scales, quite a number of red-back spies were captured, batch after batch, and countless dark sides were exposed. The Trade Break Society, which sold resources from the backside and controlled the number of battles, was almost completely uprooted. Even the Left Order Master of the Second Formation was transferred away. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity that he hadn't been able to use the Broken Transaction Society. There were only a few months left before he went to the 4-way scales to train. Lu Yin kept thinking about how to obtain the restrictions of the Cold Immortal sect and the Wang family. On this day, Bai Weiwei came looking for him. You want me to bring you out to train? Lu Yin was shocked. Bai Weiwei replied, I'm going to Zhongpinghai. This experiential learning is actually a mission given to me by my family. I'm going to kill a creature at the first tribulation level on my own. Lu Yin asked, why don't you look for Mr. Bai? I did, but it's still not safe for Mr. Bai to go alone, so I wanted to ask Mr. Haoyu to go with me. Bai Weiwei smiled playfully. Sir, you can't refuse. I have credits. Fine. Since there are credits, let's make a trip there. Where's the central Pinghai? Bai Weiwei drew an area. This area is fine. Lu Yin looked at the area that she had drawn out and was surprised to find that it was close to Wangyu. He had just been thinking about how to go to Wangyu and plunder Junior Progenitor Planet, and now that the opportunity had presented itself, he was excited. Alright, let's head out at any time. Bai Weiwei asked Lu Yin to accompany her to the Middle Calm Sea, not because of safety issues. The Xia family's plans were clear to the Hanxian sect, and the Hanxian sect also wanted to win over the celestial master Gu Yan. Lu Yin and Bai Weiwei had mentioned this in the Red Wasteland, and this experience was the perfect opportunity. The frigid immortal sect was ready to officially state their conditions. News of Bai Weiwei's invitation to Lu Yin to take her to gain experience quickly spread. Nong Xinyang was the first to disagree, but Bai Weiwei relied on credits, and she couldn't stop her. Wu Taibai also knew and immediately contacted Xia Ziheng. Xia Ziheng asked Wu Taibai to take Yuchuan away. As long as he controlled Yuchuan, Yu Hao would not be able to escape. If the cold immortal sect wanted to rope Yu Hao in, one of the conditions would be to release Yuchuan. Since Yuchuan was in the divine martial heaven, the cold immortal sect's conditions would not be valid. The central flat ocean stretched as far as the eye could see and surrounded the central flat realm. In the distance, under the blue sky, flocks of birds flew past. Some of the birds tore through the surface of the sea with fierce gusts of wind, catching fish. This was a place far from the coast of the central flat sea. It was also an area where envoys could occasionally appear. Lu Yin, Bai Weiwei, and Mr. Bai sat on a boat made of folded paper. The boat was huge, and the cabin, deck, and everything else were folded out. It was almost identical to a real boat. Mr. White sat at the back of the boat, fishing. Many people in the starry sky tree enjoyed fishing. Bai Weiwei stood at the bow of the ship and looked into the distance. From time to time, her bright eyes would look at the bottom of the sea, as if she was looking for something. Lu Yin leaned against the railing in boredom, not far from Bai Weiwei to prevent her from having an accident. Mr. Haoyu, if there are no envoys around, let's go in another direction, Bai Weiwei said. Now that Lu Yin's domain had reached the spirit transformation realm, he could use it to search for powerful life forms. After identifying the direction, he pointed in a certain direction. Let's go there. I feel like the creatures there are stronger. Bai Weiwei responded. At the bottom of the sea, a giant creature was suppressed to the point that it couldn't move. It had the strength of a first tribulation cultivator, but it was firmly suppressed by Lu Yin, preventing Bai Weiwei from moving. Bai Weiwei and Mr. Bai discovered it. If it was so easy to find the target, how could he guide the two to Wangyu? The direction he had pointed to was Wangyu. They had been sailing for 10 days in the central flat sea. Mr. Bai found it strange. Logically speaking, there should be envoys in this area. Why aren't there any? Bai Weiwei also found it strange and looked at Lu Yin. Mr. Haoyu, how about we change directions again? Lu Yin nodded. Okay. They changed directions several times in a row. From Bai Weiwei and Mr. Bai's point of view, they were going in different directions. In reality, according to Lu Yin's plan, no matter how they changed directions, they would still end up at Wangyu. With a splash, Bai Weiwei emerged from the sea. With a wave of her hand, a giant turtle was tossed into the sky. The turtle was an enlighter, so it obviously wasn't the target. It's a pity that we still haven't found it, Bai Weiwei said. We've already spent more time than expected. I thought that we'd be able to find it in at most 10 days. Mr. Bai said, Mr. Haoyu, maybe your domain scared away the creatures in the sea. Let me do it. Lu Yin shrugged. Okay. Mr. Bai also cultivated a domain, but he wasn't an expert at it. His domain was only at the Enlighter realm, but it covered a large area. Over the next few days, Mr. Bai still didn't find a creature with the strength of a first tribulation cultivator. He didn't even find a second tribulation cultivator. However, there was a giant creature that they couldn't see clearly swimming past, which scared the three into silence. The creature soared above the surface of the sea and traveled through the astral source universe. It then overturned the sea and swept through the sky. It's at least a sixth tribulation cultivator. Fortunately, it didn't notice us. Mr. Bai's face was pale, and he felt a little scared. Bai Weiwei rejoiced. We're too weak to attract its attention. Lu Yin smiled. Maybe we're too small and can't fill its stomach. Mr. Bai was speechless. That doesn't sound good. Lu Yin smiled, and the three continued their search. I've always been curious about the origins of the Central Calm Sea. There are so many powerful creatures here, but no one has ever thought of leading them to the back of the battlefield to fight for humanity. Lu Yin asked. Mr. Bai put down his fishing rod. Anyone who does such a thing will become a sinner of humanity. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why is that? Mr. Bai looked at Lu Yin. Mr. Haoyu hasn't read any books about the Central Calm Sea. Lu Yin shook his head. I've only read books about cultivation and lock-breaking, as well as books about the progenitor of literature. I haven't had the time to read them. Mr. Bai smiled. Does Mr. Haoyu know about the fifth mainland? Lu Yin's expression didn't change. Of course. This region of space didn't consider the fifth and sixth mainlands as taboo, it just called the fifth mainland a wasteland. The Central Calm Sea originates from the fifth mainland's astral river. It's both an ocean and a place where the mother tree's roots need water to grow, Mr. Bai said slowly. Bai Weiwei said, I remember now. Senior sister seemed to have mentioned that many creatures in the Central Calm Sea are connected to the mortal realm and the mother tree's roots. Mr. Bai nodded. This isn't a secret. The Eternals have always wanted to pollute the Central Calm Sea and destroy the mother tree's roots in order to break the back of the battlefield. Fortunately, the Central Calm Sea is too big, and the creatures inside are unfathomable, so the Eternals didn't succeed. They can't do it. We humans can't do it either. So the creatures here can theoretically come into contact with the mother tree's roots. Lu Yin was shocked. He really hadn't known about this. Mr. Bai nodded. That's what the books say, but only a few people know the truth. Did you just say that the Central Calm Sea originates from the astral river of the wasteland? Lu Yin asked. Mr. Bai replied, it's also what the books say, so it should be true. It said that the fifth mainland, which is the current wasteland, has an astral river that flows around the mother tree. It was once connected to the 6 mainlands, and the creatures inside were extremely powerful. They could be considered the mother tree's roots. Lu Yin understood. No wonder powerful creatures would occasionally appear in the 5th mainland's astral river and why Kuei Luo wanted to fish them out. What's this thing? Lu Yin crouched down and picked up the metallic object from the paper boat. It was pyrolite, which he had intentionally thrown away. Ever since he had learned that the Central Calm Sea originated from the astral river, he had wanted to know its origins. After all, there was a large amount of pyrolite in the 5th mainland's astral river. Of course, he couldn't let these two know that it came from him. Mr. Bai and Bai Weiwei looked over. This is a material formed by the decay of the mother tree's roots. It's called mother soil. Don't underestimate it. 1 gram of it can produce a lot of destructive power. It was once widely used on the battlefield on the other side, but unfortunately, the production was too low, so it's no longer used. Bai Weiwei said, it takes too long for the mother tree's roots to decay the mother soil. Our starry sky of trees doesn't have that long of a history. The mother soil we used before, I heard from the seniors, was brought over by the mother tree. The wasteland has the most mother soil. Unfortunately, we can't get it, Mr. Bai said regretfully. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Mother soil. If Mr. Bai and Bai Weiwei knew each other, then the astral tree's expeditionary force must know each other as well. They didn't say anything, they were waiting for the new space corridor to connect. Mother soil and microarray technology, these should be the astral tree's expeditionary force's goals. It seems that the creature just touched the mother tree's roots at close range, Mr. Bai said. They were just chatting. Mr. Bai was still looking for a creature with the strength of a first tribulation, while Bai Weiwei talked about the Xia family. Sect Master Xia Xing went missing, and Shenwu Sky went crazy and destroyed all the branches of the boundless realm. They even destroyed the headquarters, but they couldn't reverse the negative impact of Xia Xing's disappearance. Now, the White Dragon clan is at the bottom of the scale. The Xia family used to be second only to my Hanxian sect, but now it's estimated that they will be surpassed by the Wang family. My Hanxian sect will always be the strongest, Bai Weiwei said proudly. Lu Yin agreed. The Xia family naturally can't compare to the Hanxian sect. If Celestial Master Gu Yan joins my Hanxian sect, it will definitely improve. Mr. Haoyu, I want to know, what conditions do you need to rope Celestial Master Gu Yan in? Bai Weiwei asked directly. Lu Yin hesitated. Bai Weiwei said, originally, I wouldn't be so anxious, but I know that Xia Ziheng took your grandfather, Yuchuan, away from the Star Alliance. The sect will find a way to free Yuchuan, but the price will not be small, so we need your attitude. Otherwise, the sect won't pay so much. Lu Yin looked at Bai Weiwei seriously. I want revenge. Xia Zhidong must die, and the Xia family behind her, as well as the branch of the Xia family in the Blue Moon district. At the same time, save my grandfather Yuchuan. If you can do it, I am more willing to join the Hanxian sect. Bai Weiwei smiled. I will tell the sect. Mr. Bai didn't speak. Although he was from Yi Xian Academy, he was also from the Hanxian sect because his surname was Bai. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 22:18. After wandering around the sea for a few more days, they finally saw Wang Yu under Lu Yin's guidance. Isn't that Wang Yu? I didn't expect to come here, Mr. Bai exclaimed with envy. Who didn't want to ascend Wang Yu? The younger generation fought for the title of junior ancestor and the chance to enter the ruler realm. The older generation of cultivators found the person they wanted to follow because the junior ancestor was bound to become a progenitor. Following a future progenitor meant that their future was limitless. However, he wasn't qualified to follow the junior ancestor because he was too weak. Since we're here, of course we have to take a look. Let's go, Bai Weiwei said. Mr. Bai hesitated. That's not good. You're not allowed to enter Wang Yu before entering the ruler realm to fight for the origin artifact. Only those who were recognized as junior ancestors had the right to ascend Wang Yu's junior ancestor planet. Junior ancestor was a special title that could only be obtained after the origin will sacrifice. Even if there were young elites in other generations who had reached the level of a junior ancestor, they couldn't be called that. Only the junior ancestor had the chance to enter the ruler realm to fight for the origin artifact. After all, the ruler realm didn't have that many origin artifacts for people to fight over. This was also why the fifth mainland had chosen the origin will sacrifice to ascend to the starry sky. Of course, not being able to fight for the origin artifact didn't mean that there was no origin artifact. It was just that the method to obtain it was different. In Lu Yin's opinion, the competition for the junior ancestor position was more like a ceremony. If Bai Xiaohong and the others didn't obtain the origin artifact in the ruler realm, did that mean they didn't have it? Not necessarily. Did the cultivators before and after Bai Xiaohong's generation not have a chance to obtain the origin artifact? Of course not. The most obvious example was the Seven Heroes generation. They hadn't experienced the origin will sacrifice, but everyone was sure that they could recreate the glory of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. The 9 mountains and 8 seas were progenitors. If they couldn't break through to the progenitor realm, how could they achieve their glory? Without the origin artifact, they couldn't break through to the progenitor realm. This meant that the 7 heroes would definitely be able to obtain the origin artifact. In the end, whether one could obtain the origin artifact, ascend Wangyu, and obtain the resources of junior ancestor planet didn't depend on one's generation, but strength. The so-called fairness and luck were only for ordinary people. Mr. Bai was one such ordinary person. He knew that only the junior ancestor could ascend Wangyu, and the junior ancestor's generation. Even if he was an emissary, he was still an ordinary person. Bai Weiwei raised her head. Who didn't allow it? Mr. White was stunned. Everyone said that no one was allowed to enter Wangyu without permission, but who gave the order? Naturally, Bai Weiwei could represent the cold immortal sect to a certain extent. Let's go. Bai Weiwei said faintly. Mr. White did not hesitate. He steered the paper boat toward Wangyu. Lu Yin never spoke. He couldn't show that he wanted to climb Wangyu, so he simply didn't say anything and let Bai Weiwei decide for herself. Not long after, they reached Wangyu. When he arrived at Wangyu once again, Lu Yin felt a little emotional. The last time he had been here, he had been led by Long Kuei, and he had reaped great rewards. He wondered if he would be able to reap the same benefits this time. The last time he came, he didn't take a good look at Wangyu. Now that he was accompanying Bai Weiwei and walking around Wangyu, he found that it was no different from other places. Perhaps the biggest difference was Junior Ancestor Planet. The 4 minor ancestor planets hung outside the Wangyu Island, and only the Wangzhou Pavilion could see them. Half a day later, the 3 of them arrived at the Gazing Ancestor Tower. There was not a single person on the Gazing Island, only the sounds of birds, beasts, and insects could be heard. Bai Weiwei looked up. She looked at Wangzhou Pavilion. This is the legendary Wangzhou Pavilion. Mr. White looked at Wangzhou Pavilion. He had never thought that he would be able to come here one day. Mr. White, I heard that there's an old senior from the academy here. Bai Weiwei asked. Mr. White replied, I've heard of him, but I don't know the details. Bai Weiwei looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin said, there is an old senior here. He's called the food god. Bai Weiwei was surprised. Why is he called that? How did you know, Mr. Haoyu? Mr. White asked. Lu Yin laughed. I accidentally met this food god senior and was invited to be a teacher at the academy. I see. Mr. White understood. He had entered the academy before Lu Yin, so there was no reason for this person to know something that he didn't. If that was the case, then it was understandable. Without further ado, the 3 of them climbed to the top of Wangzhou Pavilion. Finally, they saw the 4 hazy minor ancestor planets in the distance. At the same time, delicious food appeared on the table. So this is Wangzhou Pavilion's food. Try it. Bai Weiwei was interested. She ate while looking at the minor ancestor planet with a longing gaze. Not only was Mr. White an ordinary person, but so was Bai Weiwei. At the very least, she didn't have the ability to break the rules. The food appeared without warning. The plates in front of them were emptied, and new ones appeared. Lu Yin smiled. "Senior, it seems like you're afraid that we'll starve." Mr. White looked respectful. Bai Weiwei stood up. Academy student Bai Weiwei respectfully invites the food god senior to appear. Mr. White hurriedly stood up and bowed. Academy mentor Bai Lin respectfully invites the senior to appear. Lu Yin also stood up. Academy mentor Hao Yu respectfully invites the senior to appear. There was no response. The three repeated themselves, but there was still no response. "Forget it, senior doesn't want to be disturbed by us. Let's finish eating and leave," Lu Yin said. Bai Weiwei said, "Since we're already here, it would be a pity not to go to the minor ancestor planet." She then left Wangzhou Pavilion and headed towards the minor ancestor planet. Mr. White was shocked and hurriedly followed. Lu Yin followed suit. They soon arrived outside the frozen immortal sect's minor ancestor planet. Bai Weiwei was about to enter when she was stopped by a gentle yet irresistible force. "You may not enter the frozen immortal sect's minor ancestor planet. Leave." Bai Weiwei landed. Academy disciple Bai Weiwei of the frozen immortal sect wishes to enter the minor ancestor planet. "You may not enter unless you're the minor ancestor." Lu Yin and Mr. White arrived and looked at the planet. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw the boundless star essence. Bai Weiwei was unwilling. "I'm the most outstanding disciple of this generation of the frozen immortal sect, and I'm as strong as the frozen immortal sect's junior ancestor Bai Xiaohong. Can't I enter the minor ancestor planet?" A man walked out from the minor ancestor planet. It was the senior from Sky Bearing who had been guarding the planet. Every minor ancestor planet was protected by several emissaries, including a cultivator with 6 origin tribulations and 2 or 3 emissaries. This senior from Sky Bearing was a cultivator with 6 origin tribulations. He met Bai Weiwei's gaze. "I would like to let you in, but the rules cannot be broken. If they are broken, I will bear the responsibility unless you obtain the frozen immortal sect's sect master's approval." They weren't guarding the minor ancestor planet to retire, but rather to curry favor with the junior ancestor. The junior ancestor had a high chance of becoming a progenitor in the future, and this was an opportunity that countless people could only dream of. Bai Weiwei. She was the most outstanding disciple of this generation of the frozen immortal sect, and even a cultivator with 6 origin tribulations wanted to curry favor with her. It was impossible for the senior to advance any further, but if he could serve a future progenitor, his status would soar, and it might even be possible for his cultivation to advance. Thus, his words were not false. He also hoped that Bai Weiwei could enter the minor ancestor planet and give him hope, but the rules were the rules. Bai Weiwei frowned. "If you let me in, I'll owe you a favor." The senior shook his head helplessly. "I'm sorry." He wasn't betting on a generation. With his cultivation, he could live for a long time. As long as he guarded the minor ancestor planet, he could always meet a genius with the highest chance of becoming a progenitor in the future. It was not worth it to be expelled from the minor ancestor planet because of breaking the rules. Bai Weiwei's words were useless, and she could only leave helplessly. This trip to Wangyu had yielded nothing except for a glimpse of the ancestral gazing tower. On the paper boat, Bai Weiwei was unwilling. If it weren't for the fact that we were a few decades late, it might not have been Bai Xiaohong's turn. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. In his opinion, Bai Xiaohong was much more powerful than Bai Weiwei. Did these people really think that the 4th junior ancestor relied on luck? Wrong. Without a certain level of cultivation, even if one became the strongest disciple of the frozen immortal sect, they wouldn't be able to stand in front of the other 3 juniors. The 4th junior ancestor relied on strength. If Bai Weiwei was in Bai Xiaohong's era, she would at most be on the same level as Nong Sanyang and Lu Hao. It would be difficult for her to catch up to the fourth junior ancestor. The sky over the Zhongping Ocean darkened, and a glowing silver fish rushed out from the bottom of the sea, shooting out rays of light. On the paper boat, Mr. Bai's face paled. Not good, it's a fourth-stage origin tribulation life form. Lu Yin hurriedly arranged a sourcebox array to block the rays of light while Mr. Bai and Bai Weiwei worked together. It took them almost an hour to repel the silver fish. When the sky returned to normal, Mr. Bai was almost exhausted, and Bai Weiwei was gasping for breath. Pfft! Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Weiwei and Mr. Bai hurriedly supported him. Mr. Haoyu, how are you? Lu Yin's expression was ugly, and he kept coughing up blood. A fourth-stage origin tribulation life form. I barely managed to support the sourcebox array, but I was also severely injured. I won't be able to help you for the next few days. Bai Weiwei was grateful. If not for Mr. Haoyu, we would have died. Sir, please heal yourself. We'll find a place to rest for the next few days. Lu Yin nodded and sat in the paper boat with a pale face. There, an identical Haoyu was already there. It was Tong Yu's disguise. After confirming that he had come to the Zhongping Ocean with Bai Weiwei, Lu Yin had contacted Tong Yu and asked her to follow him from a distance, ready to swap places at any time. He hadn't come to the Zhongping Ocean to waste time, he had come for Planet Junior's resources. As far as everyone in the Starry Sky Tree knew, the resources on Junior Ancestor Planet came from the entire Starry Sky Tree. It was said that the Junior Ancestor's name didn't just refer to the four sides of the scale. In other words, the Junior Ancestor was a genius nurtured by the Starry Sky Tree. But now, Planet Junior was controlled by the four cardinal scales. This generation's Liu Ke was very strong, but he still couldn't use Planet Junior's resources to cultivate. Planet Junior was the four cardinal scales' private property. Since that was the case, Lu Yin didn't hesitate to accept it. He had Tong Yu disguise himself, and in order to avoid revealing any flaws, he had deliberately lured a fourth-stage silver fish over to injure himself. This was to prevent Tong Yu from revealing any flaws while communicating with Bai Weiwei. Then, under the cover of Misty Ancestor, he once again ascended Wang Yu, successfully deceiving the food god, and arriving on Planet Junior. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.